Chapter 1013, The Hat-Wearing Youth's Identity. Leave life and death to fate. She coldly said, "Let's get started." With that, more splashing sounds came about. The tides rose again as she became ethereal, as if she was standing on a vast and endless sea. Good, let's go. The mortal king didn't waste time either. Buzz. His hell-suppressing physique erupted. As he slowly floated off the ground, cracking sounds could be heard. The void itself shattered beneath him. Many people shivered at this sight. An older character took a deep breath and murmured, "So powerful. Immortal physiques are indeed unique." Even time and space was crushed. Roar. A loud cry resounded. Wuxian casually unleashed an attack. A gigantic monster descended from the sky, creating great explosions. The entire sky shook in response. Draconic whale. A primeval existence from legends. A spectator cried out after seeing the monstrous creature diving down from the sky. It was gigantic and spanned for miles, instilling fear in the hearts of the spectators. It resembled both a dragon and a whale. Its body was that of a whale, but it had the head of a true dragon. Its attack carried a world-destroying power that was sent towards the mortal king. However, the mortal king didn't take a single step back against such tyrannical might. He met the draconic whale's attack with a fierce punch. Boom! The impact shook the entire Buddhist funeral plateau. The gigantic creature instantly shattered against his punch. Its size was not enough to stop a fist from his immortal physique. Only one drop of seawater was left behind after the monster disappeared. This shocked many people as well. Turning one drop of water into a draconic whale, this was quite a heaven-defying technique. "My turn!" the king shouted after his swift dispatch of the whale. He spread out his palm and the sky suddenly turned dark. The entire location was plunged into darkness. With the power of his physique, his palm immediately suppressed the heavens. Even paragons would tremble before its might. Ordinary paragons would be crushed underneath its power. Wuxian shifted her body with the movements of a dragon and the agility of a fish in the sky. She instantly dodged the palm and appeared outside of the firmament. At this time, among the vast expanse above, she casually made her move and a great ocean appeared behind her. Fortunately, she was standing out in space at this moment. Otherwise, this great ocean would drown the entire plateau. My thoughts exactly. Let's fight in space so that we don't have to hold back. The mortal king shouted and leaped into the sky with one stomp. He headed for space, then instantly sent another punch towards Wuxian. "Come, let us go watch." The spectators couldn't see them when they were out in space. The more powerful cultivators all ascended to the firmament. The outcome is already decided. Wuxia only chuckled while shaking his head after taking a quick glance. He didn't fly out into space and instead turned around to leave. "Brother, where are you going?" The youth with the flat hat immediately followed behind him. "Going to take a stroll around. There are too many places at the plateau to check out." Wuxia slowly walked while speaking. I don't have anything else to do either, I'll just go with you then." The youth followed Wuxia. Wuxia paused and turned around to look at the youth before speaking leisurely. "What do you want to do? Trying to figure me out?" The youth quickly stood up straight and cried out indignantly, "Brother, you are falsely accusing me. I just want to befriend you, yet you are mistaking it as having an ulterior motive." Wuxia shook his head and smilingly said, "Sikong Taotian, others might not recognize you, but you cannot wash away that profiteer's smell of yours." The youth immediately took several steps back with a shocked expression. He cautiously glared at Wuxia. "Who are you?" Wuxia smirked and said, "Who do you think? Is it really you?" The youth was not completely certain and cried out, "Young noble Li, no, boss, is it really you?" Li Qiye turned back into his true self before reassuming the form of Chu Yuntian again a second later. He smiled. Sikong Taotian, having mischievous ideas about me is not a clever move. The youth quickly transformed as well. It was indeed that scoundrel Sikong Taotian. However, he looked around real quick before turning back into the hat-wearing youth. Oh. Boss, it really is you. No wonder why I couldn't see through you. He rubbed his palms together and tried to curry favor. Should have guessed earlier that it was you, but I couldn't confirm it. The only person in this world with a transformation technique that I can't see through has to be you, boss. He was very adept at transformation arts. It would be difficult to find someone as skillful as him in this regard. When Li Qiye came, he couldn't see through him, so he became suspicious and approached. He didn't expect for the guy to actually be Li Qiye. He beamingly smiled and said, I heard boss wanted to go to the sacred nether world, so I didn't expect you to come back and immediately flex your might. In a furious rage, you massacred a grand army until rivers were overwhelmed with the blood devil tribe's blood. Okay, don't pretend to be so obsequious. Li Qiye interrupted him while smiling. Are you up to no good again? Boss, what are you saying? Sikong Taotian immediately swore, this lowly one is your biggest fan. I heard about your conquest of the 9 heavens and view you as my pride and glory. Okay, I accept your sentiment. Li Qiye smiled. If you didn't do anything bad, then why do you need to change your face at the Buddhist funeral plateau? Why the need to hide if you have no enemies here? Oh, boss, you have the wrong idea. Sikong Taotian laughed out loud. This lowly one has retired. I have changed completely. I want to be a virtuous and kind person with love, justice, and continuous self-betterment. He continued to flaunt excessively while Li Qiye only smiled and looked at him without interrupting. After he was finished with his long spiel, he couldn't brag any longer as he became tired. He knew full well that he could hide from others, but definitely not from Li Qiye. Ah, boss, here's how it is. He coughed and explained, I only want to go visit a few temples. Nothing much really, maybe pick up a few souvenirs here and there to take back home. Li Qiye naturally knew what these souvenirs were. He looked at the guy again and said, you already have too many treasures to count. And as for you lying and scheming all day, this is an affront to your Heaven's Mystery Valley's prestige. Sikong Taotian didn't know how to reply. He smiled wryly, boss, I don't want to do this either, but this is my chronic illness. If I don't steal something each day or swindle anyone, I will feel incredibly uncomfortable all around. This is a disease with no cure. Li Qiye didn't know whether to laugh or cry and could only shake his head. Sikong Taotian laughed in response as well, boss, recently, that mortal king has been acting very bullish. When will boss take him down a notch and let him know that you are the only invincible person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Why, have you done something that warrants his attention? Li Qiye glanced at him and smirked. How could he not know that this guy was thinking? Sikong Taotian said, I cannot be blamed for this. It can only be said that he was acting too bullish as he claimed to have the #1 immortal physique. Moreover, his school's disciples have been acting very arrogant as well, causing trouble everywhere as if they were the #1 sect in the mortal emperor world. And so, my hands suddenly became itchy and I stole from his ancestral graves. This is a very good thing. Wait until he captures you and grinds you to dust. Li Qiye smiled. It would be strange if the mortal king didn't want to destroy someone who dug out his ancestral graves. I only stole a few treasures from there, does he need to act so crazily? Sikong Taotian didn't seem to mind at all and laughed. Although the guy was not famous in the current generation, and what little fame he had was not of the good kind either, this didn't mean that he was weak. He actually wasn't afraid of the mortal king since he came from the mysterious Heaven's Mystery Valley and had great resources. Alas, boss, it is not me trying to cause trouble, but I don't know if I should say it or not. He told Li Qiye. Li Qiye chuckled, let me be the judge of that. Say it. The Jade Pillar School wants to take Miss Chen back. They are saying that since she came from the school and her family is also there, they hope that she would go back. He explained. The Miss Chen he referred to was Chen Baojiao. Li Qiye only smiled in response. It was no wonder that the school would have this idea. Chen Baojiao had become powerful, so it would only be natural for them to want her back. Chapter 10:14, Nameless Little Temple. The school is different from back then. Sikong Taotian explained, who knows how, but in these last couple of years it suddenly became a lot stronger. Maybe the king really has a flair for ruling. They have great hidden resources and strength. As for that mortal king, he was still wasting time on his saint physique, but later on, it turned into an immortal physique out of nowhere. Boss, I'm not just making assumptions right now. Sikong Taotian went on, the school is claiming that the mortal king made their hell-suppressing jewel law complete. To tell the truth, I don't believe this at all. With the skill of the saint child back then, if he could fix this physique law, then both Jikong Wudi and Mei Suyao would have become immortal emperors already. He paused for a bit here. Although the saint child was a bit talented with a commendable calm demeanor, I feel that he alone absolutely cannot complete an immortal physique law. Li Qiye listened with a smile. Nothing could elude his eyes. The mortal king was not cultivating the jewel law from their school, he knew this very well. Boss, there is another thing I need to tell you. Sikong Taotian looked at Li Qiye with his relaxed expression and revealed, I have found out some news. The saint child wants to marry Miss Chen. However, there are some reasons for apprehension, so he hasn't made a move yet. With just him alone? Li Qiye chuckled without saying anything. The guy quickly grinned and said, of course, only boss is deserving of Miss Chen. Li Qiye leered at him and leisurely spoke, does your master know that you came here to steal? Did you tell the mortal monarch as well? The guy was startled after hearing this. His neck shrunk from fear as he wryly coughed, boss, I am sucking up, no, boss is really incredibly wise, number one across the eons. Me running errands for you with all of my heart is something that my master and the mortal monarch would be proud of. What about the matter of you stealing? Li Qiye asked while looking at the guy. He coughed in response, oh, boss, you should know this too, not everyone is a saint. No one is always right and perfect, right? I am only stealing some little things, I'm sure the seniors won't really mind. Sikong Taotian, oh Sikong Taotian, you can only be described as an incurable little brat. Li Qiye smilingly stated. I am honored to be praised by boss. Sikong Taotian didn't give a damn and grinned happily. Li Qiye smiled too and understood that this Sikong Taotian couldn't be changed. He was a prodigal son that ran around all over the world, completely different from others who were hellbent on cultivation to reach the top or even rule the world. In fact, Sikong Taotian's talents were no lesser than that of any other genius. However, he didn't care about it. He only wanted to roam the world as his ambitions didn't include domination. Everyone has their own wishes, it cannot be forced. In the end, this was all Li Qiye could say. Sikong Taotian looked at him and said, does boss want to go anywhere or have anything you want me to do? Li Qiye looked at him with one eye and said, no need. I don't want to hunt for any treasures right now. I just want to meditate with the Buddhist faith in peace, read all the scriptures and visit the 3,000 temples. Of course, if you want to be a monk, I can also convert you and help you get there. A monk? Boss, this lowly one is full of vulgarity, I cannot become a monk. Sikong Taotian was scared after hearing this and immediately refused. Of course, he also found it strange and had to ask, why does boss want to cultivate Buddhism? He naturally didn't believe Li Qiye ran here to become a monk. He knew that Li Qiye was definitely not the type who would want to be one. Li Qiye revealed a mysterious smile and slowly said, it's a secret. Sikong Taotian didn't dare to ask for more and smiled. If that's the case, then this lowly one will not disturb your meditation any longer. If you ever need someone to run some errands, just call for me. I will come running. After he left, Wuxia continued on. After several days, he finally made it to a temple. This temple was situated along a desolate ridge. Very few people came to this modest-sized temple. It seemed to only be a small square-shaped courtyard. From the peeling red walls, one could tell that it had been built a very long time ago. Moreover, it could be seen it was not a popular place since there were no pilgrims visiting here at all. There were too many temples at the plateau. Some were very prosperous, so naturally, the other extreme existed as well. Although this temple had no visitors offering incense, it was still open and welcomed visitors. Wuxia went before it and became quiet for a moment before he eventually entered. It was a bit dark inside with a very simple yet elegant design. Despite the lack of guests, there was still incense burning inside. This meant that there were still monks worshipping Buddha in this temple. In the main hall, Wuxia saw a statue across the wafting smoke. To be exact, it was the statue of a bodhisattva. One could faintly see it through all the smoke. It was a woman with her left hand forming a lotus mudra while her right hand formed an unidentifiable mudra. She sat on a lotus flower while leaning so no one could really see her face. From her figure, she should be quite beautiful, to a transcendent level in fact. It was very rare to find a statue of this caliber. Perhaps out of all the temples in this plain, only this temple worshipped the bodhisattva. Wuxia slowly sat down in a meditative pose on a futon and quietly stared at this bodhisattva. Suddenly, he became overwhelmed and lost track of time as if he had forgotten everything else. He continued to stare at it. It was a relic of the unrecallable past, but Wuxia couldn't help but remember bits and pieces at this moment. Enchantress or goddess, this doesn't matter. In the end, it was as ephemeral as a wisp of smoke. Wuxia was lost in a daze and murmured, "There were too many unforgettable things back then. I don't really know what to say. All along, I have never liked conversion, but if it gave you peace and freedom, then I am glad for it." Having said that, he sighed softly and felt a bit lost. There had been countless passengers of all shapes and forms in his life. Immortal emperors, true gods, mortals. Some were more unforgettable than others. He had many followers once. They were willing to contribute everything for him and would even sacrifice their own lives for his sake. This bodhisattva ahead was one of them. There were dangerous moments back then, moments when she was the first to stand in front of him. The years went by and during a peaceful era, she chose to convert to Buddhism and peacefully passed away here. Wuxia's heart quivered while looking at her statue and felt his emotions running amok. His stone heart had been polished so many times that there was no shaking it. However, this was an exception. Time was the cruelest thing in this world. Even if it couldn't take away an immortal being, it could take away other things. Those who stood by your side, family, friendship. An old nun came by while he was dazed. She had a cold demeanor and was as calm as the water in a well. She asked, offering incense or seeking shelter? Wuxia didn't answer right away. He stood up and quietly lit some incense, then bowed once. After putting the incense sticks on the altar, he looked deeply at the bodhisattva for a bit before turning around. He looked at the old nun and flatly said, "Just shelter for one." The nun was indifferent. She took out a key and handed it over to Wuxia before coldly saying, "The room on the west side, take care of your own meals." With that, she turned away. Wuxia didn't say anything else. He took the key and entered the room on the west side. Judging from the dust that had built up, there hadn't been anyone staying here for a very long time. He was not in a hurry and silently meditated to embrace this rare moment of tranquility. Before anyone knew it, he felt isolated and solitary. This was a type of serene peace that allowed one to be without distress. Perhaps when she came here that year, she was also pursuing this kind of tranquility. No one came to bother his meditation in the temple. There was only an old nun in this place. She was both the abbess and the caretaker. She didn't care about anything and didn't ask Wuxia anything either. Outside of meditation, she usually chanted scriptures. She passed her time in this manner for what seemed to be an unchanging eternity, as if there was no time here, no sun or moon. Everything was forgotten in this place, mundane matters, time, fame, fortune, they all lapsed into oblivion, leaving only peace behind. Chapter 10:15, Sutra Room. He meditated for several days in this nameless temple before emerging from the guest room. The old nun was still sitting in the main hall. Even when Wuxia came, she didn't bother looking, seeming as if nothing could take her from her state of Zen. Wuxia told the nun, "I want to read the Buddhist scrolls at the Sutra Room." The nun finally opened her pair of heavy and listless eyes that seemingly resulted from old age. "The Sutra Room is only for fateful ones," she calmly answered in an indifferent manner after taking a quick glance at Wuxia. "I am a fateful one," he responded softly. With that, he didn't say anything else. He didn't wait for her permission before heading straight to the Bodhisattva statue. He took out a wooden key from beneath it and left. From start to finish, the old nun didn't move at all from her futon. Even when Wuxia took the key, she remained quiet. However, her aged eyes instantly lit up like the sun and moon in a profound and unfathomable manner. Still, she didn't say or take any action and eventually closed her eyes to meditate again. Wuxia went to the very end of the temple. There was a hallway that led to a small room without any signs or plaques. However, this was the Sutra Room that Wuxia was looking for. When he reached the room, he inserted the wooden key. Despite the lock issuing a click, the old wooden door still didn't open. He placed his palm on the old door that had experienced countless years. Nevertheless, despite the passage of so many years, the runes on the door were still very clear. At his touch, these runes began to change. They slowly intertwined to form a lotus flower. It appeared very sacred and gave others a feeling of ataraxia. Clack! The wooden door slowly opened and Wuxia entered the Sutra Room. It closed behind him right afterward. This was a room with many levels of bookshelves and numerous scriptures as far as the eye could see. This room was not as small as it looked from the outside. There was a heavenly grotto within. Before actually entering, no one would be able to realize it. Just like its name, the Sutra Room contained Buddhist scriptures. If others were to assume that it contained martial scriptures or supreme techniques, then they would be sorely mistaken. Only Buddhist scriptures were here. Moreover, the majority were original copies as well, handwritten by venerable monks. Thus, one was met with a majestic and serene Buddhist aura that permeated throughout the entire room. Wuxia walked and browsed these scriptures that came from all over the world. This was a store of books accumulated through the long years. He, his generals, and the lineages that worked for him all stored scriptures in this place. This place had to be the location with the most complete collection of Buddhist scriptures in this world. What was even more astonishing was that some of the scriptures here came from Nalanda. They were the original version, so outsiders shouldn't have been able to obtain them. Wuxia selected quite a few scriptures from the vast collection. The majority of the ones he chose came from the Buddhist funeral plateau and Nalanda. Wuxia had read through these scriptures before over the long and arduous years. However, he had an entirely new strategy this time around, so he needed to read these scriptures as preparation to enter the Nihility Temple. This wouldn't be their first confrontation. This time, he had a new approach. Afterwards, he began to chant the sutras and became immersed in the Dharma. This was not an attempt at comprehension but a process of transformation. I am Buddha, I am the law, this was the effect that Li Qiye desired. With his recitation and assuming the Buddhist doctrine, visual phenomena began to emerge. Each of his words emerged as lotuses while a Buddhist radiance shrouded his body. This made him resemble a Buddhist lord. The old abbess of the temple remained indifferent towards Li Qiye and didn't even bother to look at him. She treated him as if he wasn't staying inside this temple. Bang! One day during his meditation, a heavy crash resounded outside as if something had slammed into the ground. This prompted his eyes to open. He went outside and saw that a woman had fallen into the courtyard. She was dressed in a loose black attire meant to hide her identity. Her body was spotted with bloody marks and she had difficulty standing up at this moment. Clank! When Li Qiye got close, the woman in black suddenly unsheathed her sword and coldly glared at him with her pretty eyes. Li Qiye looked at her and smiled calmly before speaking. Escaping with a heaven-defying void-shattering technique has left you devoid of blood energy. You are no different than an ordinary girl at this time, no, you're even weaker than one. Even a mortal can kill you right now. She continued to glare at him and didn't speak, as if she wanted to read something from his expression. Li Qiye slowly reached out to this woman. She looked at him once more and hesitated a bit before taking his hand so that he could help her up. He supported her into the room and let her sit down. Meanwhile, the old abbess in the main hall continued to ignore the whole situation. She meditated with her eyes closed as if she hadn't noticed the woman in black. Inside the room, Li Qiye brought over clean water and spoke insipidly towards the woman. Clean yourself of this bloody stench, it's ruining my vibe. The woman silently looked at him and didn't want to clean her face. Without a doubt, she didn't want to reveal her face to him. Okay, show your true face. Your outfit and transformation might fool others, but not me. Li Qiye looked at her and spoke, a disciple of the sleeping dragon cliff will always have the stench of the sea no matter where they go. I already know who you are without needing to look. Who are you? The woman was startled and raised her voice. Despite her grave injury and powerlessness, there was still an unchanging imposing force. Just her words alone had a deterrent effect. Li Qiye chuckled, the person who saved your life. Of course, you can call me by another name, Chu Yuntian. The woman felt anxious and doubtful. She looked at him but failed to truly understand him. The man was quite handsome. Despite seeming normal, he was full of mysteries. Okay, don't be so paranoid of me. If I harbored bad intentions towards you, I would have destroyed you even when you are in your prime. Li Qiye said with a smile. She looked at him once more. Eventually, her body slightly changed as she revealed her true form. It was Wolongxian, the sleeping dragon cliff's sect master. Li Qiye calmly looked at her revealed face while she only washed her face in silence. Much better. Although it cannot wash away the natural sea smell from your people, at least it washed away that smell of blood. Li Qiye chuckled. After she finished washing up, the entire room lit up from her brilliance. Despite being pale from the wounds, it didn't affect her style. She almost vomited blood from anger after hearing his remark. Even if he saved her, she still glared at him angrily and said, I don't have a sea stench. He looked at her and smiled, if you are the cliff's descendant, then you should know of your origin. Humph, what origin? She coldly responded while being very annoyed at him. He leisurely spoke, although your dragon cliff is not an imperial lineage, it is one of the oldest lineages. A non-imperial sect has stood strong for millions of years in the northern Grand Sea, why do you think that is? She didn't answer his question and only stared at him. He sat down and nonchalantly continued, a long time ago at the bottom of the northern sea, there once existed a particular race. They dwelled in the depths, isolated from the rest of the world. It was not until later that someone from this race exited the sea. From that point on, the world slowly came to know of the race's existence. Wolongxuan's eyes turned serious when Li Qiye reached this point. Very few people knew about this story these days. Even the cliff's disciples weren't aware of it. Wuxia smilingly revealed. Gradually, this race disappeared while the Northern Sea received a new lineage named the Sleeping Dragon Cliff. No one knew of its exact identity as it rose to prominence overnight. Chapter 10:16, Sleeping Dragon Cliff's origin. Wu Longxian began to contemplate. Only ancestor-level characters in the cliff knew about this secret, but now, this stranger named Chu Yuntian knew this many things. This was too shocking. There's no need to be alarmed or have thoughts about killing me. Wuxia lazily looked at her. Even if you were in your prime state, I would still kill you as easily as crushing a chicken. Such a big tone. Maybe, if you were a god king. She coldly retorted. However, no matter how she tried, she couldn't see the cultivation of this Chu Yuntian before her. Whether I am a god king or not is not important. I don't really worry about people of your level. Wuxia smiled and looked at her. However, old dwellers of the depths, if I really crushed you to death, it would be a huge shame. A bloodline like yours has not appeared for a very long time, so it is quite precious, even more than an immortal medicine. What do you want to do? She was shocked after hearing this. This Chu Yuntian knew too many things. He would be more dangerous than anyone if he had any bad ideas about her. What can I do? He slowly glanced at her. Am I going to drink your blood to nourish myself? Or should I rape you to give birth to my child? I won't do either. Your race has a particular fishy smell, so I won't be drinking your blood. As for you bearing my child? I'm sorry to say that although your bloodline isn't bad, it would be pushing it for you to bear my children. Even a woman with the bloodline of a true immortal wouldn't necessarily be qualified to have my child. Wuxia teasingly winked at her and laughed. She was livid after hearing this and glared at him while shaking. She was a great beauty. In both the Northern Sea and the mortal Emperor world as a whole, she would be the focus no matter where she went, yet Wuxia made it sound as if she was not worth a single coin. She said with exasperation, if you don't have anything else, I want to meditate to heal. Wuxia kept on looking at her and smiled leisurely. Miss, don't misunderstand, this is my room. You would be taking it over by doing something rude like that. That person was very powerful and I couldn't see their face. I immediately felt danger and summoned a secret treasure from my sect to shatter the void and escape. She was palpitating while recalling the event. The ambusher was too powerful. If she didn't use a massive amount of blood energy to summon her secret treasure, she wouldn't have been able to escape and would have been killed by that person. Then it is correct. It shows that the Saint Child was only using you as a sharpening stone. Wuxia claimed. You mean, this was just an experiment? She was both startled and skeptical. He continued, that's one way to put it. Judging from his recent battles, you can see that he is trying to find the most suitable offensive method. Think about it, who did he fight recently and what were the results? She pondered for a moment before speaking. You could say that the Mortal King has challenged all the most famous youths in the Mortal Emperor world. Jikong Wudi, Zhan Shi, Lin Tiandi, Bai Jianzhen, Mei Suyao. Normally, he would lose on the first challenge. During the second, he would have the chance to even the score. Wuxia said. Wu Longxian replied, there are indeed signs of that. It was true when I fought him, and the same goes for Jikong Wudi. He lost to Jikong Wudi the first time and won the second. That was quite difficult to imagine for the people back then. No one thought that he could win because everyone knew that Jikong Wudi had an absolute advantage during the first battle. This is because it is not just the Saint Child fighting, but also someone else. The person behind him in the shadows. Wuxia said, 100 wars to become a deity, 100 victories to become an emperor. The Saint Child is not an extremely brilliant person. He requires countless battles to gain experience, borrowing war to find his enemy's weaknesses to make up for his own. Li Qiye paused for a bit here. The saint child is not afraid of losing because he knows full well that he won't die due to the great person protecting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be going around the world asking to fight. This is proven because if he was truly a fanatic for battle or someone who loves cultivating, he would have challenged people in the past already. He is a cautious person. Wuxian had a good understanding of him after fighting with the mortal king. Yes, he is quite cautious. Li Qiye chuckled, but now, everyone is calling him a war fanatic. Is he truly in love with battle to the point of insanity? No. He is only using others to sharpen himself. Chapter 10:17, Seeking Buddhism. Wuxian had to comment, who is this person behind him? Is it an ancestor from the Jewel Pillar Sacred School? Li Qiye shook his head. An ancestor from the school? I'm afraid not. Even though the school has many physique laws, it can't reach this level of proficiency in so many different aspects. The person knows the Tao techniques of this world too well, not just anyone can accomplish this. Wuxian contemplated again. She lost completely this time against the mortal king. It was just like Chu Yuntian said, the king found the right merit laws to restrain her so that she was at a complete disadvantage and had no way to reverse the tides. There's no need to be dejected. The saint child isn't bad and the person behind him is quite heaven-defying. Li Qiye spoke, however, if you can comprehend the mysteries of your bloodline, defeating him won't be difficult. She softly sighed and replied, perhaps, but even if that day comes, it will be a very long time from now. She was not someone who wallows in despair upon defeat. However, her situation was not optimistic due to her grave injuries. Even if she could return to the Grand Sea, she still needed many years to recover. Comprehending her bloodline would require an even longer period of time. Take this, my medicine can heal your injuries quite quickly. Li Qiye casually threw a small bottle to her. Its tiny size would make others think that he was acting quite stingy. At first, she didn't really care and only opened it unconcernedly. When the bottle was opened, a sweet fragrance capable of making people feel refreshed drifted out. The ointment inside resembled the fat of a dragon with flashing glimmers. Wuxian was shocked by this ointment. Even if she wasn't knowledgeable about medicine, she still knew that this ointment was supreme. What is this medicine? She stared at Li Qiye in amazement. Li Qiye chuckled in response, Heaven Restoration Salve. It can cure your wounds in a short amount of time. Heaven Restoration Salve. She was startled. I have heard of this medicine before. Legend states that it is the best medicine in the 9 worlds, but no one has ever been able to refine it. Having said that, she stared at Li Qiye in disbelief. She didn't have the tiniest inkling of Chu Yuntian's identity. What was even more stunning was that Chu Yuntian casually gave her such a precious medicine. Keep in mind that they didn't know each other. She didn't think that her charm was great enough for someone else to easily hand over the best medicine in the 9 worlds either. She eventually calmed down with great difficulty and took a deep breath before staring at him. Why are you handing me this priceless medicine? She couldn't guess what the man was thinking at all. He was a mystery that couldn't be explored. Because I don't want you to die. Li Qiye leisurely said, an ancient bloodline, old to the point of being untraceable. I really want to see how pure this bloodline can eventually get. You truly know about my bloodline? She stared at him. In fact, even her sleeping dragon Cliff didn't know too much about this bloodline. This was because it had been a very long time since a bloodline as pure as hers had appeared. They were no longer the same Cliff as back then, no longer the legendary dwellers of the sea. At the very least, much more than your Cliff. Li Qiye said with a smile, someone with this bloodline hasn't appeared in your Cliff in a very long time. So all of you have almost forgotten that your ancestors came from the sea. Fellow Taoist is so knowledgeable, this little sister hopes that you can teach me a thing or two about my bloodline. She was not a fool. On the contrary, clever was a suitable word to describe her. He couldn't help but smile. Teach you? Of course I can teach you. The question is, what's in it for me? I can occasionally act as a good person, but not always. If you want to harvest, you must work for it. I need my efforts to be rewarded. This response left her silent. She didn't know anything about this Chu Yuntian, and she couldn't make any promises to someone she knew nothing about. Recuperate well. He glanced at the silent girl and smiled before standing up to go to the sutra room to read more scrolls. She stayed behind in the temple to recover while using the heaven restoration salve. Her injuries healed very quickly. They were quite serious, even her Tao foundation was damaged. Judging from her injuries, even if she fled back to the Sleeping Dragon Cliff and used their incredible ointments, it would take as long as 10 years before she could heal. However, under the medicinal effect of this salve, she was completely cured in just 4 to 5 days. This completely astonished her. This salve was simply too heaven-defying. She couldn't help but murmur its name, Heaven Restoration, if you can restore even the heavens, what can't you do? She had heard of this name from the older generation. However, it was only an item from legends. She knew that it was the best medicine in the 9 worlds. The truth was that even her ancestors didn't know what it was, let alone seeing it with their own eyes. They had only heard of the name. Even the best alchemists couldn't refine the heaven restoration salve. But now, Li Qiye gave the #1 medicine to her so that she could see its true effects. How could she not become frightened? After making a full recovery in just a few short days, she actually didn't leave and remained in the temple. Outside of wanting to know the monster behind the saint child, she also wanted to find out just who this Chu Yuntian was. During this time, Li Qiye stayed in the sutra room. Although there were other heavenly grottos here, they couldn't seal the phenomena that appeared in this library. The room continued to emit a Buddhist radiance. Although the amount was very small due to the seal, each bit was very palpable. Each Buddhist string of light seemed to be made from gold. These golden strings didn't only have a golden shade, they also emitted a metallic sound like falling gold powder. The phenomena exceeded just these lights. Outside of the room, one could hear Buddhist chants as if the territory inside had become a kingdom of Buddha. It gave the illusion that a Buddhist lord was chanting inside. Each word became a supreme Buddhist mantra and law, each phrase became its own world. Within a few days, even these grottos could no longer seal the phenomena inside. Following these images, the first golden lotus grew out from the ground. Several days later, more lotuses bloomed as a golden spring oozed out from the courtyard. This billowing golden spring represented the highest symbol of Buddhism. This scene didn't only frighten Wuxian, even the cold old abbess was startled. The descriptions in the legends about someone capable of spewing out lotuses and making golden springs surge from the ground couldn't be superior to this. Though neither woman could see the scene inside the sutra room, just these oozing golden springs and golden lotuses growing everywhere allowed them to easily imagine what was going on. Perhaps that place had become a Buddhist kingdom with tens of millions of worshippers, millions of battle monks, and 100,000 meditating bodhisattvas. Eventually, the phenomena disappeared. One could hear a squeaking sound as Li Qiye came out from the sutra room. At this time, the current Li Qiye was not too different from before. He became even more ordinary looking, a transformation back to the origin. Despite seeming even more ordinary, when one stood close to Li Qiye, they would inexplicably feel an unspeakable Buddhist affinity. It was as if a supreme Buddhist lord was converting and enlightening you in a natural and mysterious process. People would suddenly feel an impulse to prostrate and convert to the Buddhist order. Wuxian was a genius as well as the sect master of the Sleeping Dragon Cliff. Her Tao heart was extremely strong. However, when she stood close to Li Qiye, her Tao heart suddenly felt a ripple with his image, an image of him looking like a Buddhist lord. What is this black magic? Longxian jumped from shock and stared at him. At this time, Li Qiye was very gentle and calm. The world became tranquil wherever he stood. Even time didn't dare to disturb him. This is the Dharma, a salvation for all existences. Li Qiye smiled. He was clearly not a monk, but his smile gave the illusion that he was a Buddhist lord who loved all living beings. Longxuan's mind quaked. She took a deep breath and channeled her Tao law to repel all distractions and calm these ripples in her mind. Nevertheless, she was still astounded. Li Qiye hadn't used any laws, just his words alone were able to move her heart. This was far too terrifying. Even the boundless Dharma of the legends wouldn't be any more influential than this. Eventually, he put the key back and stood before the Bodhisattva statue. He placed his palms together and bowed his head before leaving. Now, nothing was holding him back. The whole time, the old abbess remained seated in the same place without saying a word. After exiting the temple, Li Qiye turned around and asked, "Why are you following me?" Longxian was right behind him. Moreover, she had changed her appearance and was shrouded in a black attire. Chapter 10:18. Meeting the Middle Continent Princess again. She stood still and looked at him before smiling. "I'm following to take a look at what kind of person you really are." She was no longer concealing her goal. She understood that hiding or lying in front of Li Qiye was a foolish idea. The person behind the mortal king is probably still looking for you. If you are smart, then leave this place and return to your cliff. You are not the mortal king's match and definitely not that person's match. Despite his calm demeanor, he had a transcendent temperament. I also want to see who he is as well. She smiled. Unfortunately, her face was hidden so no one could see her kingdom-toppling smile. Li Qiye only looked at her for a bit. In the end, he didn't say anything and turned around to continue onward. Longxian followed right behind him. Judging from her appearance, she was determined to go wherever he went. Of course, Li Qiye didn't really care. He couldn't feel that there was a person right behind him at all. Meanwhile, she felt something completely different. Each of his steps seemed very slow, but the truth was that they were extremely swift. The even stranger part was that it wasn't Li Qiye moving, but the entire Buddhist funeral plateau. It was as if Li Qiye was the center of the plateau. He stood in place, completely still, while the entire plateau moved for his sake. The even more mystical aspect was that Li Qiye did not emit any Buddhist lights or visual phenomena. However, there was an indescribable feeling while standing behind him, a Buddhist aura, both majestic and gentle. It gave the sudden sensation that it was not Li Qiye walking but a supreme Buddhist lord. The sun was rising from the horizon as Li Qiye slowly trod forward. A golden light from the Grand Tao was pouring out from behind him. These golden rays scattered as if they wanted to save all living beings. This feeling of grandeur made Longxian breathe deeply to compose herself and protect her Tao heart. Otherwise, it would be affected by him despite its resilience. Many were affected by the Buddhist affinity from the plateau. However, for someone at her level, unless they came to challenge the 18 temples, this affinity was negligible. But now, Li Qiye wasn't using any Buddhist arts or chanting sutras, yet he was already greatly affecting her. The Buddhist affinity that emanated from his body had reached an unbelievable magnitude. If he started chanting or using Buddhist laws, she didn't know how long she would be able to hold out for. How could Longxian not be astonished by this? Someone of her level understood the distinction between illusions and reality. However, the scene before her was neither an illusion nor reality, it was an indirect sign, telling her that this Chu Yuntian had a terrifying Buddhist affinity. Or rather, he had obtained a Buddhist heart. Oh! Nevertheless, he still gave off a sublime presence. A bit later, the old monk came back and respectfully gestured with his palms once more while bowing. "Hi Buddha, the master will see you." He then led the way for Li Qiye. Li Qiye followed with Wuxian right behind him. She was quite curious about who Li Qiye wanted to meet. A bit later, the monk led them to an arch entrance. He stood there without entering and gestured for Li Qiye to go inside. The two of them stepped beneath the arch and found that there was a heavenly grotto inside. It was a place of nature, not an old building like one would imagine. A great river ran before them with sparkling water. However, the sparkles here were not from the water, they were from the silver within. The entire river seemed to be full of silver as if it had fallen to the mortal world from its place in the 9 heavens. A woman was meditating on top of the river. The lotus below her was blossoming and emitted colorful rays that illuminated the depths of the river. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the river were countless visual phenomena, as if a supreme treasure was about to open. She appeared to be over 30 and had an elegance that couldn't be described with the brush. Her style was supreme and accentuated her mature charm that would cause hearts to beat faster. Wuxian could be called a great beauty of the current generation, her features were kingdom-toppling. However, she was still lacking compared to the woman ahead. She didn't recognize who the woman was, but if Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojia were here, they would know right away. It was the Middle Continent princess. Outsiders would be astounded to find out about this. The princess was buried in the heavenly corpse burial ground as an earth immortal, yet she was able to make it out alive. Without a doubt, the princess had chosen the correct underworld boat back then and was successful in prolonging her life. As for how many years she was able to gain, this was not known. Li Qiye secretly heaved a gentle sigh while looking at the princess sitting on the lotus with her unchanging appearance. After many years, some things still wouldn't change. Even if they did, they would remain unforgettable. It was a misunderstanding back then as well as an ill-fated turn of events. It began with him, so it should be ended by him. Chapter 1019, Hatred Caused by Love. The princess instantly opened her eyes the moment Li Qiye came over. Her expression quickly changed upon seeing him. Even though she was once renowned across the 9 worlds, her emotions still surged at this time. Crash! The silver river reflected the fluctuations of her emotions. The lotus flower emitting the colorful lights suddenly pulsed black and white as if a storm was approaching. I admit that when I sent letters to you, there was another objective to it. Outside of caring about you, I really wanted to know the location of the Silver River. When Li Qiye disguised himself as Chu Yuntian to infiltrate the Middle Continent Kingdom, he managed to enter the most heavily guarded location of the imperial family. His goal was to find the whereabouts of that item. Due to the limitations of his identity, he couldn't meet the princess face to face and couldn't speak to her. However, the two of them always secretly sent letters to each other. Is that it? The princess responded, this is all that the words in those letters encompassed? You didn't try to seduce an ignorant girl so that she would fall in love with a person named Chu Yuntian, a person that doesn't even exist? All just to make her tell you those secrets? Li Qiye slightly opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but he stopped while lamenting in his mind. As the dark crow back then, he really didn't want to do so. The princess back then was young and lonely, void of the love of her father or friends. Just like that, a young man who showed concern for her entered her life. Because of this inadvertent misunderstanding, the princess eventually fell in love with Chu Yuntian, someone who didn't even exist. Li Qiye slowly said, back then, I was only teaching you how to cultivate through those letters. During their correspondence via letters, Li Qiye became quite close to her. He carefully taught her using those letters since he didn't want her to walk on the same path as her father. Furthermore, it was to leave behind a great spark for the human race because the princess had exceedingly high talents with her 3 saint aptitudes. And so, the princess misunderstood his careful guidance as something else and came to love Chu Yuntian. This made her reveal everything to Li Qiye. Later on, when Li Qiye found out and wished to salvage the situation, the misunderstanding had already become too deep. Teaching. The princess shouted loudly again, yes, yes, the great teacher of immortal emperors guiding me, this is my honor. There is nothing else other than this. Chapter 1020, Secret of the Past. Wuxia watched the princess, who was very agitated at this moment. The lotus flower pulsed uncontrollably, causing the entire silver river to tremble. He took a deep breath and looked her in the eyes to say, back then, I was completely wrong. It is all my fault. I came today to sincerely apologize. The princess sat there in silence with an icy demeanor. Who knew what she was thinking? Ha! Eventually, she sneered, Chu Yuntian, I suppose it doesn't matter if you are called Chu Yuntian, Dark Crow, or even Wuxia. However, I will never believe you, got it? Wuxia stayed silent since he didn't have an answer. This misunderstanding couldn't be resolved with a few words. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lasted for millions of years. Sincerity? The princess laughed. Back then, who was the one who left the dynasty in secrecy? I know now that it was because I simply didn't know where this silver river was hidden. To you, I no longer had any value, so you disappeared without a word, leaving behind a girl painfully waiting. Unfortunately, this dumb girl still thought that the man named Chu Yuntian would eventually return. The princess couldn't laugh sarcastically any longer at this point. Her expression was full of unspoken love and hatred. There's nothing I can do if you think so. Wuxia said, when I left back then, it really was because I couldn't find it. I understood that it was not hidden in your dynasty. Also, it was no longer safe to stay in the dynasty because Tian too had started to sharpen his blades against your dynasty. Yes, our great teacher of immortal emperors has always been correct. No matter the occasion, he would always have very good reasons. The princess mocked sarcastically. Wuxia shook his head, I can only say that you don't know me at all. If I really wanted to disappear, you would never have been able to find me, just like Chu Yuntian. I have always been concerned about your safety. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let someone risk their life to send that message to you so that you would leave the Middle Continent Kingdom. The princess' cold eyes lit up after hearing this. She was especially beautiful as she murmured, that's right, I received a message, to meet at the Plum Blossom Dock. However, having said that, her expression turned cold again as she glared at him, but Chu Yuntian never appeared at the dock. It was just another trick, only a woman named Bu Lianxiang would be dumb enough to believe it. I have no defense against not going. Wuxia said, yes, I was at the Heaven Spirit World at that time. I sent a confidant to message you to meet at Plum Blossom in order to get you far away from the dynasty. The drums of war had sounded by then, a supreme battle was slowly coming. Later on, even if Tian Tu didn't destroy your dynasty, I would have led an army to do so myself. The princess sneered, right, you are the savior, the saint of the 9 worlds, saving all of, that's not important. Wuxia shook his head, regardless of how you see me, my bottom line will never change. I will make the ancient Ming disappear from the 9 worlds and destroy anyone who works together with them. Nothing will be able to bar my path. If you think that I would not destroy the dynasty because of you, then you are completely mistaken. I will not make compromises when it comes to my bottom line. Wuxia freely said while looking at the princess, you can view me as a liar, a mass murderer, or even a savior. You can mock me with disdain, it is all fine. I just want you to know that I can't change my creed for you. The princess didn't say anything in response and only sat there with a cold demeanor. I didn't care about them, the dynasty or the ancient Ming. She became absent-minded and murmured with her head down, I didn't care to find out about the war. With that, she looked up at Wuxia with a chilling smile, but you still lied to me in the end, ha ha ha. There was a message that Chu Yuntian was dead. It was only a message. I didn't see his corpse or any of his belongings. I never even saw his shadow, yet I was so foolish as to search for him for the rest of my life. I wanted to find out where he died, where he was buried, who killed him. I even wanted to avenge him." With that, her eyes became wet, but she maintained her strong tone. "Only a foolish girl would believe in someone who doesn't exist." Because of this scam, she entered the heavenly corpse burial ground to become an earth immortal. She simply wished for the day that she could find Chu Yuntian's remains. A teardrop finally dripped down from the corner of her eyes. "Yes, it was just a plan," Wuxia helplessly said. "Back then, in order to find Chu Yuntian, you chased my generals all over the world. In order to end this needless search, I had to make Chu Yuntian disappear. However, I didn't expect that you would still want to find where he was buried. Chu Yuntian, no, Dark Crow, or should I call you Wuxia now? You have always been a liar." The princess sneered. "If you weren't one, you should have just told me the truth." Wuxia stayed quiet for a long time before looking at her and nodded his head. "Yes, I am a liar. All of the fault lies with me, so I came to resolve this today." "Huh, what now? Even the great teacher doesn't know how to defend himself?" The princess coldly laughed. Wuxia stared at her in a serious manner and calmly said, "There's no need since there is no reason to be defensive. I am here right now." She fiercely stared at him for a long time. "Aren't you always good at twisting the truth? Don't you always scheme and plan? Well, I want to hear your defense. Give me an excuse right now." Wuxia looked at her and paused for a bit. Eventually, he softly sighed and answered, "After your Middle Continent kingdom was destroyed, there was no one else to keep Tian-Tu in check. He wanted to capture me alive since he was aware of my secrets and wanted to take the items in my memories. So, I could only hide behind the scenes. I made my legions disappear from the 9 worlds. I was biding my time to deliver a fatal blow to the ancient Ming. Thus, I had to disappear during that period. The moment I showed myself, Tian-Tu would have come killing and annihilated us." Wuxia sighed again at this point. In fact, this was not just a justification. At that time, the situation really was as he described. He ordered several attacks against immortal Emperor Tian-Tu, but they were all unsuccessful and his generals suffered major losses. The most regrettable part to him was that if the Middle Continent Kingdom stood by his side at the beginning of that generation, or if immortal Emperor Tian-Tu didn't exist in this world, the ancient Ming wouldn't have been powerful enough to rule the 9 worlds and flourish for many generations. "Huh, even our unbeatable great teacher had to hide at times?" she mocked. To which he responded, "I have not always been unbeatable. The ancient Ming was indeed very powerful. Tian-Tu himself was an incredible immortal emperor. In that generation, I had no way of destroying the ancient Ming and killing Tian-Tu's day. I can only say that I wasn't strong enough then. No matter what, as long as I can live on, I will be able to get through tough times. Perseverance will yield victory eventually," Wuxia slowly said. Back when the ancient Ming was at its most powerful state under Tian-Tu, it was not an easy time for the 9 worlds, the human race, and even him who would eventually become the teacher of immortal emperors. The enemy was simply too strong. The princess thought quietly about that time. She was someone who had lived through that era and knew of its darkness, that it wasn't an easy period. It must have been very hard. Just thinking about the 9 worlds under the ancient Ming's rule and the incomparable immortal Emperor Tian-Tu, the princess suddenly became absent-minded and actually blurted out such gentle words. Looking back over the years, Wuxia softly sighed, "It was bearable. I let my legions hide in the most dangerous locations. There had been tougher times before Tian-Tu, so we were used to it, it didn't matter too much." Eventually, the princess looked up and exclaimed, "Anyway, no matter what kind of excuses you have, this doesn't change the fact that you are still a liar. I know that I am a liar in your mind." Wuxia nodded solemnly. "Since I was in the wrong, I wanted to resolve this issue. He continued on while looking into her eyes. I have obtained my true body in this generation and I want to fight to the very end, so I must finish my unresolved business. Why did I come to the heavenly corpse burial ground to find you? Was it just for the yin-yang immortal mirror? The truth is that I could have traded other people for imperial weapons at that place. I looked for you specifically since I wanted you to know the truth. He stared deeply into her eyes. Chapter 1021, Love or Hate, Really? She coldly stared at him. Judging by her expression, she didn't seem to believe him. Believe me. Wuxia calmly said, I have to end everything before the Great War. I went to the corpse burial ground to find you to let you know about the matters of Chu Yuntian back then. I knew that you would have the drive to leave the burial ground alive after finding out the truth. Humph. The princess scowled and coldly responded, It sounds like everything is as you have planned. But you still came to the ferry. Wuxia looked at her. After finding out about Chu Yuntian, you tried your best to leave the burial ground. I want to conclude our matters in this generation, so at the underworld river, I left one boat for you. Aren't you alive and well right now after leaving? She only stared at him quietly, as if she was not yet appeased by his words. Or perhaps, Wuxia hadn't convinced her just yet. Are you sure you didn't come here for this silver river? The princess spoke coldly while staring at him. If you still think so, then all I can say is sorry, you don't get me at all. In your eyes, I am only a stranger, a contemptible liar. He dully said, If you think everything was just a plan of mine to obtain the silver river, then so be it. The mistake was mine back then, I'll pay you back. He lost interest and turned around to leave. Stop right there. The princess shouted after seeing him wanting to leave. However, Wuxia ignored her and continued on. Chu Yuntian. Stop, you can't forget everything that you said in those letters. She shouted loudly, What did you promise me? Don't tell me you have forgotten. You said that you would protect me forever, where is this promise now? Wuxia stopped and turned back to slowly look at her before speaking dismissively, I did promise that, but it is difficult to find someone who can match you now. You don't need my protection any longer. The princess coldly responded, It's not over between us. Don't think that just because you picked the underworld boat for me, our matter is resolved. Wuxia calmly replied after a short pause, I know that I lied to you and made you waste your whole life. All of this started because of me, you put it so lightly. The princess replied, Do you know what I have been through? In order to find out the truth, I traveled all around the 9 worlds in the shadow of the ancient Ming and opposed them and everyone else. I only wanted an answer, the resting place of Chu Yuntian. For this, I didn't care about antagonizing anyone, I know. Wuxia flatly said, So, I kept my promise. Without people secretly helping you, do you think you could have gotten away unscathed from immortal Emperor Tian too? It was you? The princess' eyes narrowed while staring at Wuxia. It doesn't matter who it was. I just wanted to say that I kept my promise. Wuxia calmly spoke, If you still think that this was all part of my plan to obtain this silver river, then all I can say is that I'm very disappointed. He looked straight at her and said, Yes, I am a liar who tricked you. However, if you say that I created a plan that required hurting you in order to obtain this silver river, then your words truly are insulting my intelligence. Humph, you have always been a liar. The princess scowled, but at this time, her act was much weaker than before. It was not as cold and aggressive as earlier. Without a doubt, she felt that she couldn't posture much longer due to a lack of logic. Yes, I am just a liar in your mind. Wuxia heaved a sigh and didn't want to say anything else. The princess took a deep breath. She looked up and stared at him with a cold expression once more. How did you find this place? It wasn't hard for me. Wuxia flatly revealed, after your Middle Continent kingdom was destroyed, the old elders escaped and converted to Buddhism. I knew that your ancestors already had a path of escape. Your progenitors simply didn't bring this silver river into the dynasty and instead left it here from the beginning. Li Qie looked at the princess, cold eyes straight on. If I truly wanted this river, I wouldn't have needed to wait till today. Back during the ancient Ming era, this item was indeed a very good card, but even without it, I could still destroy the ancient Ming. And I'm always true to my words. This time, the princess didn't want to meet his gaze. With her still icy demeanor, she casted her eyes downward without saying anything. Li Qie eventually took out the yin-yang immortal mirror and placed it on the ground. I am excited for you being able to prolong your life and come into being. Since you have made it this far, this treasure should return to its owner. The princess coldly said, You think it will end just like this? This is your repayment? Li Qie gently shook his head. No, this is only to show my sincerity. Just say the word and I'll make it up to you. What will you do to compensate? The princess asked with an icy glare. He turned silent for a moment. He knew very well that the princess didn't want any treasures. In the end, she chillingly spoke, It's not over between us. He looked at her emotionless demeanor and nodded, Very well, if you want to get even, I won't hide. I trust that you will be able to leave this place very soon. I'll be waiting at the Buddhist funeral plateau for you. Humph. The princess only scowled. Who knows if she was feeling hatred or something else. Eventually, he turned and walked away. He didn't get too far before he turned around and looked at her with an austere expression. My name is Li Qie, not Chu Yuntian. Of course, if you want to find Chu Yuntian to get even, then Chu Yuntian will still be waiting for you. With that, he finally left. The princess watched his departing shadow and was quiet for a long time. A while later, she beckoned and the mirror fell into her hand. She sighed at Li Qie's departure and murmured quietly, Fate. After leaving the temple, Wuxian stuck to Li Qie again as if she was his tail. He couldn't help but leer at her, You are still the tyrant of an entire region, why are you following behind my butt? At this point, Wuxian was quite calm, as if she had copied Li Qie's demeanor. The great path is long with all kinds of people walking on different sides. Why are you saying that I am following you? Li Qie looked at her with one eye and threatened, Girl, do you think I won't throw you into a terrifying evil den that even you would never be able to come out from? Do it, throw me in then. Wuxian shrewdly postured with both hands on her thin waist while arching her towering fair breasts. Li Qie saw this and was too lazy to retort. He turned around and kept on going. Wuxian hastily gave chase and walked with him shoulder to shoulder. What's wrong? Not having a good day? Who was that woman earlier? Your Dao companion or girlfriend? You guys had a fight? The gossipy soul of the Dragon Cliff sect master was burning right now. She was as inquisitive as a little kid, asking questions all the time. Li Qie ignored her and continued on while she didn't give up and followed him step by step. Okay, we won't talk about that, how about we change the subject? Wuxian said, Tell me a little bit about you. What sect are you from? How come I've never heard of the name Chu Yuntian before? Li Qie gave her a look and said, Girl, what do you want to know? She tilted her head. Her appearance was actually kind of cute, no longer resembling an untouchable genius or a high-powered tyrant of a region. She smiled, I want to know your background. If it wasn't for her face being hidden, one could definitely see her beautiful flower-like smile. Not telling. Li Qie dismissively replied and went on his way. Her mood was particularly good. She copied his demeanor and leisurely said, Then how about we talk about the dwellers from the deep? You want to know about your mystical bloodline then? Li Qie looked at her again with an unfriendly demeanor. That's right. She didn't hide it at all, just like you said, our cliff knows very little about the ancient bloodline, so please enlighten me. That's not out of the question. Li Qiye relaxingly spoke, but what can you give me? What do you want? She was not long-winded and went straight to the point. Li Qiye looked at her and answered, to tell the truth, your cliff doesn't have that many items that can tempt me, despite being an ancient lineage that consisted of ancient sea dwellers. Your ancestors did bring along a few good things, but it's a shame that almost all of them are lost. What little is left of your resources might be tradable, but I'm not necessarily interested in them. Chapter 1022, by Jianjun Yu. She couldn't help but grumpily stare at him. The Sleeping Dragon Cliff was an ancient and great sect in the northern Grand Sea with immense resources and power. However, Li Qiye made it sound as if it wasn't worth a single coin. However, Li Qiye revealed a rare grin while looking at her to leisurely say, if you become my bed warmer, I can think about teaching you a little bit. Less daydreaming. She glared at him and spoke with great dissatisfaction. Li Qiye shrugged, this is you giving up on a God-sent opportunity. He walked faster after saying so. Longxian had no intention of giving up. She hastily followed and asked, where are we going to now? Li Qiye didn't answer and continued on. She didn't mind and kept right on his tail while wearing a confident expression, as if she was getting what she wanted. Eventually, Li Qiye came before a huge temple and stopped to look at it. There were many worshippers in front of the temple. Some prostrated on the ground, others were converting to Buddhism, and a few were kneeling and kowtowing 9 times to pay their respects. A group inside were offering incense. The more pious ones kneeled for a very long time with the intent of seeing a high monk. There was no lack of cultivators among them. In general, cultivators did not worship Buddhism, but things were different at the plateau. The weaker cultivators would be affected by the area and turn silly after staying here for a long time. They were affected by the Buddhist affinity in the air and would slowly give up everything to convert to Buddhism. In this place, their best choice for conversion was the Nalanda Temple or the 4 Grand Void Tribulations, the 18 temples under Nalanda. A little bird told the crowd, it is not the opening of a Buddhist kingdom, it is someone ascending, a great holy monk. As long as he ascends, the Buddhist kingdom will naturally open. For many cultivators, even untouchable virtuous paragons, to be able to watch an ascension with their own eyes is a great fortune. There are many other benefits entailed in watching this event as well. Ascension, many cultivators who wanted to convert to Buddhism felt their hearts beat faster. One of them spoke, rumor has it that when a holy monk is ascending, they will cast everything away. At that time, someone who obtains the teachings and legacy of the holy monk would definitely be able to attain enlightenment in Buddhism. Many speculations spread across the plateau. The ascension made even more cultivators pour into this area because they all wanted the legendary legacy. The majority of the younger generation came to the plateau in these several days. The most brilliant among them were the Jewel Pillar Mortal King with the moniker of War Fanatic, Deity Jikong Wudi, and Zhanshi from the Western Wasteland. The Mortal King had the greatest limelight with an unstoppable momentum at this moment. He had once again defeated Longxian, making him even more famous. Some even said that he was already above Jikong Wudi or at least on the same level as him. In fact, more and more people came to the plateau in droves besides this group. Among them were other brilliant geniuses. Bai Jianjun was one of them. She came without great fanfare or a domineering pomp. It was just her and the sword in her embrace. Her sword energy didn't soar and her demeanor wasn't cold and murderous. She had changed quite a lot compared to the past. She had returned to the origin. Just like her name, she walked calmly and naturally as someone who was one with the world and myriad laws. Bai Jianjun is here. Someone exclaimed after seeing her enter the plateau. It brought about quite a stir. The greatest contemporary sword user. Even a virtuous paragon from the previous generation had to concede this point. Someone speculated after seeing her, why is she here? I think even the holy monk's legacy shouldn't be enough for her to come here from the western wasteland. Maybe it is because of Zhan Shi. A cultivator from the western region added, her feud with Zhan Shi is not over. She lost to him last time, so maybe she wants to challenge him again. That could be true. Another spoke, they fought twice. Zhan Shi lost the first time and won the second. But now, her Tao of the sword is invincible, so she will definitely challenge him again. If that is the case, then she will probably win. A big shot murmured, her Tao of the sword has reached grand completion and can be described as invincible. Even the mortal king doesn't dare to challenge her. Humph, who says the war god doesn't dare to challenge Bai Jianzhen? His words made the mortal king's supporters quite unhappy. Chapter 1023, Bing Wuxia. The king currently had many followers and admirers. Some even said that his entourage was even bigger than Jikong Wudi's. The reason was very simple, the difference between the two. Jikong Wudi was a supreme genius who came from the Space Trample Mountain. Because of his triple saint aptitudes, he was destined for greatness. It gave him the ultimate advantage. In the eyes of many, he was the descendant of an immortal emperor, born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He was not in the same world as ordinary cultivators. The mortal king was different since he came from the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Though the school was a great power, it was far lesser than an imperial lineage. The king's talents during his younger years were much weaker than Jikong Wudi's as well. With an ordinary background and ordinary talents, the king won some and lost some to eventually become famous across the world. Now, he was on the same level as the unmatched group of Jikong Wudi, Mei Suyao, and Heavenly Emperor Lin. In the eyes of many people, the king came from humble beginnings and was very similar to them. Perhaps one day, through sheer effort, they would be able to reach his level and fame as well. This was the reason why he had so much support from the community. In their minds, the mortal king was the war god who would definitely become an immortal emperor in the future. So now, when someone claimed that he didn't dare to challenge Bai Jianzhen, this naturally made his supporters unhappy and made them immediately defend him. Not everyone found the mortal king pleasant. Moreover, Bai Jianzhen was very brilliant at this moment as the #1 sword user. To top it off, she was quite pretty as well. All of this resulted in her having a lot of fans. Humph, war god? That's only a self-proclaimed title. It is fine if you call him war fanatic though. A Bai Jianzhen fan immediately sneered, the mortal king might have a fine battle record, but it was built upon many defeats. If he had died in any of those battles, he wouldn't have the same accomplishments today. The only reason he is still alive is due to his backing. And? A mortal king supporter fired back, Bai Jianzhen might be strong, but she is still much weaker compared to the war god. Their record is 2-1 in favor of the war god right now. This shows the war god's superiority. The mortal king had fought Bai Jianzhen 3 times. He was the challenger for the first 2 bouts and had won both. Bai Jianzhen's admirer smiled sarcastically, really now? Yes, sword goddess Bai lost twice before, but don't forget that on the 3rd duel, her Tao of the sword reached the limit and crushed your war god until he had to muster all of his strength just to escape like a baby sucking on his mother's breasts. He was being chased so hard that he almost had to hang himself and commit suicide out of fear. If someone didn't come to save him, would your so-called war god still be alive? He would have become a pile of bones, just another soul dying under sword goddess Bai's sword. This made the king's admirer turn ugly. After losing twice to the mortal king, Bai Jianzhen challenged him later on with all of her might. Under her rage, she was able to exert the limit of the sword Tao. It was simply a display from a berserk god. Even the experienced mortal king couldn't match her. That duel was the most miserable defeat the mortal king had suffered. He was covered in injuries after being completely defeated by Bai Jianzhen. He ran for countless miles while she chased right behind and trapped him into a corner. Eventually, someone succeeded in secretly rescuing the king. No one dared to underestimate Bai Jianzhen after this battle. They even called her the #1 sword user. Someone saw her carrying her sword and speculated, I wonder if sword goddess Bai will challenge Zhanshi at the plateau this time. Zhanshi, a peerless genius, came from the rampaging divine mountain of the western desolate wasteland. Bai Jianzhen, on the other hand, came from the sword god sacred ground in the same region. As the saying goes, a mountain does not have room for two tigers. Zhanshi had challenged Bai Jianzhen before. He lost the first time and won the second. However, Bai Jianzhen's Tao of the sword was now untouchable. Her supreme sword Tao was a source of dread for just about anyone. Thus, many people guessed that she would challenge Zhanshi to wash away the shame of her past defeat. A big shot from the last generation stated, Zhanshi is going to the Four Buddhas temple. I heard he wants to challenge the Buddhist law over there and use his Tao foundation to withstand its power of conversion. So strong, to dare to challenge the Buddhist law in that temple. I'm afraid even Jikong Wudi wouldn't dare to do so. Such news startled many people. Zhanshi is different, he is on a different path than Jikong Wudi. Another big shot from the western region who knew about Zhanshi spoke. He analyzed the situation. Zhanshi is following the footsteps of immortal Emperor Buzhan. One step, one battle, he's taking his time with each step while building a solid Tao foundation and sturdy Tao heart. He is not aspiring to be strongest in the same generation but rather to be the last man standing, slowly becoming unbeatable with each battle. Among the current youths, Zhanshi is perhaps the one with the lowest cultivation. However, with respect to perseverance in a bloody battle, Zhanshi will be the ultimate victor. Zhanshi's endurance, Bai Jianzhen's Tao of the sword, Jikong Wudi's supreme nature, the jewel pillar Mortal King's love for war, and Heavenly Emperor Lin's astonishing talents, a talented youth with a high status helplessly spoke, to be in the same generation as them is truly a tragedy. This is a time where devilish talents could be found everywhere, regular geniuses are as numerous as dogs and simply not worth mentioning. Don't forget about the Icy Feather Palace Master. A cultivator from the 100 cities interjected. Bing Wuxia is coming too. Someone else was surprised, she's someone who isn't afraid of messing with anyone. Right, the Eastern cultivator arched his chin and said, look over there, that's her coming. Hearing that, many people turned around. They saw a divine chariot slowly approaching. There was a pretty young man sitting on it. No, it was a supreme woman cross-dressing as a man. Who else could it be besides Bing Wuxia? She was surrounded by beauties at the moment. One in her embrace and a few more charming ones sitting next to her. Witnessing Bing Wuxia being adored by so many beauties on her chariot left some people envious and others speechless. She had become the palace master of Icy Feather, but she was still unbridled. It was well known that she liked the fairer sex, it wasn't a secret at all. Palace Master Bing, long time no see. When Bing Wuxia arrived, a transcendently pure aura emerged as well, heralding the emergence of a cool and elegant character. He seemed to be from a different world. His most notable characteristic was the intelligent air surrounding him, making him appear to be a scholar more than a cultivator. Someone recognized him and exclaimed, Heavenly Emperor Lin is here too. The person accompanied by this pure energy was the most famous genius in the southern region, referred to as the #1 of the barren earth, Heavenly Emperor Lin. So you are that Lin guy. Bing Wuxia only gave him a quick glance, her focus still on the beauties next to her. She leisurely spoke, you already had a good name, yet you still claim to be a heavenly emperor. That's not a good omen. Bing Wuxia's arrogance was famous. She acted like this no matter who she was speaking to. Palace Master Bing is messing with me. Heavenly Emperor Lin did not become angry. He gallantly laughed in response, this is only a title given to me by others, a title that can't reach the apex. So? Do you want to fight? I heard the Buddhist funeral plateau has been very lively recently. I don't mind adding to the fun. The untethered woman was full of arrogance. They're about to fight? A spectator became excited after hearing this and murmured, "The fourth fight, I wonder who will win. I bet my money on the palace master." Someone immediately placed their bet. Another followed suit, "My money is on Lin Tiandi. He recently came to the God War Mountain and had a huge harvest which puts him at a great advantage." Prior to this, the two had fought 3 times. The first was a draw. The second was Bing Yuxia's defeat while Heavenly Emperor Lin lost the third. This could be said to be a meeting between 2 rivals. Another battle would definitely cause the crowd to heat up with excitement. Geniuses are everywhere right now. My insignificant Tao can't reach the apex or enter your sight. The Heavenly Emperor didn't become angry. He gently shook his head and said, "Among the younger generation, I'm afraid Li Qie is the number one. There's no need to show off my weak cultivation." Li Qie. Everyone glanced at each other in astonishment after hearing the emperor praising Li Qie this much. I knew that this jerk would come back to shock the world. Bing Yuxia smiled after hearing this all too familiar name. Despite dressing like a guy, her smile was still incredibly enchanting and caused many hearts to beat faster. "Good, you still have some good insight." She looked at the emperor to say, "That Li guy is even more powerful than your imagination. To be praised like this by you, he must definitely be unfathomable." The emperor nodded and said, "I have some business to attend to, so I must set off first. See you later." With that, he flew away with his boundless pure energy. No matter what, Heavenly Emperor Lin's charm was truly unmatched. He didn't have the domineering style of other geniuses. His temperament was unique and made him appear out of the ordinary. Chapter 1024. Spirit Mountain. Li Qie traveled across the plateau and entered numerous temples to debate against the high monks. Despite the countless temples located here, he couldn't find a match. No matter how great the monks were, they would be stumped the moment he spoke 1 or 2 Buddhist sentences or revealed a mantra. His visits to the temples had gained him many followers. Wherever he went, a large group of followers consisting of both cultivators and mortals would be right behind him. When he walked around, spectators from the distance saw this and couldn't help but point at him. Which high monk is that? To have so many followers, so young yet they have such high attainments in Buddhism. This is truly incredible. Maybe he can join Nalanda. An expert commented with a tinge of emotion. After being uncontested through all the temples, Li Qie's Buddhist affinity was at the highest level. At this time, although he didn't have any holy radiance and spouted no mantras, each of his actions affected the rhythm of the entire plateau. Just like he said before, he was Buddha. "We'll go to Spirit Mountain." Eventually, he told Wu Longxian, who was following right behind him. She was still shrouded in black so no one could see her true appearance. She couldn't help but look back at the followers and ask, "What about them? They're coming as well?" She had witnessed the power of Buddhism in these last couple of days. Once they were converted, they would act completely different, as if they were lost in a dream. Just looking at the followers behind her made it apparent. They didn't know who Chu Yuntian was, but after listening to his scripture debates and Dharmic preachings, they immediately joined him and became his devout worshippers. They had different expressions, some were peaceful, some were dazed, and some were unchanged. There was one similarity despite the variety of expressions, a fanatic level of certainty. At this time, Li Qie placed his palms together vertically and shouted, "The Dharma is boundless, repentance is salvation." No matter the time and place, its Buddhist light was eternal and burned bright even during the darkest era. The temples built on its adjacent hills were sacred and majestic. There were holy monks chanting above while being protected by heavenly dragons. Arhats and bodhisattvas were performing sermons. The entire mountain seemed to be a celestial kingdom, away from the mundane world and the maddening crowd. Anyone would have the urge to prostrate while standing at the base of this mountain. They would want to bow every 3 steps or to forever prostrate before its grandeur. Because of this, there were countless followers kneeling right outside. There were mortals, cultivators, and even rulers. Even famous virtuous paragons could be found here. In this place, whether one was a mortal or a paragon was no longer important. All sentient beings were equal before Buddha. Outside of Nalanda, there were also 18 temples referred to as the 4 Grand Void Tribulations. They were different from the other temples at the plateau, they belonged to Nalanda. In this vast plateau, only these 18 were recognized by Nalanda. The 4 Grand Void Tribulations were the 4 Buddha's temple, the 3 Grand Temples, the 6 Tribulation Temples, and the 8 Void Temples. The 4 Buddha's temple had the highest status outside of Nalanda and was the most mysterious and powerful. The 3 Grand Temples were directly below the 4 Buddha's temple. They were divided into the Grand Heaven Temple, the Grand Earth Temple, and the Grand Mortal Temple. These 3 were almost on the same level as Nalanda and 4 Buddhas. The 6 Tribulation Temples were a level below them. They consisted of the Deity Tribulation Temple, the Saint Tribulation Temple, the Sage Tribulation Temple, the Mortal Tribulation Temple. The 8 Void Temples were next. They were made up of the Zen Void Temple, the Comprehension Void Temple, the Capability Void Temple, the Heart Void Temple. These 18 temples right below Nalanda were full of golden lights. Inside were Buddhist hymns and phenomena of great Buddhist existences. Before one knew it, they would find themselves in a kingdom of Buddhism. As for the eminent Nalanda temple, it was built at the peak of Spirit Mountain. It was also dazzling with radiance. However, its gates were closed so no one could see inside. Chapter 1025, 18 Temples of Spirit Mountain. Until now, when people said that the Buddhist gates were opened at the plateau, they were not talking about Nalanda but only the 18 temples. Nalanda rarely opened its gates. Legend states that Nalanda would only open its gates a few times each era and sometimes not at all. There were too many tales about this temple. Some even said that top god kings still were not eligible to enter. On the contrary, the gates to the 4 Grand Void Tribulations were usually open. Of course, there were generations when they were closed as well. For example, the difficult Tao era was one of them. Nalanda Temple. Wuxia couldn't help but smile while standing outside of Spirit Mountain, looking to the far hills. Below the mountain was countless kneeling believers and experts watching on the sidelines with excitement. They gazed towards the temples on top of the mountain. Some even lost their patience and climbed the mountain in order to enter the Buddhist gates. Even though the gates of the 4 Grand Tribulations are usually open, but getting through them is easier said than done. The gates of the 8 Void Temples are hard enough already, let alone the 6 Tribulation Temples and 3 Grand Temples. Someone emotionally commented. Anyone could try climbing the mountain, but not many really wanted to because the effect up there was too fearsome. Once one's Tao heart started to shake, they would quickly be drowned in a Buddhist sea. Of course, some willingly accepted this challenge. They even went straight to the door by entering the Buddhist gate to challenge the Dharma of the 18 temples. A cultivator said with feeling, "Zhanshe is still so amazing. He is battling it out step by step starting from the 8 Void Temples all the way to the 4 Buddha's temple. Right now, he is inside there. I wonder if he can handle the chanting from the Arhats and Bodhisattvas in there or not. His Tao heart is strong for sure. Maybe no one among the younger generation can match him, not even the Jewel Pillar Mortal Kings group." A virtuous paragon added. "Zhanshe is great, but Jikong Wudi is incredible as well. He went to the Grand Heaven Temple in order to sculpt. Once he is able to sculpt a bodhisattva's position, it will be quite scary." Right, Jikong Wudi is scary enough now with his 3 saints' aptitude. If he gains the enlightenment of a bodhisattva as well, then he would be invincible among the youths. Anyone would have to walk around him. A famous youth spoke dejectedly. In the current generation, too many people had lost to Jikong Wudi. Due to the sheer number of them, these losers were not worth remembering outside of people like the mortal king. The enlightened fruit of a bodhisattva. Many people felt envious after hearing this. Many people with unstable Tao hearts would immediately give in to this feeling and kneel down to convert to Buddhism. It was needless to talk about the mortals. Upon entering, they would be uncontrollably excited with tears rolling down their cheeks. In their eyes, they had finally found the Buddhist kingdom. The gates to the 18 temples were always open regardless of day or night. Only Nalanda was closed. However, being able to enter or not depended on one's creations and fortunes. The Buddhist Lord once stated that all living beings were equal. This was also the case when one was before these gates. However, whether this equality truly existed or not was something only the Buddhist Lord knew. There were two methods of entrance, both were quite difficult. The first required one to have a strong enough Tao heart. The second required one to have a high enough Buddhist affinity. As long as they had one of these two, they would be able to enter. Otherwise, no matter how powerful or talented they may be, the Buddhist gate was not meant for them. The smiling Li Qie aimed for the Zen Void Temple with Wuxian as his companion. One could pick any of the three tests if they were able to enter the gates. The same was true for any of the temples as long as they have the ability. Of course, one could also challenge all 18, but this was very unlikely since few were up to the task. Outside of the Zen Void Temple was a vast Buddhist gate. A Buddhist light soared to the sky and instilled a sense of awe and reverence, causing people to prostrate on the ground. Li Qie chuckled and didn't linger at all. He took one step at a time to enter the Buddhist gate. At the moment of his entry, an endless Buddhist light rose. Countless phenomena rushed to the sky. There were images of brothers kneeling and sacred monks bowing as well as arhats and bodhisattvas. This scene frightened everyone regardless of whether they were on the mountain or at the base. All had to take deep breaths to compose themselves. The crowd was aghast and someone murmured, "Is this an arhat or bodhisattva coming to our world? Or is it the Buddhist Lord himself?" As for the worshippers prostrating below, they kowtowed even more and shouted, "Buddha is here." Wuxian followed right behind him. The moment she stepped into the gate, a dragon began to roar continuously with water vapor filling the sky. She also easily entered. Who are those two? The spectators outside the mountain were astonished. Wuxian was one thing, but Li Qie's visual phenomena were simply too shocking. Maybe they aren't cultivators. Perhaps it is a sacred monk of the order, still practicing with his hair long. A person murmured as they watched Li Qie disappearing into the Buddhist light and infinite aura. Someone curiously asked, "Since when did the mortal emperor world have such an unfathomable sacred monk?" Someone from the previous generation gently shook his head in response, "Cultivators like us worry about realms and levels, who would pay attention to people in the Buddhist faith? Outside of the plateau itself, there are not many Buddhists around. It isn't strange that none of us knows who he is." People found that this elder made sense. In fact, Taoists only cared about strength. No one would worry about the depths of one's dharmic comprehension. In the minds of many cultivators, Buddhist laws were useless. At best, they were only able to influence and convert people. Chapter 1026, Zen Void Temple. After passing the Buddhist gate, Li Qie saw green bricks and white tiles on both sides of the temple. It was full of swaying trees with leaves gently fluttering down. This place was peaceful and quiet, separated from the chaotic mundane realm. A quiet rustling sound came about with a certain rhythm to it. Wuxian noticed that there was a monk taking his time to sweep away the fallen leaves. This monk was around 20 years old and had a handsome face. It was apparent that before becoming a monk, he was definitely a lady killer. Hai Quitian, she was surprised to see this man and murmured, he actually became a Buddhist. Of course she recognized this man in front of her. He was once a brilliant genius of the Northern Sea from the same generation as her. He was definitely incredible, but he disappeared later on. This is only training. He has yet to cross over completely. The 18 temples requirement for crossing over is very high. He needs many years of training before he can succeed. Only then would he be considered a real monk, a disciple of Nalanda. Li Qiya explained. Wuxian watched the man sweep away the leaves with great shock. She wanted to call out to him because the two of them had met several times before. They could even be considered friends. The man lifted his head and saw Wuxian and Li Qiya. He only greeted them with a Buddhist gesture before continuing his duty. After seeing his expression, she knew that he still recognized her. However, he had severed all mundane ties, so even if they were friends in the past, they were only strangers now. The two continued on. She finally noticed monks meditating on the left and right sides of the pagodas. These meditating monks were completely different from Hai Quitian. They emitted Buddhist lights while hymns emanating from their bodies. It seemed that their flesh had become that of Buddha. Those with weaker Tao hearts would instantly prostrate on the ground before their presence. They are different. She commented after seeing them. They could be called high monks with powerful dharma. However, this level of dharma is still only the beginning, it can't reach the apex. Why do you say that? She asked curiously. Li Qiya chuckled and answered, look carefully, you will find something interesting about them. It's just that your intuition is telling you differently, just look again. She took a closer look and was astounded. She had to take a step back from disbelief while looking back at Li Qiya to ask, are they dead or alive? He smiled, this depends on your definition of what is dead and what is alive. The shocked Wuxian exclaimed, their blood energy has already withered. With their depleted lifespan and life force, how can they still be living? These meditating monks were brimming with a Buddhist radiance and sacred air. However, they had no blood energy, no life. Even though some ancestors had dried up blood energies and depleted lifespans, there was still some life force inside them. At the very least, they could still struggle to live for a while longer. However, these monks had absolutely no life force. In other words, they were dead. Their appearance with their bright holy lights belied their true state. How can one become a Buddha without giving up on their bag of skin? Li Qiya said dismissively. Then all the monks under Nalanda are moving corpses? They are all existences without life? She shuddered at this thought. Although she knew quite a bit about Spirit Mountain, knowing and seeing were two different things. Li Qiya leisurely said, why do people come to the Buddhist funeral plateau and Spirit Mountain? Mortals look for a home, but why do cultivators convert themselves as well? Especially those invincible god kings, they give up everything to join this Spirit Mountain, even starting as a nameless monk. All of this for what? Eternal life, right? She murmured. She had heard people discuss this topic before. Yes, eternal life. Li Qiya flatly said, giving up the physical body to enter the Buddhist faith, this is eternal life. From the very start, the majority of both god kings and emperor candidates would come for eternal life and train in this Buddhist area. Eventually, they were converted and let go of their mundane ways and their fleshly bodies to become real high monks and achieve everlastingness. Eternal life exists in this world? She spoke with great uncertainty. Eternal life was a profound and heavy subject. For millions of years, many peerless existences had researched this topic, but no one had heard of a successful attempt. This depends on what you want out of eternal life. If, say, you want to keep your blood and flesh, love and emotions, to walk in this world like the rest, this type of eternal life might not be possible. Li Qie looked at the horizon and spoke, at the very least, not right now. She looked at the monk sitting next to the pagoda and slowly asked, then are the high monks in Spirit Mountain eternal? In a sense, yes. He nodded. There is a huge price to pay for eternal life. Letting go of the body and severing mundane ties. From then on, one will drown in the Buddhist sea, no grievances, no hatred, no love. There is nothing except the Dharma. Having said that, he looked at her and added, moreover, everything will turn into smoke the moment they leave the Buddhist funeral plateau. Only by staying at this place would they stay eternal. Turning into another person, in other words, this is becoming a puppet. She couldn't help but comment. These words sounded disrespectful, but they were the truth. These are the enlightened high monks. Li Qie smiled and didn't deny her statement. All along, eternal life has come at a hefty price. When one's lifespan is used up, the rest of the world will no longer matter to them. So what if they have to let everything go? They can continue to live. After all, death claims it all anyways. Longxian contemplated for a moment. Even a god king at the end of his lifespan would have to face the horror of death. He would die and his Tao would vanish. Just like Li Qie said, everything became nothing upon death. Thus, before that very last moment, why not give everything that was already gone so that one could live on? At this time, Li Qie walked outside of the Hall of Great Strength. A high monk shrouded in Buddhist light came out to greet him. His robe seemed to be gilded, making him seem to be transcending into a Buddha. At this level, the physical flesh was no longer worth mentioning. May I ask where you are from, sacred monk? The high monk quickly placed his palms together after seeing Li Qie. His Buddhist chant came afterward with a resonating rhythm, giving others the sensation that Buddha was inside everyone. Where I am is where Buddha resides, regardless of time and space. Li Qie smiled faintly and said, I am here to debate the Minor Trinal Surangama Sutra with Kong Hui. The high monk placed his palms together and asked, what is your desire? The monk knew that sacred monk Kong Hui was the person who understood the Minor Trinal Surangama Sutra the best in their temple. He was unmatched in this regard. Buddha teaches, myriad laws are void while all living things exist. Li Qie smiled and answered, my desire is my will, there is no need for more. Amitabha, you have reached the true meaning of the Dharma, please come in. The monk bowed again and led Li Qie into the Hall of Great Strength. Longxian didn't go in because she knew Li Qie's power from his debates. Right now, when he was about to go against the sacred monk of the Zen Void Temple, his power might be even more terrifying. Thus, she didn't want to listen due to its great effect on her. However, she was quite puzzled. Everyone knew that people came to partake in the 3 trials on Spirit Mountain because they had desires. Otherwise, who would want to come and risk being converted? However, Chu Yuntian had no desire and only wanted to debate against Kong Hui. Did this mean that this Chu Yuntian was truly obsessed with Buddhism? After Li Qie entered the Zen Void Temple, many people watched them from outside. They wanted to see just how strong this nameless person's Dharma was. Dum, at this time, the bell in the temple rang. Scripture debate. After hearing the bell, everyone knew what Li Qie wanted to do after entering. Someone murmured, to begin so high, he must truly be a high monk. Debating against the sacred monks in the Zen Void Temple, just what kind of powerful resolution is needed for this? Even though the 18 temples welcomed everyone in the world to come and debate with the victor obtaining what they wanted, very few people were willing to do so in the last millions of years. This was because it was the same as teaching a fish to swim. Which cultivator could out-debate the sacred monks in these temples? A buzzing sound came right after the bells. A Buddhist light covered the sky afterward. From the light emerged 3 giant Buddhas accompanied by Buddhist recitals as if they wanted to save all living beings. After hearing the faint chants, many cultivators on the mountain shuddered. They knew a mighty sacred monk had taken action, so they quickly exited the mountain. For the followers below, they hastily prostrated and bowed their heads while accepting the baptism of the chants. No one could see the debate within the temple. Even those who could get inside wouldn't risk the danger. The debate between two sacred monks would easily subdue and convert them into their followers. Chapter 1027, Buddhist Debate. The sacred monks are starting. Even though no one could see the actual debate, they immediately understood what was going on after seeing the three giant Buddhas appear above the Zen Void Temple. Minor Trinal Surangama Sutra. An expert versed in the Dharma looked at the three Buddhas above the temple and instantly knew which scripture they were debating. He murmured, "Rumor has it that the monk most versed on this sutra at the Zen Void Temple is sacred monk Kong Hui. Some even say that he is only one step away from ascending. If he can ascend to the Buddhist kingdom, then he can obtain true eternal life. I know sacred monk Kong Hui." An old sect master with gray hair gently sighed. "He is the 10th generation sect master of our sect, not to mention being an invincible emperor candidate during his youth. Later on, he joined Spirit Mountain and became the abbot of the Zen Void Temple." The crowd was astonished to hear this. An emperor candidate was able to compete for the heaven's will, yet he still joined the mountain to ultimately become a monk. However, while the crowd was still jolted, the three Buddhas suddenly lost their radiance and disappeared along with their chants. The knowledgeable expert exclaimed in horror, "Sacred monk Kong Hui has been defeated." Many were amazed. Someone who had witnessed a debate before stated, isn't this way too fast? I was at a Buddhist city and witnessed two high monks debating. They took a full 8 days and 8 nights. It was not a match of the same level. The knowledgeable expert gently sighed, "This unknown monk with hair is too strong. His Dharma understanding is unfathomable," and defeated Kong Hui with just a few Buddhist mantras. Sure enough, Wuxia and Wuxian left the Zen Void Temple a bit later with a high monk seeing them off. So fast, it was basically over in just the blink of an eye. I wonder what treasure he obtained from the temple. Someone murmured after seeing the two leaving. After exiting the Zen Void Temple, Wuxia went to the Divine Void Temple, one of the 8, and easily passed the Buddhist gate. Someone curiously wondered, "Don't tell me he wants to challenge all 18 temples on Spirit Mountain?" Wuxia's debate went without any surprise at the Divine Void Temple. He easily defeated the sacred monk there, so he went to the Heart Void Temple next. Afterward, he challenged all the remaining temples of the 8 Void Temples. This scene left everyone outside of Spirit Mountain dumbfounded. This is too heaven-defying. Where did this sacred monk come from? He still has his hair during his training. Many turned silly at Wuxia's strong display throughout the 8 Void Temples. He is going to the 6 Tribulation Temples now. A spectator spoke after seeing Wuxia walking away from the 8 Void Temples. He is actually going to challenge all 18, a sect master who understood Buddhism murmured, "He can't just be a sacred monk. This might be someone at the level of an Arhat or Bodhisattva." An ancient being muttered, "If he could go through all 18 temples, then his Dharma must be boundless. He can directly ascend to the Buddhist kingdom for eternal life." Eternal life was very tempting to any expert on the verge of death. Nothing was more important than continuing to live. Someone else was full of envy. He took on the Void Temples and now the Tribulation Temples. Does he want to take all the treasures on Spirit Mountain? Having said that, he began to salivate. Everyone knew about the huge amount of treasures and merit laws in these temples and even the coveted Buddhist relics. Wuxia had defeated the Void Temples in one breath. This meant that he had at least received 8 extremely heaven-defying treasures. But little did they know that he simply didn't want any of these treasures. He didn't come to debate for the treasures. This was only the beginning, a warm-up session during his trip at Spirit Mountain. Countless eyes were on the mountain during his debates. Outside of seeing if Wuxia could challenge the other temples, they also wanted to watch what the others could do. Jikong Wudi came out. A keen-eyed spectator shouted while Wuxia was inside the tribulation temples. Many people turned to look. Sure enough, Jikong Wudi came out of the Grand Heaven Temple in an easy and comfortable manner. Prior to this, Jikong Wudi already had incredible visual phenomena accompanying him, with myriad laws and control over the rhythm of the universe. However, after coming out from the Grand Heaven Temple, he was even more extraordinary. His temperament was calm while he stood, looking down on the world with disdain. Nothing could enter his sight. It was as if he had countless bodhisattvas protecting him and the blessing of the supreme Dharma. Even the judgment of the high heavens wouldn't be able to harm him. He has successfully sculpted an attainment and obtained a bodhisattva's enlightenment fruit. A discerning paragon murmured. Many people felt a chill and muttered as well, Jikong Wudi, is he really going to be invincible? 3 saints' aptitude, this is enough to make him invincible. I'm afraid we won't be able to find anyone who can truly defeat him anymore. Now that he has the enlightened fruit as well, it will increase his power to another level. Only a Buddhist lord's enlightened fruit is better than a bodhisattva's fruit, but how many people across all the eons actually managed to get one? A young genius became dejected. Jikong Wudi's 3 saints' aptitude was already strong enough, but now he has that fruit too. How can other people handle this? With this, both the Jewel Pillar Mortal King and the others would find defeating Jikong Wudi even more difficult than reaching the heavens. The truth is that not many people can get the Bodhisattva's fruit either. A big shot from the previous generation shook his head. I'm afraid from now on, even the Mortal King won't be able to defeat Jikong Wudi. Someone immediately shushed. Shu, Jewel Pillar is coming. The Mortal King landed right outside of Spirit Mountain at this moment. He stood with both hands posed behind his back like a giant. His hell-suppressing physique had reached half completion, so he gave others the sense of having immeasurable weight. No enemies would be able to move him. He watched Jikong Wudi leave the Grand Heaven Temple with a serious and profound gaze. Who knew what he was thinking? At his current level, he was a threat to the rest of the world. He stood outside of the mountain and not too many dared to come closer. The younger generation stared at him in awe. Buzz, next, several visions emerged. Each of them was earth-shattering as if countless Buddhas were descending. In a short period of time, Wuxia actually finished challenging the Tribulation Temples. Starting with the Divine Tribulation Temple and ending at the Mortal Tribulation Temple, the whole process only took 2 hours. People were at a loss for words when they saw these phenomena appearing one after another. The lights in the 6 temples dimmed after each time. Even Jikong Wudi and the Mortal King turned somber upon seeing this astonishing spectacle. This is no Arhat or Bodhisattva, it has to be a Buddhist lord. Who else could defeat the Tribulation Temples in such a short time? Buddhist debates are the most profound dharmic art. A sect master murmured. It's okay. A young expert patted his chest and felt lucky. At least he is a sacred monk and trains in the Dharma. Otherwise, if he cultivated, he would be able to sweep through all of us. People became filled with curiosity about the monk's identity. A Buddhist practitioner keeping his hair. Just who was this man that was able to sweep through all of these temples? He wants to go to the 3 grand temples now. Someone murmured as Wuxia approached the Grand Earth Temple. If he can actually defeat all 18, then it will definitely be a miracle. Some were eagerly waiting for this miracle to appear. Amitabha, after Wuxia entered this temple, a Buddhist chant came out from the 4 Buddhas temple. A radiant sacred monk personally flew to the sky in order to escort a young man out. This young man walked with a special pace, each step was perfectly measured. His steps were firm and decisive. It felt as though even if the sky were to fall down, it wouldn't hinder his path. Zhan Shi, someone exclaimed after seeing the youth, Zhan Shi did it. He was actually able to withstand the Buddhist law inside the four Buddhas temple. He was able to endure the chants of the sacred monks. So heaven-defying, a successful scripture hark. Just by this feat, he has definitely proven himself to be a future immortal emperor candidate. The older generation praised him as well. The four Buddhas temple was the leader of the 18 temples. The sacred monks there were all incredible, though no one knew just how strong they were. Legend states that anyone who heard even a single word from these sacred monks would instantly burst into tears and kowtow on the ground to join the Buddhist faith. Zhanshe actually listened to a whole scripture. Just how strong is his Tao heart? Anyone would feel a chill after hearing this. They were amazed by his fortified Tao heart. Both Jikong Wudi and the mortal king were serious when they saw Zhanshe walking out. For them right now, talents were not as important, the Tao heart was the crucial aspect. Both had the qualifications to compete for the heaven's will, but the person to have the last laugh would not necessarily be the one with the highest talent. This had been the case for tens of millions of years. The immortal emperor was not always the most brilliant one, but they surely had the most persistent Tao heart in that generation. Chapter 1028, South Emperor Li Qie went against the three grand temples, causing strange visual phenomena to emerge. In just a moment, the mountain was filled with Buddhist lights and blooming golden lotuses. Golden springs gushed out from the ground as well. Buddhist hymns majestically echoed across the region as if a Buddhist lord was about to come into being. The temple fought hard against his challenge. A torrent of endless runes rushed out from above the temple. A single glance was enough for people to immediately know that an extraordinary arhat or bodhisattva had appeared. Each of the temples here had their own great characters chanting and debating against him. A Buddhist world opened on this side of the land, causing the entire mountain to become quite holy. Amitabha, more chants echoed as if countless arhats were singing together. They wanted to use the supreme mantras to defeat Li Qie. As the chanting continued, a magnificent Buddhist rune emerged in the sky as if a Buddhist lord himself was coming out to fight. He spewed out mantras and endless laws. These supreme phenomenon would leave anyone speechless no matter how powerful they were. The image attracted many experts in the plateau. Amazing geniuses like Lin Tiandi all came to watch. The worshippers outside were filled with reverence from seeing these images. They started prostrating and wouldn't get up. Some were in tears and shouted, "Merciful Buddha." In just a short time, the crowd was shocked to see Li Qie challenging the three grand temples. He defeated the Grand Earth Temple in a short time, so even geniuses like Jikong Wudi, Zhanshe, and Lin Tiandi became serious. Someone murmured, "I think only immortal emperors would dare to challenge the 18 temples like this." A particular expert who had been staying at the plateau for a long time spoke, "Judging by this phenomenon, it seems like the Grand Earth Temple sent out a bodhisattva to debate against him. This is too amazing." In some legends, a bodhisattva from this temple converted a god monarch with just one phrase. But now, the challenger defeated them in a debate. How heaven-defying is this? A bodhisattva from the Grand Earth Temple. When this level of existence was brought up, even god monarchs felt dreadful. This kind of dharmic existence, it is best to stay far away from them if you don't want to join Buddhism. After all, he only needs one mantra to convert you, to make you kneel on the ground and worship Buddha. Is this the birth of a new Buddhist lord? Even the monks on the plateau came to watch because this phenomenon was too frightening. Amitabha. A monk placed his palms together and spoke, "To be able to debate at this level, this must be a sacred monk, or maybe even a bodhisattva. Since he can defeat the four Buddhas temple's eight-faced radiant bodhisattva, he can obtain enlightenment and ascend, enter Nalanda and then the Buddhist kingdom. The Buddhist kingdom is the real immortality of legend." Someone enviously spoke. Everyone in the plateau ran over. The newly arriving monks started chanting as well. They were all in awe of the phenomenon. Right now, no cultivators dared to step foot on Spirit Mountain due to the great Buddhist aura surging about. Even those with strong Tao hearts could be converted to Buddhism. Extraordinary. While people were looking at the phenomenon, a youth appeared out of nowhere. His arrival immediately attracted a lot of attention. His appearance came with an abundant ancient aura, as if he had lived for countless years. He did as he pleased with a free style. No matter where he stood, people would think that he was standing tall among the heavens. His aura also gave the feeling that he was insurmountable. No matter how strong and heaven-defying one might be, they would feel unable to surpass this young man. Zhan Shi, Jikong Wudi, and Lin Tiandi, all of their expressions changed the moment they spotted this youth. It didn't matter if they recognized him or not. As supreme geniuses, they immediately knew that they had met a terrifying opponent. An existence comparable to a true dragon, matchless in all the eons. Let me come take a look at the infamous Spirit Mountain. He laughed after seeing the supreme image on the mountain. With just one step, he instantly stood before the Four Buddhas' temple. Is he taking the Four Buddhas' temple on? Many people rolled their eyes after seeing this. This temple was the leader of the 18 and directly below Nalanda. Even the most supreme of geniuses wouldn't dare to challenge it so carelessly. Jikong Wudi was invincible enough. He attained an enlightened fruit, yet he still didn't dare to challenge the Four Buddhas' temple. Zhan Shi had a powerful Tao heart. He challenged it, but only in a scripture arc and not in attainment or debates because he was not confident at all in these two. The young man smiled and declared outside of the temple, "Monks of the temple, listen up. Today, I, South Emperor, have arrived to try your grand diamond formation. Let your 18 Vajras come out now." Everyone could hear his soft-spoken words clearly, for they carried the weight of gold. Challenging the Four Buddhas' temple with force? The crowd glanced at each other. Some even turned silly after hearing this. In fact, outside of the 3 trials, there was another one. It was something that people never used, a challenge via combat against the 18 temples. No one wanted to use this method because it was well known that the sacred monks in the temples were ridiculously strong. Although Buddhism did not promote violence, the majority of these sacred monks were terrifying beyond imagination before their conversion. Some sacred monks used to be god kings and others were emperor candidates. There was a legend that some sacred monks were actually true gods before they converted. Who would dare to challenge these powerful existences in force? These god kings and emperor candidates had only become even more unfathomable after turning into arhats and bodhisattvas. But now, this youth was not only challenging the temple, he was specifically aiming for the 18 grand Vajras. This made many people's hearts skip a beat. For Buddha's temple's 18 grand Vajras. An ancestor who had been a devout worshipper of the plateau for a long time murmured, "These Vajras are combat warriors." An arrogant god king considered himself to be invincible and went inside the temple alone to fight against the 18 Vajras. In the end, he was captured alive. South Emperor, a lot of people hadn't heard of this name, but they quivered inside. A person daring to proclaim himself an emperor. Outside of the foolish ignorant ones, those who dared to do so were definitely frightening. This youth was definitely not an ignorant person, so he must belong to the latter. Amitabha, benefactor, please come inside. The Four Buddhas' temple was not afraid of this challenge. With a Buddhist chant, the entire temple lit up with a golden radiance with images of Vajras inside. Good. The youth was very straightforward. He smiled and passed through the Buddhist gate. The entire mountain shook after the youth made his entrance into the temple. Buddhist chants echoed across the entire plateau. A boundless Buddhist power pressed down on the entire sky. Under this endless energy, the plateau resembled a leaf in the middle of a torrential ocean. This power could crush the entire plateau at any time. The people here were terrified. Many characters kneeled on the ground and didn't dare to get up. Even ancestor-level characters felt their knees give in and couldn't stand straight anymore. Prior to this, the Buddhist aura at the plateau was very gentle and peaceful. No one had imagined the scene of Buddhists becoming angry. But now, with this oppressive power, they finally understood that Buddhism was not just peaceful. Once enraged, this power was no weaker than an imperial aura. Someone murmured while aghast, "Vajras are emerging to subdue the demon, the Buddhist lord has become angry." How fun, the battling youth continued to laugh inside the temple that no one could peer into. Amitabha, a thunderous chant resounded. A Buddhist kingdom opened in the sky and 8 races of deities came out while the Vajras defended the temple. Deva, Naga, Yaksha, Gandharva, Asura, Garuda, Kinara, and Maharaga. The 8 deities, the crowd was petrified when they saw the deities protecting the temple. Just how powerful is the 4 Buddhas temple? A god monarch quivered after seeing this. In just a second, only silence could be found both on and off of Spirit Mountain. Both the temple and this youth named South Emperor were powerful to the point where people had no choice but to retreat. Fighting the 4 Buddhas temple with force. Legend states that immortal Emperor Min Ren did so as well in his youth. An ancestor was lost in a daze while commenting. So tough, just who is this South Emperor? Even the arrogant geniuses couldn't stay arrogant at this time. Jikong Wudi and the other top geniuses were quiet as well. This person called South Emperor was too powerful. Some people even speculated that he was an emperor candidate that was only one step away from becoming an emperor. Anyone would shiver after hearing the title of emperor candidate. Chapter 1029, Challenging the 4 Buddhas Temple, Rumble. No one could see the battle raging on inside the 4 Buddhas temple. However, one could tell its great intensity from the shaking of Spirit Mountain. Not too many people were able to affect the mountain to this level, but the youth was capable of this task. Although the temple was protected by the 8 deities and Vajras, it still shook all the same, albeit to a lesser extent. Many people gasped at this moment. Jikong Wudi's group was speechless and austere. Even if they were called invincible, they still didn't dare to challenge the 4 Buddhas temple, let alone call out the 18 famous evil-subduing Vajras. The Grand Heaven Temple lost. Someone shouted. While people were astonished by the South Emperor's invincibility, they had forgotten that Wuxia was debating inside the other temple. They all looked back and saw the Grand Heaven Temple turn listless. All of the phenomena that emerged disappeared without a trace at this moment. Sure enough, Wuxia and Wuxian came out of the temple before everyone's eyes. He was still as carefree and nonchalant as always. Is the world turning crazy? 2 invincible characters coming out on the same day. This guy just challenged the 3 grand temples, 6 tribulation temples, and the 8 void temples in one breath. A spectator was dumbfounded. Even the monks were terrified and had to murmur, "This is the coming of a new Buddhist lord." In less than a day, he defeated the sacred monks and even the bodhisattvas from the holy temples. Just how great is his dharma? Even those who didn't truly understand Buddhism were frightened quite a bit. It's fortunate that he isn't a cultivator or we'd be done for this generation. People like Jikong Wudi and Lin Tiandi are already oppressive enough. And now, this South Emperor came out of nowhere as well. What a desperate situation to be in. A young man stated, "At least this devil isn't gifted in both Buddhism and Taoism, or else we just have to hang ourselves in shame." Wuxia exited the Grand Heaven Temple and looked at the 8 deities as well as the Vajras defending the 4 Buddhas temple. This brat is coming out again. Sigh, he can't defeat his own inner demon or else he would still have a chance. Wuxian was astonished as well while she looked at the 4 Buddhas temple. She was a brilliant genius, but she wouldn't dare to challenge the temple like this. Right now, this South Emperor that no one knew about dared to do so alone. Such a heaven-defying act was beyond words. She and her peers were overshadowed by this South Emperor. There is always a higher mountain and a better person. She spoke with a tinge of emotion. Wuxia smiled and slowly headed for the Four Buddhas temple. She followed right after him, but he gently shook his head and said, "You should go down, there's no need to follow me." "Why?" She frowned before revealing a smile capable of causing hundreds of flowers to bloom. Alas, no one was able to see it. "I will be debating against the eight-faced radiant bodhisattva at the Four Buddhas temple. His affinity isn't something you can handle. Even if your Tao heart is strong, the moment he finishes chanting part of a scripture, you will be converted and drowned in the endless Buddhist sea," he said dismissively. After hearing this, she didn't refute and immediately left Spirit Mountain. Meanwhile, Wuxia leisurely spoke, "It is time for the Nihility Temple to come out as well. I want to see if your Buddhist laws are boundless or if my Dharma is invincible." Buzz. As he was heading for the temple, the 8 deities and Vajra protecting it suddenly disappeared. The mountain turned quiet again and no longer quaked while the Four Buddhas temple remained unchanged at the top. Many people realized it and murmured, "It's over." In just a second, all eyes turned to the Buddhist gate of Four Buddhas. They wanted to know who the victor of this supreme battle was. Eventually, before the nervous crowd emerged a figure from the Buddhist gate of the Four Buddhas temple. It was the young man called South Emperor. Although he appeared quite ragged at this time, he was still spirited as he slowly walked outside. Countless people took deep breaths after seeing him still able to walk. Jikong Wudi's group was even more astonished. Some even took a step back. The 18 great Vajras lost, this is too heaven-defying. A monk didn't dare to believe his own eyes after seeing that the South Emperor was still alive and well. Jikong Wudi's group all had ugly expressions on their faces. They knew that they had met a terrifying foe in this generation, one that would be very difficult to overcome. Despite his sorry appearance, his overwhelming aura still suffocated and awed people. He saw Wuxia slowly walking by and walked to him instead of flying. In the blink of an eye, the two of them stood face to face. Everyone outside of Spirit Mountain held their breaths in anticipation. One was an invincible user of the Grand Tao while the other had a boundless Dharma. One was someone of this mundane world while the other was quite otherworldly. Despite coming from two different worlds, both of them were impressive all the same. To be able to defeat the sacred monks and bodhisattvas of the 18 temples required a stunning attainment of the Dharma. This guy could truly accept the title of sacred teacher, fully deserving it. However, no one knew that the South Emperor called Wuxia sacred master for a different reason, not because of his triumph over the temples. There was another meaning to the title of sacred teacher. It alluded to him being the imperial teacher. Moreover, he was the most sacred among the imperial teachers. The South Emperor respected Wuxia as the Tao teacher of immortal emperors while outsiders thought that it was referring to Wuxia's boundless Dharma. Wuxia went before the Four Buddhas temple and gazed at it. He smiled before entering its Buddhist gate. Amitabha, a monk immediately came to greet him. Behind this monk's head hung a Buddhist radiance. His entire body had transformed into Buddha. The dazzling light made others feel that he was no longer an existence of this world, that he was only one step away from the mythical eternal life. This monk suddenly paused after he saw Wuxia. He was frozen for a moment and his Buddhist light was affected as well, pulsing on and off. The monk stabilized his Buddhist heart. He bowed and placed his palms together to say, "Amitabha, my lord has reobtained your body, congratulations." Wuxia also returned the grand Buddhist gesture and bowed as well, "Blessings be with you, Zen Master Cheng. Zen Master is a foreigner now and no longer a follower of mine, there's no need for honorifics." This monk ahead was once an invincible general under Wuxia. Later on, when his lifespan was almost over, he entered the Buddhist faith at Spirit Mountain. He was converted by the Four Buddhas temple and had severed his mundane ties. Despite doing so, the Dark Crow was the supreme ruler of eons with a strong influence over his life. Meeting his old lord affected his Buddhist heart. Wuxia didn't want to disturb the monk's mind. He spewed out Buddhist mantras so that the monk's light could shine brightly again. That fluctuation from earlier was not a big deal, just a pebble dropping into a flowing stream or a mirror stained by a speck of dust. A gentle brush was enough to cleanse it. Praise be the boundless Dharma, the monk bowed his head. At this time, he had regained his piety and removed all of his ties to the past. He closed his eyes and spoke, "Thank you, sacred Buddha, for enlightening me." Wuxia gently nodded his head and accepted the monk's gesture. In fact, for tens of millions of years, he had countless generals and wise sages under him. There were many among them who chose to join the Buddhist faith and entered Spirit Mountain in search of eternal life. I will be debating the Nihility scripture with the eight-faced radiant Bodhisattva. Wuxia told the monk with words as powerful as the Dharma. Please, the Bodhisattva has been waiting. The monk quickly invited Wuxia into the hall of great strength. Wuxia went inside, feeling at ease. To him, this was the final battle at Spirit Mountain. After defeating this Bodhisattva, his next stop was the Nihility Temple. This was Wuxia's ultimate goal in this trip to the Buddhist funeral plateau. He aimed to use the Dharma to defeat the group of monks at that temple. Chapter 1030, Eight-Faced Radiant Bodhisattva. After Wuxia went inside the four Buddhas' temple, everyone outside held their breaths and stared at it. For countless people, this temple was the highest symbol in Spirit Mountain outside of Nalanda. It was unfathomable. Some people said that there were four supreme stone Buddhas protecting it. They came from Nalanda's Buddhist kingdom. Others also said that the radiant Bodhisattva was infinitely close to being a Buddhist lord. If Nalanda wanted to change its lord, then the radiant Bodhisattva could definitely become the new lord. The temple finally rang its bell. The Buddhist debate had begun. Hearing this bell, many people's hearts slowed down by half a beat. An unbelievably tense atmosphere filled the area. Buzz. It seemed as if this temple was opening the curtains of the Buddhist kingdom. A Buddhist radiance drowned the sky, completely different from the lights of the prior temples. This light gently poured down in an incredibly bright and holy manner. Many people palpitated and wanted to drown themselves in the light. In the blink of an eye, Jikong Wudi, Lin Tiandi, and even the ancestors were shocked. Back off, now. They used their ultimate speed to quickly run away from Spirit Mountain. They chose to spectate from tens of millions of miles away. Although the Bodhisattva has never cultivated a merit law before and only read Buddhist scriptures since childhood, even immortal emperors viewed him with respect. An ancestor looked at the figure above the temple with awe. After hearing this, many people were astounded. Even immortal emperors respected him. Just how frightening was this? At such a level, it didn't matter whether they cultivated or had any fighting power at all. There is a rumor that after immortal Emperor Yin Tian carried the heaven's will, he entered Spirit Mountain to listen to the radiant Bodhisattva's scripture sermon. After he left the mountain, he told all of his generals that none of them were allowed to meet the Bodhisattva. A demon ancestor from the southern region explained, the emperor said that even though the Bodhisattva didn't know a single technique, god kings were only specks of dust before him. That is too heaven-defying. A youth was shocked to hear this. For them, god kings were invincible enough, but they were mere specks of dust before the Bodhisattva? These words were too unnerving. At this point, they couldn't help but stare at the temple. Many people didn't expect Wuxia to challenge the radiant Bodhisattva. He is too confident. Entering the four Buddhas' temple and instantly challenging the eight-faced radiant Bodhisattva who has the greatest Dharma. Just what level has that young man reached? A person commented with emotions. The truth was that not too many people expected Wuxia to challenge the Bodhisattva right away. Those who knew about the Bodhisattva were aware of just how close he was to being a Buddhist lord. Challenging this existence was nearly the same as challenging someone infinitely close to being a Buddhist lord. Can he win? Another youth whispered. For the cultivators here, Buddhism was not their world. A dharmic battle like this was a realm outside the scope of their understanding. I don't know. Even the older generation and ancestors who knew about the Dharma didn't know. They only shook their heads. If we're talking about force, then it is possible to defeat the radiant Bodhisattva. After all, he only trains in the Dharma. However, to defeat him in a scripture debate. To be frank, outside of the Buddhist Lord in the Buddhist kingdom, I can't imagine someone else who can reach this step. Chapter 1031, Invincible Dharma. At the peak of Spirit Mountain, the radiant Bodhisattva was illuminating the sky. Many people held their breaths while watching from the horizon. Meanwhile, worshippers were kneeling on the ground on the mountain. There was no way to return from Buddhism under the shining radiance of the Bodhisattva. Who could know how the debate was going? Though the temple allowed anyone to spectate, no one was willing to go inside due to its great influence. Even those with powerful Tao hearts like Zhanshe would be converted, unable to defend their beliefs. Buzz, 1 second passed by after another. With a soft sound, the light above the temple disappeared along with the radiant Bodhisattva's reflection. How did it go? Someone couldn't help but ask after seeing the lights disappear. No one could answer him. Everyone watched the Buddhist gate of the temple with bated breaths. Time felt particularly slow to the nervous spectators. 1 second lasted a century. Eventually, a person walked out of the gate, causing many eyes to widen. He had long hair with a leisured expression. It was Wuxia, or rather, Chu Yuntian. The radiant Bodhisattva lost. Someone murmured after seeing Wuxia. How can that be? The monks at the plateau were aghast and had to take several thumping steps back. Even the radiant Bodhisattva couldn't defeat this young man in the debate. This is so incredible. The monks glanced at each other in shock. The radiant Bodhisattva was considered the one closest to being a Buddhist lord. Many people were certain that he was next in line at the Buddhist kingdom. But today, he was defeated by a nameless practitioner who still had his hair. Such a scene left these monks in disbelief. To cultivators who knew about the Dharma and the monks at the plateau, defeating the radiant Bodhisattva with merit laws and combat was one thing and perhaps understandable. After all, he had only studied the Dharma since youth. However, a scripture debate was a monk's strong suit, especially someone like the radiant Bodhisattva who should be peerless in this aspect. However, he lost at his own specialty. This was quite difficult to believe. Even those who didn't understand the significance of his defeat trembled. They felt that Wuxia was too heaven-defying for being able to defeat the Bodhisattva in a dharmic debate. What kind of treasure will he get? Many people wanted to know. Some looked over at Zhanshe. Zhanshe won the scripture hark, so there were those who wanted to know what he received from the temple. The crowd knew that the 4 Buddhas temple was the top among the 18. A treasure from there was definitely supreme. Wuxia slowly walked down from the mountain. The worshippers here all prostrated with their heads touching the ground. They didn't stand up for a very long time, for they were lost in Buddhism and couldn't turn back. The cultivators in the distance watched quietly as Wuxia left the mountain. This meant that he didn't wish to train in this area. A youth looked on and curiously asked, if this person with his boundless Dharma enters the world, what will happen? What if he competes for the heavens will as well? Many quietly contemplated this issue. An older cultivator answered, I'm afraid there is no precedent for that. Competing for the heavens will was the business of cultivators. If a monk that only trained in the Dharma came to compete for it, what would be the result? Would the heavens will recognize such a person? It appeared to be an unanswered question. In just a moment, the crowd looked around at each other. Although there was no answer, people like Jikong Wudi and Lin Tiandi looked quite solemn. Can he actually compete for the heaven's will? He is a monk, not a cultivator. How can his dharma fight for it? Maybe he will be killed by another expert. The competition for the heavens will is ruthless and will only be decided when there is a single man left standing. It is not a merciful ordeal. Chanting and singing Buddhist hymns won't do. A young cultivator spoke with disdain. In the eyes of many youths here, someone who trained in the Dharma couldn't compete with cultivators in this aspect, especially the most brilliant cultivators. Not necessarily. A virtuous paragon shook his head. Don't look down on Buddhist practitioners. If that was the case, the Buddhist funeral plateau wouldn't have stood strong for so long. Through the ages, many immortal emperors have appeared along with imperial lineages. They kept on replacing one another across the river of time. Some were destroyed completely, but the plateau remained standing. The paragon's words struck the crowd. Both young and old felt a chill. Everyone knew that the plateau, especially Spirit Mountain, had untold treasures. Countless invincible people, including immortal emperors, had come to this place, but the plateau still continued to exist until now. If it wasn't strong enough, it would have been destroyed by someone already. If he comes into this world, would he be able to compete against geniuses like you guys? Someone saw Li Qie leaving the mountain and murmured. No one wanted to answer this question because the most promising geniuses for the heavens were all in this place: Zhan Shi, Jikong Wudi, Lin Tiandi, and the Jewel Pillar Mortal King. I also want to see this peerless dharma of his. Someone spoke with a powerful tone at this time. Even though he didn't emit his frightening aura, his voice alone was quiver-inducing. The crowd looked back and found that it was the Jewel Pillar Mortal King. His eyes were quite profound at this moment as he gazed at Li Qie walking away. Everyone became excited upon seeing his expression. He was known as the war god as well as the war fanatic. They knew about his great belligerence, so it would be a great show if he were to challenge the youth with the boundless Dharma. After leaving Spirit Mountain, Li Qie took his time walking away. His Buddhist light was hidden in his aura of normalcy. He felt quite carefree, as if he wasn't a Buddha or Li Qie but only Chu Yuntian. He was quite relaxed. The duel against the radiant Bodhisattva was using a butcher's blade to kill a chicken. His goal was not the 18 temples or Nalanda, it was the Nihility Temple. No matter what, he must grab that item from the Nihility Temple. However, the old monks in that temple were not so easily trifled with. Alas, in this generation, he was confident in his ability to defeat them in scripture debates. He headed for the Buddhist city afterward. Wolongxian, who ran to the horizon earlier, also came to meet up with him. However, before she could make contact, she was blocked by a group of people. They all had the same uniform with powerful blood energies. They were quite young, and it was clear that they were from the same sect. Robbery? This is the sacred ground of the Buddhist faith. She was not afraid and cheerfully smiled at the group that blocked her. An expert slowly stated, "Girl, take off your veil. We're performing a routine check." She batted her eyes and leisurely said, "Routine check? For what?" Then she smiled at Li Qie, who was coming closer. "Master, there is a group of bandits here wanting to perform a routine check, should you enlighten them? Don't you Buddhists have this saying, relinquish your knife to become a Buddha?" Li Qie glanced at the group and idly said, "Since when did the Nantian clan mingle at the Buddhist funeral plateau? With just your clan, you think you are qualified to perform routine checks here?" These people were disciples from the Nantian clan. It was located very far away, yet they came all the way here to perform these checks. This king is the one giving permission, that's their qualification. An arrogant voice resounded as a young man approached with a confident stride. He wore a crown and showed an imperious expression. Many people noticed them the moment Wolongxian was stopped by this group. They saw this young man, prompting one to whisper, "Isn't that the new crown prince from the Nantian clan?" Back then, Nantian young king from the clan died to Wuxia. Later on, they selected a new crown prince. Their clan is reaching too far above their own abilities. They dare to perform inspections at the plateau? Someone from the previous generation frowned. A lineage from the Grand Middle Territory running to the barren earth and daring to perform these checks? This couldn't be justified. Ancestor, you have just come out, so you aren't aware of the current situation. The circumstances are different now. A sect master softly spoke to his ancestor. He glanced over at the mortal king in the horizon and continued, in the present times, the Nantian clan, the Jiangzhou clan, and the Jewel Pillar mortal king are very, very close. So close that the disciples from these clans have pledged allegiance to the mortal king. Such a thing was not strange at all. The mortal king was very famous at this moment. These clans were optimistic about him and thought that he could compete for the heaven's will. The ancestor gently shook his head and said, just this alone is not enough for them to interfere with the barren earth's business. Chapter 1032, Enlightening Ancestor, you still haven't heard about it. The sect master lowered his voice by quite a bit. Recently, the Nantian clan has clung onto an even thicker thigh. They made contact with the Soaring Immortal sect. Soaring Immortal sect, after hearing this, the ancestor felt a chill and had a shocked expression. He didn't dare to say anything else. On the other side, Wuxia smiled at the new young king of the Nantian clan. I actually am surprised to see the Nantian clan's authority grow to this level. I am representing the Soaring Immortal sect, not the Nantian clan. The new king had a fearlessly smug expression. Clank. He threw a banner down to the ground with the words, Soaring Immortal, embroidered on it. The level of calligraphy was flawless. It depicted a soaring dragon and a dancing phoenix, resulting in an oppressive atmosphere. I am working for the Soaring Immortal sect. This banner is the proof. He made a fist towards the sky with complete confidence and pride. Soaring Immortal sect. Everyone was astonished to see this banner. Even experts from imperial lineages trembled with apprehension. The Soaring Immortal sect was an untouchable giant in the mortal emperor world. No one knew where it was located, but none could deny its great influence. It was the only lineage with 5 emperors in all of the 9 worlds as well as the most ancient one. It was created by Immortal Emperor Fei and continued to stand strong to this day. Immortal Emperor Fei was not the first of the emperors nor the first human emperor. The title of the first emperor belonged to Immortal Emperor Gu Chun from the charming spirit race, while the first human emperor was Immortal Emperor Xiaofan. The rhythm continued and a Buddhist affinity came down to enlighten and convert all living beings. His radiance bloomed even more. The Nantian disciples surrounding him turned silly as if they were being controlled like puppets. As the Buddhist chants continued, the eyes of these disciples turned red. They suddenly became agitated and quickly stabbed those closest to them. There were no merit laws, techniques, or even any attempts at defense. The white blade swung forward and out came a blood-stained edge. All of these disciples stabbed each other without any screams or signs of pain. All of them fell down afterward. This bizarre scene happened too quickly. Just one chant was enough to make the Nantian disciples kill each other in such a swift and decisive manner. No, Nantian young king's eyes were crimson red as well. However, his Tao heart was stronger than the other disciples. He struggled to resist the dharmic control. Sinner, repent. Wuxia spewed out another mantra with a majestic Buddhist might. It was impossible to resist. After a shrill cry, the young king actually split himself into 2 halves with his blade. Blood spurted out while his body fell to the ground. The crowd was stunned by this devilish scene. They trembled while feeling creeped out. From start to finish, Wuxia didn't move at all, not even a single finger. The young king and all of the disciples from his clan were now dead, either from suicide or by killing each other. Someone shivered and asked, is that a demonic art? No, it is a Buddhist law. A monk from the plateau saw this scene and gently shook his head while speaking. When the Buddhist Lord is angry, shields shall flow above the endless tides of blood. Isn't the Buddhist doctrine about mercy and kindness? Another shivered and spoke, it looks just like devilry though. It was normal for cultivators to kill each other. The law of the jungle was a truth everyone knew. However, in a cultivation battle, the enemies would at least be able to see one move before being killed. However, this Buddhist law didn't require any such thing. Just one phrase was enough to make them kill each other and commit suicide. This is what the Buddhist doctrine is capable of when subduing evil. A big shot who understood Buddhism gently sighed and murmured, I finally understand why immortal Emperor Yin Tian warned his generals back then. It was not because of the conversion, but because Buddhist laws can kill as well. Until now, Buddhism gave off a benevolent and peaceful impression. Many felt that if they could handle the conversion, then the Dharma would be harmless to them. However, Wuxia shattered that image today in one fell swoop. One phrase instantly killed several dozen cultivators in an incredibly cruel manner. The crowd understood that the Dharma was not as harmless as they'd imagined. Its offense prowess was quite terrifying. No, it's an evil art, a youth quivered and had to throw up. He was not the only one who felt nauseous. For the cultivators here, they could only blame themselves when killed by their enemies. It would be attributed to their own lack of skills. However, a single Buddhist chant could make them slash themselves into two. This type of death was too terrorizing. It was indeed a type of evil magic. Chapter 1033, One Thought to Become Buddha. The scene turned quiet as the crowd stared at Wuxia with fear. A practitioner who still had his hair as well as an unfathomable dharma, such a person was even more dreadful than unstoppable geniuses. Capable of enlightening beings as well as subduing evil. A virtuous paragon gently sighed, this person is capable of defeating the radiant bodhisattva, just how frightening is his dharma? If he enters this world, it will set off many waves. The first reaction of many people to this paragon's comment was to look at Jikong Wudi's group. At this time, Jikong Wudi, Zhan Shi, and Heavenly Emperor Lin looked quite alarmed, especially Zhan Shi. He knew just how frightening the monks inside the four Buddha's temple were, let alone its bodhisattva. But now, this nameless monk was actually able to defeat the bodhisattva. It was easy to imagine just how profound his dharma was. Prior to this, the group probably thought that since they had strong Tao hearts, they were still confident in competing against this practitioner for the heaven's will. However, after seeing his ability, the group became quite apprehensive. They realized the Dharma was more terrifying than they expected. Buzz, at this point, the mortal king's body emitted a bright light. These bright waves made it seem like he was a god oppressing this world. Each ray was profoundly heavy. He activated the mighty power of his immortal physique. All of the universal laws protected his Tao heart. At this second, even someone as great as him couldn't afford to be careless and was readying his defense. Fellow Taoist, you are going against the natural order. The mortal king came forward and spoke gravely towards Wuxia. Wuxia lazily looked at him and responded, I'll go against the natural order and it's none of your business. Come bite me if you don't like it. Wuxia's current appearance dazzled everyone since he was emanating a Buddhist light and accompanied by all the other visual phenomena. No matter how one looked at it, Wuxia resembled either an arhat or bodhisattva. However, his vulgar words completely contradicted his holy appearance, his words sounded at home in a street market. This attitude was completely different to when he was subduing his foes. Is this what a sacred monk looks like? Someone became slack-jawed from the ridiculousness of the situation. This is a dharma in accordance with one's heart. A monk who truly understood Buddhism murmured, this is the legendary one thought to become Buddha, another to become devil. He has reached a level beyond our grasp. If he were to stay back at Spirit Mountain, he would definitely become the next Buddhist lord. Even the mortal king was jolted for a second. He was ready to fight against the terrifying Dharma, but he didn't expect Wuxia to speak like a thug. This contrast was a little too exaggerated in his eyes. "I am the Jewel Pillar Mortal King, I wish to try your supreme Dharma." He shouted and emitted a frightening aura capable of suppressing the heavens. At this moment, his physique had erupted to its maximum level. The immortal physique is quite frightening. The crowd shivered at the physique's might. Amitabha, excellent, excellent. Wuxia's Buddhist light lit up as well and illuminated the area. He spewed out mantras and affected the location with his own rhythm. The crowd quickly glanced over at Zhanshe after hearing this question. He was the only one who participated in the scripture hark back at the Four Buddhas temple. They also wanted to know the extent of its terror. Zhanshe didn't answer this question. He only stared at Wuxia with a profound glare. On the other side, Jikong Wudi didn't say anything either. He looked at Wuxia for a bit before leaving. He had countless methods beyond one's imagination. It could even be said that he didn't care for the mortal king. If he actually used all of his aces, he could still destroy the mortal king no matter who was behind him. Thus, he didn't consider the mortal king to be his strongest rival on his path towards becoming the immortal emperor. But today, he had no choice but to consider this unknown monk as his greatest obstacle. A spirited glimmer flashed in Heavenly Emperor Lin's eyes. He gently sighed and murmured to himself, "One thought to become Buddha, another to become devil, this is too amazing. Who can oppose him at the Buddhist funeral plateau?" Wuxia ignored the crowd and waved at Wuxian. They headed for the Buddhist city afterward. Others noticed that nothing else was going on, so they dispersed as well. Some went to other temples, others left the plateau, and a group headed for the Buddhist city. The Buddhist city was the largest city in the plateau. It was very prosperous and was occupied by many races. There were mortals, cultivators, monks. Humans, demons, and bloods were everywhere as well. Some were born in the city while others came from the distant eastern 100 cities. Some came quickly and left just as quick while there were those who stayed for the rest of their life. There might not be another location in this world with a stronger Buddhist temperament than this city. There were temples everywhere. One could hear chants coming from all four directions. Even the ordinary families who weren't Buddhist still chanted the scriptures. It was a harmonious and peaceful city, full of life and prosperity. Someone once said that there wasn't another location in the 9 worlds that was as peaceful as the Buddhist city for one to settle down in. Though the city was quite mundane in nature, some people thought that it was under Nalanda's jurisdiction. The temple sent bodhisattvas here to maintain the tranquility. Wuxia and Wuxian went right outside of the temple. He sighed while looking at the city in the distance. There were things here that made him worry. At this time, a young man could be found standing by the entrance. He had a heroic aura. Even though he was under a disguise, people could still tell that he was a powerful expert. "That's my junior brother. I think the reinforcements from my sect have arrived," Wuxian told Wuxia after seeing the youth. After being injured, she sent out a distress call to her sect. However, the Dragon Cliff was located all the way in the north. Even if the ancestors there were very fast, they still needed a long time to reach the Buddhist funeral plateau. Chapter 1034, Beneficence. Bodhisattva Wuxia glanced at the youth and told Wuxian, "Go ahead and go back to train in peace. You won't be able to compete against the mortal king in your current state." Wuxian bowed deeply towards him and said in a dignified fashion, "Words cannot express my gratitude for your kindness. You saved my life. I, Wuxian, will definitely repay you. Just say the word when you need me or the Dragon Cliff in the future." Wuxia casually nodded. He didn't really pay it any mind since he wasn't expecting a reward from saving her. He had merely done so in passing. She bid her farewell and left with her junior brother. Wuxia slowly entered the Buddhist city afterward. Wuxia trod through this bustling city and saw people coming and going. He noticed all the civilians here were worshipping Buddhism and chanting Buddhist scriptures. This made him sigh with emotion. Sure. What will you bring to the ultimate battle in the future? There are billions of creatures here, he lamented. He felt the Buddhist rhythm in this place. This rhythm was all over the plateau because this was the largest congregation of monks, especially at Spirit Mountain and Nalanda. However, Wuxia knew that the plateau hadn't become the sacred ground of Buddhism due to the number of monks. Evil Buddha is here. His arrival to the city caused quite a stir. Today, he had received a new moniker, Evil Buddha. No one knew where this hair-keeping monk came from or what his identity was. However, they had seen his evil subduing art, so they gave him this title. It's not just Evil Buddha, South Emperor came before him too. A knowledgeable person spoke. Many people glanced at each other after hearing about South Emperor being here as well. Not too many had heard of this South Emperor before, but with just one battle, he amazed the world by fighting against the 18 great Vajras alone. His prestige had completely surpassed Jikong Wudi's group. Why is the plateau so strange this year? It is one thing that the geniuses gather here, but this devilish evil Buddha comes out of nowhere and then this mysterious South Emperor. Evil Buddha and South Emperor simply render the younger generation out of breath. Someone murmured. No, South Emperor is not so mysterious. He is an era evader from the mysterious Bamboo Mountain. A paragon from the southern region knew his identity. To paragons from the previous generation, the title of South Emperor was not unfamiliar at all. An era evader? What is that? A youth didn't know what it meant, so he asked his seniors. A senior answered, an era evader is a supreme genius. In order to avoid a great loss from competing for the heaven's will, they would seal themselves early and abandon their generation in order to wait for a different, more opportune one, to seize the heaven's will for the throne. South Emperor isn't an ordinary era evader. He was once the most brilliant genius of the Bamboo Mountain. For tens of millions of years, he is the only one to truly claim the moniker of South Emperor. The paragon who knew his identity continued, unfortunately, he was born in the wrong generation. Despite being so exceptional, he was in the same era as Empress Hong Tian. It was destined to be a disaster, so he chose to avoid that generation rather than compete with her to the end. Competing against Empress Hong Tian for the heaven's will, anyone would quiver after hearing this. The paramount empress had always been praised by the world. Even the last immortal emperor of the Bamboo Mountain, Immortal Emperor Yin Tian, was only his junior. The paragon explained. No wonder why he is so heaven-defying. Anyone would be stunned after hearing this. A terrifying and unparalleled genius having to evade Empress Hong Tian's generation, they understood why he dared to challenge the 18 Vajras. It was because he absolutely had the power to do so. After hearing the South Emperor's tales, not to mention others, even the Jikong Wudi's group of geniuses went quiet for a very long time. This South Emperor appearing out of nowhere brought tremendous pressure to them. Someone who had competed with the Empress. No matter the time or place, this type of character was definitely invincible. An evil Buddha and now an era evader. Heavenly Emperor Lin murmured to himself, this generation will definitely be exciting. It seems like senior brother won't be lonely. He will finally have rivals to compare himself with. Eventually, Wuxia arrived before an old temple inside the city. It was not grand, only old from being around for too many years. In the minds of the people living here, the doors of this temple had always been closed. They didn't know what kind of monks were training inside either. He quietly stood in front of the temple, calming the indescribable tinge of emotions threatening to rise. For millions of years, groups of followers kept on leaving him. Very few were able to live until now. Eventually, he gently sighed, not wishing to think about it any further. He turned around to leave. Click, the shut doors suddenly opened. An old nun ran outside and placed her palms together, then told Wuxia, "Sacred teacher, the Bodhisattva wishes to see you." Wuxia stopped and returned the gesture, "Please lead the way." He followed the old nun into the temple. It was very quiet. Apart from the nun, there were no signs of anyone else. Time seemed to have stopped the moment he walked into this place. It was a realm apart from the mundane world. Everything was eternal here. There was nothing besides muffled footsteps. The rowdiness of the outside world was far from this place. Wuxia told the old nun, "Let me bathe and light some incense before meeting the beneficence Bodhisattva." She had no objections and led him into a room so that he could wash himself and burn incense. After doing so, with a dignified yet natural expression, he followed the nun to see the beneficence Bodhisattva. Who was Wuxia? He was someone who was indifferent even before immortal emperors. However, he was particularly solemn today. This showed the beneficence Bodhisattva's special status in his heart. The nun led him to a Buddhist building before leaving. He stood outside and calmed his emotions before entering. Buddhist lights filled the building like flowing mercury to every inch and corner of this place. It gave off an indescribably mystical sensation. There was a golden lotus in full bloom with a woman sitting on top of it. She was barefoot and had long hair flowing down her yellow dress. Her hands were forming mudras with an air of serenity. The peaceful and gentle rays coming from her body resembled the warm sunlight during winter. These hands would be incredibly gentle when caressing one's face. She was a supreme beauty with a kingdom-toppling figure. However, she was now a bodhisattva and had transformed in accordance with the Buddhist doctrine. Both her supreme face and figure were nothing more than a bag of skin in her eyes. Wuxia looked at this all too familiar woman ahead. He didn't say anything and sat down on a cushion. Rumors were circulating in the Buddhist city that Spirit Mountain had sent a bodhisattva here for protection. However, no one had seen this bodhisattva before. This bodhisattva was the one in the rumors. She was also an old friend of Wuxia. At this time, the beneficence bodhisattva opened her especially pretty eyes. One could easily imagine how enchanting she must have been before becoming a nun. "You are finally here." The beneficence bodhisattva spoke. Her voice was still pleasant and gentle even after her transformation. Wuxia gently placed his palms together and revealed a dignified expression. "I didn't want to disturb your meditation. Let me look at your real body for a bit." The beneficence bodhisattva requested. He wordlessly turned back into his true form and revealed the face of Wuxia. The beneficence bodhisattva carefully stared at him with her hands still performing mudras. She spoke, "Waking up one day to find millions of years have passed. Time lasts forever. You have been enlightened and can have eternal life in the future. Millions of years are but the blink of an eye to the Buddhist funeral plateau." Wuxia gently spoke. Her mudras continued to emit an overflowing Buddhist aura. She was still calm while talking about the past. Today, she was a bodhisattva, a mortal no more. She softly said, "I know you didn't fully agree with us joining the Buddhist faith." Wuxia gently shook his head, "No, this is something that you deserve. Back then, you personally led the Legion to calm the era for me. During the tough times, you were next to me. With one writ of mine, you left several times to carry it out. No matter what it may be, you deserve everything. In the past, each life that followed me, every warrior whose blood washed the battlefield, they were all living beings." The bodhisattva spoke with her Buddhist rhythm. The past was now gone with the wind. Long ago, she was the leader of one of the 4 great legions under Wuxia. She went on several expeditions for him. From north to south, her illustrious fame was a great deterrence to everyone in the 9 worlds. Chapter 1035, Farewell Forever. Young master, she remained calm while talking about the past and maintained her madras. I didn't join Buddhism and enter Spirit Mountain for eternal life. The only thing I want is peace in my heart. I know. Wuxia nodded quietly. War has always been cruel. If you can't even sleep well at night, I will always feel guilty. I am happy that you are able to find peace at the plateau. I chose to escape. I have let you down. She answered softly. He shook his head in response. No, you should have had a normal and happy life. This was all because of me. I was the one who brought you into a world of killing. It is full of fate, karma, and grievances. All of this should have been my responsibility. My hands were already stained with blood. I should have shouldered it all. The beneficence Bodhisattva slowly said, just let past causes and effects go. Wuxia smiled and said, just let it go. Leave it all to me. I will go to the very end at the final world where I shall have my answer. The Bodhisattva didn't say anything from on top of her golden lotus. She was peaceful and distant, for she had severed her ties with the mundane world. Today, this will be our last meeting, so I will tell you something. Eventually, she spoke, the Buddhist kingdom has a new Buddhist lord. Wuxia was caught off guard. This is actually surprising. There should only be 2 candidates for the new Buddhist lord. One is the radiant Bodhisattva and the other is you. If the new lord isn't one of you 2, then who can it be? She replied, I haven't been back to the kingdom, so I haven't seen the new Buddhist lord. I only received the message from there. Wuxia finally bowed his head, then got up to leave. He walked very slowly with a solemn air. The Bodhisattva also quietly watched each of his steps. Farewell forever, young master, she gave him one last look before closing her Buddhist eyes. Wuxia's heart fluttered. He finally turned back to look at her and imprinted her image into his memories while softly speaking, Farewell forever, genre. With that, he left the room and gently closed the doors. Before he knew it, the corners of his eyes became a little wet. Time was insignificant, millions of years was only a blink of an eye. It felt as if it was just yesterday. There had been many people by his side, but not many were with him for as long as the beneficence Bodhisattva. No matter what, he still respected her choice. After generations of bloody battles, it wasn't easy and peaceful for her. Throughout the eras, she had paid a great price. If she wanted eternal life, Wuxia would have exerted all of his efforts to grant her her wish. However, everlastingness was not her wish, she only wanted peace of mind. Death is not the most painful thing. Only extrication would bring about peace. Wuxia sighed softly after leaving the shrine. He couldn't describe his current emotions. He had sent away many friends in the past. In his eyes, death was not the worst thing. The most insufferable emotion came from separation, especially seeing someone off that was still alive, only to never be able to meet each other again. He transformed back into Chu Yuntian and blended in with the bustling streets of the Buddhist city. There had been too much pain and separation in the past. He didn't want to look back, so he could only move forward on this long and winding path. The Rainflower Terrace was a very famous inn at the Buddhist city. Many prominent cultivators would stay in this place after arriving. Wuxia quietly sat on the terrace and drank in silence. He watched the clouds in the sky and felt the wind. He was staying here to wait for Li Shuangyan's group because they had made plans. If the girls wanted to come to the plateau, he would stay at the Rainflower Terrace to wait for them. Today, Evil Buddha was very famous, so when he was drinking by himself, many cultivators at the terrace looked at him from the distance. They quietly whispered about him. Of course, no one dared to disturb him. It was a notorious title. One Buddhist phrase could cause the new young king of the Nantian clan to commit suicide, so who would dare to come and talk to him recklessly? What if he started with a chant, then they wouldn't even realize how they died. Pop! A stomp shattered the sky as a person arrived with a clear battle intent. His body emitted strings of lights carrying massive weight. The jewel pillar mortal king is here. A few cultivators on the terrace shouted after seeing this person crushing the void. His aggressive demeanor made it clear to many what he was here to do. Unbeatable war god. Never utters the word defeat. His supporters couldn't help but loudly cheer. Even his non-supporters nodded their heads and murmured, "The mortal king indeed has the ability to compete for the heaven's will. He does not mind defeat and will stand up from where he fell. As long as he stays alive, there is always the hope of victory." Supreme cultivation geniuses were quite vain and prideful. This was because this type of genius always had a smooth road and almost never tasted defeat. Therefore, their first defeat would easily become their inner demon. From then on, they wouldn't be able to get up again. There were too many examples of this across the ages. Some supreme geniuses couldn't handle defeat and suicide became their ultimate end. The mortal king will have a way to suppress evil Buddha for sure this time. Another commented. From his past records, others could tell that he would normally lose the first match, but he would reverse the tides on the second challenge and defeat the enemy. At this time, he seemed to be full of confidence in challenging evil Buddha, so everyone assumed that he had found a way to suppress him. Wuxia didn't even bother to look at the mortal king. He continued to pour his own drink and gulped it up with a relaxed demeanor. "Sir, come out and fight." The mortal king stood outside of the terrace and shouted gravely. His voice was immense. Each resonating word was full of power. The aura that emanated from his body was a cause for fear. Wuxia slowly sipped his wine. Today, he was in no mood to play with a junior like the mortal king. The majority of the cultivators were holding their breaths anxiously in anticipation of this battle. However, they noticed that evil Buddha was still calm and didn't even glance at the mortal king. They looked at each other and felt that this Buddha was being too contemptuous. The mortal king's expression turned cold. Today, he was able to deter the world. No one dared to look down on him regardless of who they might be. However, this evil Buddha was too lazy to even look at him. This was even more humiliating than his defeat last time. "Sir, do you dare to fight or not?" The king's voice was as sharp and cold as the edge of a blade. Wuxia simply ignored him. In his eyes, the king was an insect shouting at a behemoth. He was in no mood to listen. If the sacred teacher doesn't care for you, then go cool off to the side. A slightly languid voice came about. A person suddenly appeared in the sky. South Emperor. The sudden emergence of this person caused people to cry out. Everyone inside and outside of the terrace was startled. Era evader from mysterious bamboo. Anyone would tremble after seeing South Emperor. Even the proud mortal king's expression sank after seeing him. An era evader was not an empty title. The South Emperor had competed with the Empress for the heavens well before. Even god kings would dread this existence no matter which generation it was. The king looked at South Emperor. He took a deep breath and spoke with great momentum. "If Era Evader wants to give me some pointers, I am willing to test your supreme arts." South Emperor glanced at him and said dismissively, "You? Wait until you are recognized by the heaven's will, then you can challenge me. Right now, you are not qualified. The person behind you, on the other hand, is barely qualified to fight me." This remark was uttered in such a plain and carefree manner that it made the king change his expression. Such blatant contempt was humiliating to a genius like him. In his mind, it was an intentional insult. The king was determined and spoke solemnly, "I would like to see Era Evader's supreme arts." I said, "Cool off." South Emperor didn't want to bother with the king. He casually reached out with his finger. However, this simple gesture crushed the stars in the sky. The king was shocked at this oncoming finger strike. He shouted and wanted to use his strongest attack to stop it. However, he was too slow compared to this finger attack that soared across the sky. Bang! The crowd watched as the mortal king was blown away by a single finger. Boom! People in the distance saw the king slam into a mountain. The impact shattered it while the king continued to fly before disappearing into the horizon. Such a scene astounded everyone. The mortal king was among the most outstanding talents in this generation. Even a virtuous paragon from the last generation would treat him with some respect. However, just one finger from South Emperor was able to push him thousands of miles away. Chapter 1036, South Emperor seeking guidance. The crowd took a deep breath from astonishment. They were quite perplexed by the gigantic gap between the two. How are people in the current generation going to compete for the heaven's will? A powerful youth lost his confidence right away. The mortal king was strong enough in the eyes of the younger generation, but he was not worth mentioning when it came to South Emperor. The word emperor alone is enough to tell the tale. Not just anyone can claim to be an emperor. Another murmured. That's an era evader for you. A paragon spoke. If the current geniuses don't grow to the point where they are recognized by the heaven's will, they simply can't compete with him. One person even went as far to say, is that an emperor assailant? To blow the war god away with just one finger, truly unstoppable. Wuxia didn't look twice at what was happening. He was still nonchalant in his own world. South Emperor approached and sat in front of him. He smilingly said, "Let this junior drink with you in this busy mundane world." With that, he casually flipped his palm and they instantly teleported away. In the blink of an eye, the pavilion that Wuxia was sitting on disappeared. Many people on top of the terrace looked over and realized that the South Emperor had teleported the entire building. Somewhere in the southern region, there was a waterfall running with green pine trees everywhere as if it was a paradise. At this time, the emperor took some of Wuxia's wine and began to drink even faster than Wuxia, as if he wanted to compete with him. Wuxia sat there in contemplation. After a while, his mind returned and he glanced at South Emperor who was gulping down cups of liquor. "Little Gua, if you want to drink, go take out your imperial brew from your mountain, don't steal mine," Wuxia said slowly. South Emperor's name was Gugua. In the present times, no one knew his name and of course, no one would ever dare to call him Little Gua. Even immortal Emperor Yin Tian was his junior, so who at Mysterious Bamboo would dare to call him Little Gua? South Emperor didn't really want to put the aged wine down. He felt the urge to pull on his hair with a suffering grimace. "What's wrong, Little Gua?" Wuxia revealed a rare smile after looking at the emperor. The emperor let go of his hair and waved his hands in front of Wuxia. "I want to suicide, sacred teacher. You are pushing me to the edge right now." "Pushing you to the edge? I don't think it has anything to do with me." Wuxia looked at the fella and laughed. South Emperor reluctantly explained, "Can I get any unluckier? At 15, I met Empress Hong Tian. Fine, I accepted defeat. I evaded one era and came out at 20. Oh well, I met Immortal Emperor Bingyu. I'll just attribute that to bad luck again, so I evaded another generation. At 30, I made another debut only to meet Immortal Emperor Qianli, so I hid again and finally came out now. My God, sacred teacher, you are personally doing it this time. Teacher, are you purposely doing this to ruin me? Empress Hong Tian was your direct student. Immortal Emperor Bingyu was given a new fortune by you. And as for Immortal Emperor Qianli, you were her Tao protector. South Emperor bitterly spoke, every time I come into being, I just happen to come by you. I should just buy a bunch of noodles so I can hang myself already. South Emperor was indeed very unlucky. The first time he came out, he met Empress Hong Tian. Even the most brilliant geniuses would be finished, so he chose to run. The second time, the Dark Crow granted a great fortune to the young immortal Emperor Bingyu. Others didn't know about the existence of the Dark Crow, but South Emperor did. This was because the second Emperor of Mysterious Bamboo was groomed by the Dark Crow. At a certain level, the Dark Crow granting a fortune was akin to determining immortal Emperor Bingyu's right to the heavens will, so South Emperor hit again. The third time was even worse. The Dark Crow personally became the Tao protector of immortal Emperor Qianli. South Emperor knew better than everyone else that no one would be able to bar the Dark Crow's path. Thus, he evaded another generation. This was his fourth time coming out, and worst turned to worst. The Dark Crow himself came out. Even if he was stronger, he wouldn't have the chance to become the immortal emperor. Having to evade 4 generations was a kind of torture to South Emperor, enough to drive him crazy. Li Qie laughed and gently shook his head. Little Gua, this has nothing to do with me. It is all about your inner demon. Li Qie pointed at his heart. If you don't come out from the shadow of Empress Hong Tian, how are you going to compete for the heaven's will? Sacred teacher is right, I do have a shadow looming in my heart. South Emperor bitterly smiled, but this inner demon is not from losing to Empress Hong Tian, it is you, sacred teacher. I cannot defeat this inner demon, so when you take action, I can only retreat. Li Qie chuckled and stated, if that's the case, it isn't hard for you to defeat it. Just kill me, then it will no longer loom over your conscience. Sacred teacher, please don't scare me. South Emperor shook his head, even if I wanted to, it wouldn't be my turn. I wouldn't be among the top 10 of those who want to kill you, no, not even the top 50. The number of giants across the ages that want you dead is too numerous to count. South Emperor was very powerful and he went very far back. It could even be said that he was extremely close to being an immortal emperor. However, he knew himself very well. It was impossible for him to kill an existence like Li Qie. Otherwise, the Dark Crow would have disappeared from this world long ago, there wouldn't be a need for him to take action. He became quite sad at this point. He wanted to drink more aged wine to become drunk. Alas, he failed at this too. Sacred teacher, I'm so sad right now. He said helplessly, I have evaded 4 generations, should I do it again or just be satisfied with this one? Li Qie smiled in response, that depends on what you want. Your chance of becoming an emperor is greater than anyone else. If you give up this generation, there will be bigger opportunities later. Avoid me and you can definitely become emperor in the next generation. He spoke forlornly, sigh, but I have given up on so many already. Li Qie replied, era evading isn't anything to be ashamed of. Immortal Emperor Muzhua, Diyu, and Qing He all evaded eras. If you manage to evade 4 generations and come out in the 5th, then it can be considered a miracle. It is not your Tao heart that is lacking, and the same is true for your talents. The only thing I can say is that your luck is quite bad. Sigh, this is why I'm sad, it's as if I was born to be hapless. The emperor smiled wryly, unlucky for 4 generations. Who told you to do so well in your youth? You nearly reached the heavens will at 15 years old, what more do you want? If we were to make a list of all the top geniuses across the ages, you definitely would be among the top 10. Consider this as a test from the heavens. Li Qie laughed. With a painful expression, he moaned, it was indeed smooth early on, but do you need to torture me like this? What do you think? Even though you are among the top 10 geniuses, look at the list. How many of them actually had an easy life or peaceful ending? Li Qie shook his head, the heavens granted you such great talents, so it has to harden your willpower first. Fine then, the old villainous heavens can continue to torture me. South Emperor complained before becoming serious, sacred teacher, I came this time just to listen to your opinion. Li Qie looked at the guy and laughed. Gugua, I know you are very arrogant. The truth is that you had a chance of becoming the immortal emperor, but you couldn't let go of your pride and were too reluctant to come ask me. I know. The emperor chuckled weakly. I know that sacred teacher would remember old sentiments. If I asked you on my ancestors' behalf, you would become my Tao protector. Just like you said before, I nearly reached the heavens at the age of 15, how could I not become arrogant? Even though the empress was more heaven-defying than me, in terms of our accomplishments at a young age and cultivation speed, she was not my match, so, I couldn't resist my pride. I always thought that I could still become the emperor without relying on you. Sigh, who would have thought that I would have to evade one generation after another? It seems like you are right, I have to let go of all posturing to come and ask you. South Emperor was very honest at this moment. He didn't need to hide anything before an everlasting existence like Li Qie. Moreover, as the Dark Crow, Li Qie had always watched over their mysterious bamboo mountain. You are right this time. In fact, even now, you could still become an immortal emperor without my help. However, due to your bad luck, you always chose the wrong generation. Li Qie smiled. South Emperor took a deep breath and solemnly asked, Sacred Master, I have seen through the past. In this generation, I am sincerely asking you, should I evade this generation or go all out? That depends. Li Qie chuckled, do you want to live brilliantly for one generation, or do you only want to become an immortal emperor? If you only want to become an emperor, then evade this era and you will definitely become one in the next after I leave. No one will be able to stop you. However, if you want to see this generation's brilliance, then go all out. Li Qie looked at the emperor and said, remember, immortal emperor is only the beginning. I know that. South Emperor gently nodded, emperor is only the beginning. However, sacred teacher, if I can't become an emperor, how can I even talk about starting? There is another choice. Li Qie revealed a mysterious smile. You don't need to become an immortal emperor since you can be an immortal monarch instead. This is another option. Chapter 1037, Mythical Immortal Monarch, Immortal Monarch. South Emperor's eyes flashed for a moment before he looked at Li Qie and murmured, I've heard of it before. Li Qie gently sipped his wine and leisurely said, what kind of generation do you wish to see? Do you just want to become an immortal emperor, to be at the starting point? South Emperor stared at Li Qie with disbelief. Sacred teacher, are you really commencing the plan? You aim on going all out to the very end in this generation? We have been waiting for this day for too long. Li Qie continued to drink. The truth is that I'm a bit tired of living. I want an answer. South Emperor batted his eyes and became a bit excited. There were a few secrets that others did not know. They were not qualified to know. However, he, who was so close to immortal emperor, knew these secrets that even god kings couldn't touch. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, that place, what is it like? Li Qie chuckled in response. Immortal Emperor Yin Tian is your junior, so you should have learned a little bit when he was at his peak. Others aren't qualified to watch, but you were definitely an exception. South Emperor was a bit dazed as he replied, that moment, it was indeed a big storm. He sat there absent-mindedly. Those who were allowed to watch back then would never forget that shocking scene. It gave people an entirely new goal. After seeing that, they would come to understand the phrase, immortal emperor is only the beginning. Li Qie grinned after seeing the dazed emperor. What do you think now? Do you wish to fulfill your dream of becoming an immortal emperor or fight above the 9 heavens? Immortal monarch, South Emperor pondered for a moment. Immortal monarch was not a title of the 9 worlds, no one here knew what it was. However, he had always wanted to become an immortal emperor, so he was hesitant on the prospect of becoming a monarch instead. Little Gua, you were a bit arrogant before, but after being polished by the river of time, your value has increased. You are now over 30, just like the polishing of jade, your gloss will become eternal. Li Qiye spoke. Is it possible? South Emperor wondered. If Li Qiye wasn't here, then he was certain of becoming the immortal emperor. However, before going to an unknown place, he needed guidance. It wasn't possible in the past, but it is now. I can guarantee this. Li Qiye drank more wine, however, you need to be prepared. Becoming an immortal monarch is different from becoming an immortal emperor, so you need to be sure. Let go of your pride and I can show you the way. This particular shift is allowed? He asked Li Qiye. After growing older, he no longer had a rash and willful temperament. In the past, even though he didn't act arrogant, he felt it inside. He was confident that he could become an emperor even without the Dark Crow as his teacher. Because of this, he never asked the Dark Crow for help. Otherwise, he could have been an emperor already by letting go of his pride. Oh? You are not confident this time? Li Qiye laughed and shook his head. Even though you were wrong for 4 generations, things really aren't that serious. Remember, you are among the top 10 of all the geniuses across the eons. You satisfy all the conditions right now, firm Tao heart with an understanding of the Grand Tao's origin as well as being recognized by the heavens will. No matter which generation it may be, you are still the most outstanding genius. He looked at South Emperor to say, as long as you are willing, you will definitely be able to do it. The only question is your own desire. To test your might in this generation, or to become an immortal emperor. Of course, each has its own merits. They are different paths leading to different worlds. I will test my might in this generation then. South Emperor took a deep breath and said solemnly, I'm also tired of evading one generation after another, so this generation it is. Just like Sacred Teacher said before, I'm also tired of living. You are only 30 years old, what is there to be tired of? Li Qiye smilingly shook his head, you are at your prime, so you should be high-spirited. To tell the truth, I'm a bit envious of you. Unburdened and without restrictions, this is how one should be when seeking the Grand Tao. South Emperor chuckled awkwardly after hearing this. Even a top character like him became a bit embarrassed, not loving anyone and having nobody to love me, is this still considered lucky? It's because your standards are too high. Back then, countless fairies and goddesses adored you, but you simply didn't like them. Li Qiye smiled and paused for a moment, not knowing love is also a kind of blessing. He gently sighed, when you live for a long time, you will have to watch some people leave, both those whom you love and those who love you. The real pain is never being able to see each other again. I no longer care too much after my master's death. South Emperor replied, that's good, I suppose. No regrets when it is time to part. Let us not talk about this sad topic. Li Qiye gently shook his head and smiled while drinking. South Emperor took a deep breath and bowed like a junior, for this journey towards the Grand Tao, Sacred Master, please show this junior the way. How can I refuse if you put it this way? Even without being considerate of Xueshi, I can't say no after you have asked, considering your talents. Li Qiye smiled. In this undisturbed location, the two of them talked for a long time about many secret matters unknown to the world. After the talk, Li Qiye smiled and told South Emperor, I asked the Radiant Bodhisattva earlier, they will open that place soon. If you are interested, you can come take a look. It is absolutely a fun and interesting location. One thought to become Buddha, another to become devil, this is definitely worth taking a look. South Emperor praised. Outside of the Rainflower Terrace, many people were waiting for evil Buddha and South Emperor to reappear. In the present times, these two were the most famous at the Buddhist funeral plateau. They even overshadowed Jikong Wudi's group. Buzz. Before the eager crowd, space finally shook and the pavilion reappeared on the terrace. Both Evil Buddha and South Emperor were still sitting there. Many people held their breaths and were curious about the conversation between the two and whether a battle would occur or not. However, contrary to their expectations, neither attacked. There were no wounds on either of them. Both had natural expressions, so it didn't seem like they fought at all. Eventually, they saw South Emperor getting up. He clasped his fist towards Wuxia before disappearing. As for Evil Buddha, he continued to sit there, drinking his wine. They didn't fight at all? Maybe they are acquaintances? Many people whispered in private. Someone speculated, perhaps Evil Buddha is also an era evader? Regardless of the speculations, no one bothered Wuxia during the next several days at the terrace. Outside of Jikong Wudi's group, other people would need to think twice about their own abilities before provoking Evil Buddha. Wuxia waited several days at the terrace, but Li Shuangyan's group didn't come. He gently shook his head and said, "It seems like there is some trouble." However, he was not worried. Li Shuangyan and the others were quite skilled now. It wouldn't be easy to kill them. If something big had happened, they would have already asked him for help. He paid for the drinks, then left the terrace to enter the streets of the city once more. The Buddhist city was large. Even if it wasn't the largest in the barren earth, it would at least be among the top 3. It spanned for tens of thousands of miles with countless temples. Wuxia walked along the streets before finally arriving at a huge Buddhist temple. It was quite magnificent with a grand atmosphere. It was not particularly eye-catching in this city, however. There were many temples that were even more extravagant than this one. "I want to see Vedas Vajra," Wuxia casually stated outside of the temple. "Amitabha, benefactor, the Vajra is not seeing guests." The monk at the door shook his head. "Amitabha." Wuxia placed his palms together, causing his Buddhist light to bloom. He turned into a Buddhist lord. The monk couldn't stand straight anymore and immediately prostrated on the ground, kowtowing. "Please excuse this little monk, I didn't know Bodhisattva was coming." He bowed 3 times before going inside to report. Soon after, the monk came out and placed his palms together to say, "Bodhisattva, the Vajra will see you, please come inside." With that, he led the way for Wuxia. Wuxia recalled his Buddhist light, making him resemble an ordinary man again, and followed the monk inside the temple. Eventually, the monk took him to a building and quietly left. Wuxia gave it a quick glance before entering. A vast Buddhist aura could be found inside the room, an aura that would drown any newcomer in an ocean of Buddhism. They would instantly have the urge to convert and become a Buddhist themselves after feeling this aura. Of course, this aura had no effect on Wuxia. He leisurely walked inside. Chapter 1038, Vedas Vajra. A Vajra adorned with a monastic robe was sitting inside the room. He exuded a scintillating brilliance as if his body was not made of flesh but was rather a statue cast from gold. His very long brows were as white as snow. The monk markings on his head were especially conspicuous. Each of them emitted light, like little lanterns. Wuxia sat down on a cushion and only smiled while looking at the Vedas Vajra. The Vajra opened his Buddhist eyes that were as sharp as blades. In the blink of an eye, people could feel his evil subduing power. His eyes were shiver-inducing, no one would dare to act presumptuously before him. Alas, this had no effect on Wuxia, he still sat there leisurely. "High monk must be the recently famous evil Buddha." The Vajra placed his palms together. Despite his great status, being rude was not part of his nature. Wuxia smiled and casually said, "Let them call me what they want. I am here not to talk about the Dharma or to debate, I just want something from you." The Vajra spoke, "A monk only has the 4 great tribulations and a cushion to sit on, nothing else." Wuxia gently shook his head, "I'm not asking about your other possessions. Vedas, I am here for the item that you obtained from the lesser imperial devil world. The Vajra's eyes turned sharp for a split second before turning back to normal. He gently shook his head. I do not know what high monk is talking about. A monk has nothing besides the tribulations. Wuxia calmly uttered, Vedas, my patience is limited. I must have that item today. The Vedas Vajra didn't become angry in his refusal. High monk, you are making this difficult. I don't have anything, nor do I know of the item you are talking about. Vedas, I am sitting here talking to you. This means that I do not want to fight. If you don't hand it over, the consequences will be unimaginable. Wuxia spoke. High monk, is that a threat? Veda's eyes turned fierce as he exuded an oppressive aura. A monk should be free of anger. However, when a Vajra is furious, they shall subdue all evil. Subdue evil? Wuxia smiled, my Vedas, tell me, who is evil here? Letting go of the butcher's blade to become Buddha? Huh, it's pretty funny saying it out loud. He looked at the Vajra and continued, Vedas, I almost burst out laughing, hearing you say the words, subdue evil. It doesn't matter whether you are Vedas Vajra or Vedas Devil right now, I only want to take that item then leave. I don't want to waste time here. Who are you? The Vajra stared at Wuxia with a glare capable of suppressing the hearts of others. Who I am is not important. Even if I say it, it will only make you jolt in horror. Wuxia said dismissively, hand that item over and I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, not to mention that you are only a Vajra, even if you were Buddha, I could still banish you to hell. Amitba, I shall subdue evil today. With a chilling glare, the Vajra emitted an aura capable of crushing all things. Even if a god king was here, they would still immediately fall to their knees. Vajra, my patience is limited. Brace yourself for the consequences if you don't comply. Wuxia lightly said, back when I destroyed your Vedas kingdom, blood flowed for 3 years. If you think that was a disaster back then, you haven't seen anything yet. If I take action now, I will show you a real calamity. I will banish you to hell with no chance of reincarnation. You, the Vajra stood up with his eyes wide open. A terrifying Buddhist aura erupted as he harshly shouted, you are that devil, the dark crow. Devil? Wuxia smiled, Vedas, you are not one that can call me a devil. Yes, I massacred your kingdom, but if I am a devil, then what are you and those from your kingdom? You weren't even qualified to be called devils. At the very least, I, as a devil, slew all of you openly so that your kind would never rise again. But you all, Wuxia glanced at the Vajra dismissively, all of you are just a bunch of wretched abominations. Your kind drank blood and flay skin for pleasure. You built your kingdom upon the belief that humans were mere ants and treated them as food, using their bones to build your palaces. To tell the truth, Vedas, you don't even have the right to be part of the human race. In my eyes, you are only the lowest of abominations. The human race doesn't have such disgusting creatures as you. In an instant, the Vajra's chest was shaking with anger. He was quite emotional despite being a Vajra who had severed all mundane ties. His mood was swinging intensely. Dark Crow. You killed my wife and slaughtered my children as well as my entire family. The Vajra shouted. So what? Wuxia was too lazy to look at him. Vedas, I don't care who you are now. Back then when you rampaged across the 9 worlds as an invincible god king, no one dared to touch you. But in my eyes, you were only an ant. That's right, I destroyed your sect and slaughtered all of your family. Wuxia calmly said, I won't say that it was for justice or retribution in the heavens stead. I will just say that maggots like your kind were not eligible to be included in the human race. Thus, I deemed you an eyesore and killed all of you. He paused for a moment and glanced at the furious Vajra. Vedas, did you really think you managed to escape my grasp? How amusing, you were only a lost dog forced into a corner, crying in despair. Then all of a sudden, you finally wanted to become a good person, throwing away your butcher's blade and repenting. Isn't this hilarious, being a devil for your entire life only to suddenly want to become a good person? Li Qie coldly glared at the guy. Are you aware? If the Buddhist Lord didn't guarantee me that you had truly repented and would never kill again, not even an ant, I would have crucified you down in hell so that you would never re-enter samsara. Even the Buddhist funeral plateau wouldn't have been able to protect you. After hearing this, the Buddhist light from the Vajra pulsed in an unstable manner. His expression changed unpredictably as he stood there. Eventually, he sat back down on the Buddhist cushion. He placed his palms together and chanted, Shanzai, Shanzai, O merciful Buddha, how sinful. Because the Buddhist kingdom gave its assurance, I will spare your life. Li Qie spoke, but if you don't hand that item over, not to mention the kingdom's assurance, even the high heaven's assurance won't do. Amitba. The Vajra chanted and finally relaxed. He opened his eyes to say, High monk, the thing you desire is no longer in my possession. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and repeated, Not in your hands? The Vajra placed his palms together in response, A monk does not lie. Veda's devil is dead, so I don't need to trick you. A few days ago, a young miss from the Eternal River School traded an old item for it. That girl. Li Qie knew who it was. He looked at the Vajra and said, I trust that you wouldn't dare to lie to me. He stood up to leave. Your Excellency Dark Crow. When Li Qie reached the door, the Vajra stood up then kowtowed on the ground. What? Li Qie looked at him, thanking me for sparing you? No, Your Excellency, even dying 100 times over wouldn't be enough to atone for my heavy sins. The Vajra prostrating on the ground spoke, I thank you for sparing my newborn great-great-grandson back then. Li Qie answered, those who deserved to die were completely killed off, both men and women alike. However, for those who didn't deserve to die, I wouldn't bother staining my hands with their blood. I didn't spare him, he was not guilty from the start. I know that even suicide wouldn't allow me to redeem myself. After becoming enlightened, I only want to stay and train at the plateau in hopes of saving mortals in agony to make up for my crimes back then. The Vajra spoke with piety. Interesting. Li Qie glanced at him, you left Spirit Mountain as well as your Buddhist heart at the Buddhist kingdom while they branded you. Truly interesting. I wish to reduce the suffering in this world and bring about kindness and light. Once my beneficence is enough, I want to return to my homeland and spend my final moments there to purify the grievances in that place. Just like you said, I am not qualified to become Buddha. The Vajra spoke. That is your Spirit Mountain's business. You being able to live for so long and become a Vajra is indicative of your will to change for the better. Li Qie spoke insipidly, I don't care for the Buddhist kingdom's matters. Just keep in mind that Veda's devil and Veda's kingdom are no more. Otherwise, I will show you what eternal damnation is. Amitba, the Vajra's forehead met the ground, my sin is immense. Li Qie didn't say anything else and left the temple. Chapter 1039, Seeing Mei Suyao again after leaving the temple, Li Qie went to another part of the city. It seemed to be quite impoverished. It seemed to be a mortal town without anything special. Li Qie entered a house with no one trying to stop him. After taking the first step inside, the scene immediately changed. In this place was a vast realm with bridges and green sceneries that belonged in poems. His intrusion was met with the eruption of several powerful auras. One of them was even of the god monarch level. Without a doubt, this inconspicuous little house had extremely powerful virtuous paragons protecting it. Immortal Emperor Xiao Shui is truly amazing. Not only did she establish a heavenly grotto here, she also managed to shield it from the Buddhist affinity of the plateau. Such keen insight is truly admirable. He took his time walking through this place to enjoy it fully. The powerful auras surged, their owners wanting to attack Wuxia. However, a voice that resembled an immortal hymn resounded, "He is a guest, do not be rude." Wuxia only smiled and strolled through the place to reach a particular pavilion. It was built in the middle of a lake with a woman sitting on a stone chair. She was looking at the pretty view of the lake. Anyone would marvel at the sight of this woman ahead. She was beautiful beyond words. It was not enough to call her a goddess. Mei Suyao. The woman praised as a goddess in the mortal emperor world. She was sitting quietly with an indifferent demeanor, like a fairy detached from this mundane world. She also had this appearance in the past, but the current Mei Suyao was completely different from before. In the past, her steps were accompanied by visual phenomena like a deity descending to this world. But now, she had returned to the origin and held a simplicity far from striking visuals and hymns of the Grand Tao. Nevertheless, she was still a goddess removed from the pollution of the world and was about to fuse together with nature. Her core remained unchanged, but she now used a different attitude to deal with the world, resulting in a different style. She stood up the moment she saw Wuxia walk into the pavilion. She looked at him and, with a slightly surprised expression while her forehead flashed with a glimmer, she inquired, "Is it you, young noble Li?" She was not completely sure of this either. Not bad, an immortal bone is worthy of its prestige. To be able to see the truth and communicate with true gods. Wuxia nodded his head and praised. He revealed his true form and freely sat down on another stone chair. After seeing his form, Mei Suyao bowed her head gently with a respectful demeanor. "Please excuse me for not personally greeting you." He waved his sleeve and interrupted her, "Okay, little girl, there's no need for cumbersome formalities." Goddess Mei Suyao was always the focus of the show regardless of the time and place. Even peerless geniuses like Jikong Wudi's group would always show their best side in front of her. Only Wuxia didn't pay her any mind. She was not angry and sat down. She poured some tea into a jade cup for him while speaking, "Please have this simple cup of tea." He accepted her jade cup and took a sip before commenting freely, "It seems like you have finally understood, this is Immortal Emperor Xiao Shui's Alaya Heavenly Fragrance Tao. This is thanks to you. In recent years, I was enlightened and spent time meditating before understanding the profundities within." She spoke with sincerity, "If you didn't wake me up from my dream, my path would have been even longer." Wuxia smiled and enjoyed his tea as well as the charming beauty before him. He was relaxed and carefree, everything else became insignificant. She didn't speak and only quietly kept him company, pouring more tea for him in a demure and natural manner. He closed his eyes to feel the calm rhythm. After a while, he gently nodded, It is this feeling. You have truly understood the core of the fragrant Tao and will be able to enter the heavenly Tao. This will be a grand Tao that belongs to you, allowing you to eventually embark on one that is unique to yourself." Mei Suyao subtly smiled like an apricot bud slowly blossoming. It was quite a scene to behold. Mei Suyao took out an old box and slowly handed it over to him. "One half of the treasure is here, please take a look." Wuxia opened it and glanced at the item inside before nodding his head. "Where is the other half?" "It was taken back by the ancestor." Mei Suyao calmly answered, "My immortal bone still has difficulty understanding this thing, so I asked the ancestor to bring back one half so that the other ancestors could take a look. Maybe they will be able to see through its mysticisms. I have consulted Vedas Vajra as well about this issue." He didn't know either. The only thing he said was that the item is extremely unfathomable. Mei Suyao told the truth. If Vedas Vajra could comprehend it, then he wouldn't be Vedas Vajra. Wuxia said dismissively, "This thing is connected to an ancient mystery. People who don't know about the ancient legends would never be able to understand the item's secrets." She asked curiously, "Young noble is referring to the era before the desolate era? The mythical legendary era?" Coming from the Eternal River School, a sect with 3 emperors, she was an erudite person with few peers. However, she didn't know if the item came from the legendary era. It may be even older. Li Qiye only smiled without saying much. Mei Suyao was dazed for a moment. In the minds of common cultivators, the desolate era was the oldest. She knew about the existence of the legendary era that came before it, but what kind of era was even older? Li Qiye put away the box and said, I want the whole thing. Half of it is tantamount to trash. Don't worry, young noble. I have sent a message to the ancestors and told the school to immediately bring it to you without delay. She was very open and agreed right away. Li Qiye looked at her and chuckled, Girl, if I didn't know that you have understood the fragrant Tao's essence, I wouldn't believe it either. Such a great change in a short period of time, you can even call it a metamorphosis. Before coming, I expected you to make bargains. It seems like I have underestimated you. Chapter 1040, Mei Suyao's Beauty. Would any attempt at negotiation be useful? She smiled wryly and slightly shook her head. Do I have any room to bargain? Li Qiye couldn't help but smile while looking at her to leisurely say, I'm actually curious, what did the old geezer tell you? She smiled without responding, like a flower bud on the verge of blossoming. It was of transcendent beauty and boundless charm. Li Qiye stood up and wanted to leave, but Mei Suyao spoke, If you don't have a place to stay, you can stay here. Our school is willing to offer our humble abode to you. He looked back at her and smiled before sitting down again to say, Girl, what ideas are you having? What are your plans? Mei Suyao chuckled. She spoke in a playful tone, It seems like you are still cautious of me. I suppose I can't really blame you. It is my fault for being naive back then and leaving you with a bad impression. Li Qiye gently shook his head, Girl, you are a beauty capable of causing disasters. Of course, I understand what the old geezers from your school are thinking. However, I'm even more curious about your thoughts. Oh. She didn't say who it was, but any discerning person could figure it out. Girl, I won't take your item without giving something back. Since you have given it to me, I will give you a creation. Before leaving, he told her, Before entering the lesser world, come find me. I will point you to the right path. Thank you, young noble. She charmingly bowed. I speak on behalf of my ancestors when I say, just say the word if you ever need my school for anything. We will assist you at any moment. Your old geezers indeed have a little foresight. He laughed and left. Mei Suyao watched him leave, then ordered an elder from the school, Elder, please go back to the school and bring the other half of the treasure here for young noble Li as fast as possible. The elder acknowledged this command and immediately went to carry it out. Because Li Shuangyan and the others hadn't come, Li Qiye stayed behind at the Rainflower Terrace again. The moment he arrived, he sent Sikong Taotian a message. In the shortest amount of time, Sikong Taotian appeared before Li Qiye and immediately spoke, Boss, you have an order? Is it about the Heavenly God sect? He looked at Sikong Taotian and asked, Heavenly God sect? What's going on with them? Sikong Taotian answered right away, Boss, I received a direct message that there has been some friction between cleansing incense and Heavenly God. This news has yet to reach the barren earth. The Heavenly God sect is quite brave now. They finally can't stay patient anymore. Li Qiye smiled. Boss has probably heard about it too. Right now, their backing is even stronger than before. It was the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom back then, and now it's the Soaring Immortal sect. Sikong Taotian spoke, right now, even the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom has to show the Heavenly God sect some consideration. Not to mention the Soaring Immortal sect hasn't descended yet, even if they did, I still wouldn't give a damn. Li Qiye freely smiled, they have already started sharpening their blades before Soaring Immortal is even here. Wait until I return to the Grand Middle Territory, the first thing I will do is destroy their heavenly god sect. Li Qie was not worried about cleansing incense at this moment. Because of Peng Keng's group, nothing big should happen. Just give me the command and I shall be your vanguard, the first to kill my way into the heavenly god sect. Xikong Taotian smacked his chest loudly 3 times. Li Qie gave him a look. Will you be there to kill or to grab the treasures? I definitely believe that you will be the first to charge into the heavenly god sect. Their treasury, to be specific. Ha ha ha, boss, I will be killing and plundering, not stealing. He didn't blush at all and spoke with incredibly thick skin. Li Qie smiled and didn't scold him. This time, I didn't call you to tell you to go kill the heavenly god sect. I want you to do something else. Boss, just say the words. Tell me what you want and I shall carry it out perfectly. You can rest assured when I am the man doing the job. He smacked his chest loudly again and confidently assured Li Qie. Chapter 1041, Soaring Heavenly Saintess. Li Qie looked at the boasting thief and said, "Okay, stop messing around. This is an important matter." Xikong Taotian stopped messing around and solemnly stated, "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely successfully carry it out." Li Qie asked, "How much time will it take for you to return to the Heaven's Secret Valley?" Xikong Taotian immediately responded, "How fast do you want, boss? I can go as fast as you want." "The fastest." Li Qie said, "I will give you a deadline of 5 days, you must return to me. Both ways, got it?" "Roger, boss. I'll give you my assurance that I won't need 5 days to do this, just 3 for both ways." Xikong Taotian accepted the order. "Very good, tell the mortal monarch to come to me," Li Qie commanded. That, Xikong Taotian was jolted. "Boss, call for the mortal ancestor? This might be a bit difficult." Li Qie looked at him with one eye and said, "Oh? Didn't you pat your chest and guarantee me earlier?" The thief smiled wryly and awkwardly spoke, "Boss, you should know that although this little one does have a bit of status at the valley, his venerable mortal ancestor does not come out anymore. He wouldn't answer the call of the other ancestors, let alone a junior like me." The mortal monarch was called the mortal ancestor by the disciples of the Heaven's Secret Valley. He was the most ancient ancestor there, completely unfathomable. It could be said that even the disciples there had never seen him before and had only heard of his prestige. "Take this." Li Qie took out an item and handed it to him. "Take it to the mortal monarch and show it to him. Tell him to come see me right away without error." He accepted the item that seemed quite normal. However, after hearing Li Qie, his mind trembled a bit. The mortal monarch was a grand character, yet Li Qie was speaking with a commanding tone. How could he not be shocked by this? He didn't dare to waste words and carefully put away the item. He clasped his fists and said, "Boss, I got it. I shall return within 3 days." With that, he turned and left. After his departure, Li Qie took out the old box he received from Mei Suyao. He took out the item inside for a careful look. This item was completely fragmented and seemed to have been put together by someone, but the person failed to do so perfectly. These bits and pieces were only 1/2 of the entire thing. Only when they were perfectly combined with the other half would it be complete again. In the past, Vedas Vajra obtained it from the lesser imperial devil world by complete accident. Li Qie knew about it a long time ago, but he didn't expect the Vajra to be so lucky to actually get it. After looking at the pieces, he began to stitch. Of course, he wasn't stitching with fabric and threads but rather extremely tiny strings of universal laws. It was a meticulous and long process, not to mention being extremely difficult. Each universal law combined and intertwined only to increase the process's difficulty as time went on. It didn't only involve the mysteries of the Grand Tao but also a secret from the ancient era. There were totems here that the world had never seen before. Wuxia locked himself in the room like a seamstress busy at work. Meanwhile, the Buddhist city became quite lively since two pieces of news had spread out. The first was from an unknown source. Some people believed it came from Spirit Mountain. Did you hear? Nalanda wants to open the evil Denver. After this news came out, many people immediately told their friends and seniors. Evil Den? Isn't it that fiendish world of the legends? The place known as the Lesser Imperial Devil World? A cultivator heard this from his friend and immediately became excited. This was a cause for excitement because many people knew that Nalanda opening the Lesser Imperial Devil World was a rare opportunity. When Nalanda opens its Buddhist gates, the Lesser World will be there as well. An old paragon commented, "What's truly interesting is why a powerful existence like Spirit Mountain would allow the Lesser Imperial Devil World to exist. Why is it that they want to open the Lesser World every generation?" The older generation that had lived for a long time found it quite strange due to Nalanda's stance on the Lesser World. The second piece of news quietly spread after this one. I heard people from the Soaring Immortal sect are about to enter the Mortal Emperor world. Many sects and cultivators discussed this secret message. Many people, including even ancestors, quivered after hearing this. An ancestor couldn't help but murmur, "Is the Soaring Immortal sect really coming? It's the only giant in the 9 worlds that can control each generation. It was the only sect with 5 emperors in the 9 worlds. Legend states that among the River of Time, it had controlled many generations of the 9 worlds. It had left its mark in history across time itself. I heard the sect has not appeared for at least 3 generations, the era of the Black Dragon King. But now, its sudden appearance, don't tell me it wants to groom the next successor to the throne?" A few ancestors discussed it within their group. In fact, anyone would be alarmed after coming up with this possibility because if the sect truly groomed a successor, no one in the contemporary would be able to compete with them. Is a lineage with 6 emperors about to appear? An ancestor absent-mindedly mumbled after thinking about it. Is it true that the Soaring Immortal sect is coming to the Mortal Emperor world? Many people didn't believe this because it hadn't shown itself for 3 generations. A well-informed person clarified some points. It's not certain for now, but an emissary is coming. I heard he went to the Heavenly God sect already. Also, I heard that the soaring Heavenly Saintess has arrived at the Buddhist funeral plateau. Sure enough, on the same day, a rainbow swept over the sky. A golden vessel emerged right outside of the Buddhist city and poured down an auspicious light. It made no effort to constrain its overbearing brilliance. It came into the city with great fanfare and zero restraint. On top of the vessel was a gorgeous woman. She wore a golden robe, making her seem like a golden phoenix perched on a branch. Her brows held an air of arrogance, as if she sat on top of the world. Several old men stood right behind her. They emitted a terrifying aura, making it clear that they were paragons that had entered the path of the Grand Era. The soaring Heavenly Saintess is here. Someone cried out after seeing the woman on the ship. Many in the city quickly came out to greet her. Among them were leaders and tyrants, there were even virtuous paragons from the previous generation. At this time, even though Jikong Wudi's group of geniuses didn't personally come out to receive her, they still sent their followers to greet her. Even Jikong Wudi's group sent disciples to see her, she is quite renowned. Someone was surprised to see this scene. However, others were full of disdain, especially the young geniuses. One of them sneered, "Humph, this soaring Heavenly Saintess, her talents aren't that bad and can even be considered a genius, but she is still far from being a true genius. Just her alone isn't qualified for this grand act. She is simply borrowing the prestige of her backers." "Shoo, quiet down." His friend immediately stopped him and whispered, "Though the Heavenly God sect and this saintess might not be all that powerful, no one can mess with her right now. Her aunt married the emissary and she is partially considered a disciple from the Soaring Immortal sect. Rumor has it that this emissary wants to take her in as a disciple as well. In the future, she will be part of that sect. Humph, then how is she not a fox borrowing the tiger's might? The genius saw her pompous attitude while accepting the reception from the sects and big shots. He became very annoyed and sneered. We'll just keep this between us. The friend warned him, I know you're not convinced, but who can provoke the Soaring Immortal sect? Plus, if she truly joins the sect, she will become a god monarch or even a god king sooner or later with her talents after being taught by the masters there. So, even if you don't like her, don't say it in public lest you offend her. It would be the same as courting death. No one will risk antagonizing the Soaring Immortal sect to protect you. Your master might be the first one to punish you, got it? Despite his grievance and disdain towards the saintess, the genius didn't dare to say anything else. The saintess receiving the grand reception of the other sects and Jikong Wudi's group made many people envious. Someone spoke with envy, it's so nice to be able to hug the Soaring Immortal sect's thighs, just like a carp leaping over the dragon gate and flying to the 9 heavens. Chapter 1042, The mortal monarch Wuxia continued this embroidery process for 2 days and 3 nights before finally doing a good job of sewing the laws together. Looking at the flashing totems in his hand, Wuxia couldn't help but chuckle. After struggling for so many years, an unknown era had disappeared without anyone knowing. Even though Xikong Taotian was a carefree fella, he didn't dare to do a sloppy job on a task given by Wuxia. On the 3rd day, he finally returned. However, he was obediently standing behind someone at this time. The person entered Wuxia's abode and instantly began inspecting him from top to bottom carefully. It was more accurate to call this person an iron statue. Other than his head, the rest of his body was made out of an unknown material. His body emitted a faint silver luster and the cold air of metal. Even though there were all type of races in this world such as golems and demons, this Iron Man might be one of a kind. He was not cast from a particular piece of metal. To be precise, his body was formed from the combination of many exquisite parts. For example, Wuxia's brave tiger legion was formed by pouring metal into the same mold. However, this Iron Man was not created by that process but rather assembled in a sophisticated process beyond imagination. However, his head was clearly that of a normal person. Judging from his gray hair and beard, he was a man whose age was too old to be determined. Even though his eyes were muddled, there were flashing starry glimmers in their depths with wavy nebulae. Anyone who stared in his eyes would definitely be shocked, for they would come to realize his terrifying power. Your Excellency, after taking a good look, the Iron Man prostrated on the ground with great emotion. Your Excellency, it really is you. Excitement was plastered all over his face. Even though his iron body had turned cold, at this very second, he couldn't control his emotions. His actions frightened the soul out of Xikong Taotian. He was an obedient child before the Iron Man and didn't even know where to put his hands. However, this untouchable mortal ancestor in his mind was actually calling Wuxia, Your Excellency, so how could he not be scared out of his mind? The Iron Man was the oldest ancestor in the Mortal King Palace of their Heaven's Secret Valley. He was a supreme existence, many disciples never even had the chance to see him. But now, their valley's ancestor actually prostrated before Wuxia, leaving Xikong Taotian in complete astonishment. Wuxia propped the mortal monarch up and smiled, I'm very happy to be able to see you. The mortal monarch stood up. His decrepit face revealed a touching smile. At this time, he gently waved his sleeve. Xikong Taotian didn't say anything and quietly left. I didn't think I would be able to meet Your Excellency again. I thought I would die of old age at the Mortal King Palace. He smiled. Wuxia laughed in response, with your advantages, as long as the valley has sufficient blood era stones, you will be able to live for a long time. I didn't want to disturb you in this generation. After all, it isn't easy to seal you once more. What are you saying, Your Excellency? He quickly interjected, my life was given to me by you. Without you, I would only be a pile of scrap iron in the darkness, trying to hold on to my last breath. If you didn't defy the heavens to prolong my life, the me of today wouldn't exist, and neither would the heaven's secret valley. Very few people in the present times knew about an existence like the mortal monarch, and even fewer knew about a lineage like the valley. A very long time ago, the monarch was a man made out of iron. During that period, he was broken into little tiny pieces. As he put it, a pile of scrap metal with feeble vitality. Later on, he met Wuxia. Wuxia spent countless efforts and finally saved his life and prolonged it. He was not a human or a demon, not even any of the other races of this world. His origin traced back to a very archaic era. However, the monarch himself knew very little about his own era because he was exiled into the shadows in his youth and had always been sealed. It wasn't until later when he met Wuxia that he able to see the light of day. As for that distant era, it had been annihilated long ago and no longer existed. No matter what, you have managed to pass down your craft. Wuxia patted his shoulder and smiled. Your valley's mechanical prowess can be considered the best in the 9 worlds. The monarch shook his head and said, Your Excellency is teasing me, it is only a minor trick, it's not enough to get into your eyes. No, I actually do need this skill of yours this time. Wuxia smiled, I have an item. If I do it myself, I will need a very long time to finish, but time does not wait for me, which is why I specifically called for you. With that, Wuxia took out the old box and handed it to him. Inside were the scattered parts that were extremely delicate. The monarch was instantly attracted like a master-level artist immersing himself in an unparalleled work of art. After a good look, he lifted his head in shock. Your Excellency, this is, with that, he took a deep breath to calm himself, this can only be from that era. Yes, only in that era can you find this. To be precise, I want to go to a certain place in the lesser imperial devil world. Wuxia nodded. Your Excellency has finally found it? Even an existence that had lived for so long like him became emotional. I'm not sure how I will face it. I have thought about this matter for a very long time, so I am fairly confident. Wuxia told the monarch, do you want to go take a look? Perhaps this will let you understand that era better. The monarch pondered for a long time. Eventually, he smiled wryly and said, I know very little about that era. Some of the things I know were taught by you and the legends from your tales. That era has vanished. I belong in the present, not that destroyed past. Really, I have so many children and grandchildren now, what is there in the past for me to yearn for? He smiled and shook his head, just let the past go. I won't try to search for it since I am very satisfied with the present. Tracing my origin is no longer a priority of mine. I understand. Wuxia gently patted his shoulder again. He watched over the mortal monarch all this time, how could he not understand him? At this time, the monarch took another look at the item inside the box before speaking, Your Excellency, this thing is not complete, it must be missing another half. I know, the other half is with the Eternal River School. They should have it here within the next 2 days. Wuxia said, I want you to get it ready as soon as possible. In my opinion, Nalanda will release the Lesser Imperial Devil World in the next several days. The Lesser World had always been sealed by Nalanda. Although they would open it in each generation their Buddhist gates opened, they would normally wait for a very long time before doing so. However, Wuxia came to Spirit Mountain this time and asked the Radiant Bodhisattva to open it early since there was something he needed inside. I'm afraid this is difficult for me as well. The monarch stared at the item and said, Your Excellency, this thing is of the utmost importance and relates to the totems of that era. I can't prepare it well in a short amount of time, I have to understand these totems first before knowing their derivations and transformations. I don't have many memories about these totems, so if I wanted to complete it, I would need a very long time. The monarch was ashamed to say, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. You don't have to worry about that. Wuxia smiled, I have prepared the totems for you. With that, he took out the totems that he had been sewing for the last 2 days. Seeing the animated totems before him, the monarch became startled and stared at them in disbelief. Your Excellency, where did you get them from? I made it. Wuxia smiled, I didn't live all of these years for nothing. After reading many ancient scrolls, I finally understood a few things from that era. Later on, I went through numerous images so I was able to derive them into these totems. Because there isn't a real one in our possession right now, I had to make them myself. Everything should be easy with this. The monarch became excited and spoke, Don't worry, Your Excellency, I will prepare this for you to the best of my ability. I believe in your ability. Wuxia gently nodded, as long as the Eternal River School brings the other half here, we'll have plenty of time. In the end, the monarch had to ask, Your Excellency is entering the Lesser Imperial Devil World for that item in the legends? Not just for that item. Wuxia gently shook his head, I want to know exactly what went on at the very end of time, it will be a good reference point for me. Of course, if that item is still there, then nothing could be better. But if it's not, I won't force the issue. The monarch softly sighed and didn't say anything else. He began his task. Wuxia didn't bother him and left the room. Outside, Sikong Taotian stood on guard. After seeing Wuxia, he felt quite awkward and didn't know what to do with his hands. My relationship with the monarch is separate from my relationship with you. Wuxia laughed, just act like before. After hearing this, Sikong Taotian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1043, Lesser Imperial Devil World's appearance. Mei Suyao didn't let Wuxia down. The Eternal River School quickly brought the other half over. After obtaining this half, the mortal monarch's pace of assembly quickened. At the same time, Wuxia was meditating with his eyes closed. It seemed that his soul had left his body and was wandering around the vast Buddhist funeral plateau. In his vision, there were no mountains and rivers nor temples and cities. No living creatures were to be found, only the Buddhist aura and rhythm was present. There was no end to the vast Buddhist sea. Anyone would be lost inside without turning back. It was just like Wuxia's phrase, the Buddhist sea is boundless, turn back to see the shore. Some called it the evil den while others preferred Devil World. However, the most popular name was the Lesser Imperial Devil World. Legend states that it was sealed by Spirit Mountain. Without its approval, it would never appear. However, Spirit Mountain would release it each generation. Wuxia came out of his room at this time as well and looked up to see the emerging world. He revealed a faint smile, Lesser Imperial Devil World, I'm coming, are you ready? Sikong Taotian had been guarding the door the whole time, but he kept up with his intelligence gathering. He saw the emerging world and asked Wuxia, many people are going to try to grab the lotus. Are you going too, boss? Yes. Wuxia smiled as his gaze fell upon the temple in the lesser world. It seemed that this temple greatly attracted him, like a lover captivating his glance. Nihility Temple. Sikong Taotian commented after seeing Wuxia's stare, legend states that it is the scariest temple, even more frightening than Nalanda. Wuxia laughed and looked at the guy, it seems like you know quite a few things. Even if many had heard of the name Nihility, very few truly understood it. Everyone was more familiar with the 18 temples and Nalanda. The Nihility Temple remained a mystery to most. I've heard from the seniors in the valley. Sikong Taotian rubbed his palms together and smiled, if boss won't make fun of me for showing off, then I'll tell you. Wuxia chuckled, it's fine, go for it. Sikong Taotian looked over at Nihility and swallowed some saliva as if he was looking at a nice piece of braised pork. Okay, don't have any ideas about it. With just you? You're not qualified to even go up there, let alone think about stealing from there. The mortal monarch wouldn't have trouble going up there, but you aren't capable for now. Li Qiye smilingly said. Sikong Taotian chuckled awkwardly. He scratched his head in response, this little one knows that too. My meager skill can't allow me to go up there. I heard that the people who have been up there before were practically all immortal emperors. Not necessarily just emperors. Powerful god kings and true gods can go as well. Li Qiye stared at the temple as his eyes became quite profound. No matter who it is, that place is indeed worth visiting at least once. Chapter 1044, The Legendary Lesser Imperial Devil World. Despite not knowing how to get up there, Sikong Taotian still swallowed his saliva greedily while looking at the Nihility Temple. He said, I heard immortal Emperor Fei Yang went there once and even took a stone Buddha statue away. Is that true? About that, what else does the legend say about it? Li Qiye asked with a grin. Sikong Taotian went on, rumor has it that the emperor went there and was so eloquent that he managed to take away a stone statue willingly. It left the Nihility Temple and the Buddhist funeral plateau to go with him. Li Qiye smiled, this legend can be considered true. However, there are a few minor details unknown to the world. Sikong Taotian immediately became spirited and asked, what kind of details? Li Qiye answered with amusement, there was a secret. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang indeed won. However, he didn't bet on the ultimate gamble. To be precise, he only tricked a stone statue to leave with him. But nevertheless, the emperor was indeed amazing, using just his 3-inch tongue in order to take that statue. This could absolutely be praised as one of the greatest achievements of his life. The group of geniuses all had their own territories. Other experts, both young and old, weren't willing to fight them for it. Among these geniuses, one would naturally become the immortal emperor in the future, so no one wanted to offend them. Not to mention, the powers behind them were quite powerful as well. The undercurrents of both the lake and atmosphere simmered. There were a few powerful paragons here as well as a few god monarchs unwilling to show their faces. Some of these paragons had already embarked on the path of the Grand Era. They wanted to seize the lotus as well. However, Jikong Wudi's group was not afraid of the old paragons since they were well prepared. Many noticed their confidence and couldn't help but tremble. This meant that the group of geniuses had powerful Tao protectors present as well. In terms of cultivation, this young group couldn't necessarily compete with older paragons, especially the Grand Era paragons and god monarchs. However, their secret Tao protectors were dreadful to just about anyone, including god monarchs. We're missing Goddess Mei and Bai Jianjun. Someone murmured after looking at the young group. If Goddess Mei and Bai Jianjun come, then all the young people most qualified to become the emperor in the mortal emperor world will have gathered here. Even the older generation had to admit this. There's evil Buddha as well. Another blurted out. At this time, someone shouted, evil Buddha is here. People looked around and sure enough, evil Buddha was flying here. Below his feet was an auspicious cloud, giving him the appearance of a Buddhist lord that had ascended. Li Qiye landed on a peak with many eyes on him. Recently, his reputation was sky-high and had even overshadowed Jikong Wudi's group. The mortal king was giving him a particularly cold glare. However, he was surprisingly able to contain himself this time and didn't make a move. The battle is about to begin. Some people smelled blood with this gathering. They left the large lake to avoid being involved. Even under the prying eyes of so many, Li Qiye remained calm as he stood alone while looking at the glittering golden lake with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 1045, Venerable Dry Peak. The Sword Goddess is here. Not long after Li Qiye's arrival, someone shouted and drew a lot of attention. In the present times, only Bai Jianzhen was qualified to have the title of Sword Goddess. She came holding her sword and had returned to the origin. No one dared to block her path as she walked forth. The spectators quickly made way. In terms of battle records, she was not as illustrious as the mortal king since he challenged everyone. As for prestige, she was lesser than Jikong Wudi. He had a triple saint aptitude and was untouchable. However, she was still quite dreadful in her own right. There was a saying, when the mad sword comes out, meet God slay God, meet devil slay devil. No one wanted to test her fury because people said that it was quite horrifying. She even chased the mortal king around. With nowhere to hide, he struggled to escape alive from the battle. After coming here, she simply coldly glanced around and didn't care for the group. She sat down next to a tree. All the strong cultivators were gathered here. Suddenly, the atmosphere became heavy to the max. Everyone understood that a bloodbath was absolutely unavoidable. Bing Wuxia looked around and said with a smile, "The lotus hasn't come out yet, so does anyone want to fight first?" However, no one took her up on it. The arrogant Jikong Wudi remained standing there. Lin Tiandi was still carefree and cool. Zhanshi had no response, and the mortal king was as immovable as a peak. How boring. Bing Wuxia saw the group staying patient and knew that she wouldn't be able to fight until the lotus appeared. She was too lazy to look at them, so her eyes fell upon Li Qiye instead. At this moment, he was Chu Yuntian, so she naturally couldn't recognize him. However, for some unknown reason, she felt that this evil Buddha gave quite a familiar sensation. It was just that she couldn't put her finger on it. She felt that she had met him before but couldn't recall the exact time. The current world is the playground of the young. An old sect master gently sighed while looking at the geniuses lording over their respective territories. He chose not to compete for the lotus and retreated to the horizon to watch instead. Despite their past feuds, the group remained calm and waited for the lotus flower's appearance. The tense atmosphere permeated this entire area. At the same time, an old man flew here and took a look around before focusing on the lake. This old man exuded the aura of a paragon. It was quite oppressive. Moreover, he came with great fanfare, as if he was not afraid of antagonizing others. Venerable Dry Peak. Someone recognized his identity and murmured, "I didn't think someone of his status would actually work under the soaring heavenly saintess." It turned out that this old man was a famous virtuous paragon. He was from a big sect and many people called him Venerable Dry Peak. As a paragon, he shouldn't have joined the banner of a junior, especially one like the saintess, since she couldn't compare to Jikong Wudi's group. However, he actually went against the norm because he wanted to use the emissary behind the saintness to join the soaring immortal sect. He wished to become an external disciple to pave the way for his sect in the future. His decree resonated with the Buddhist hymns, "Go, subdue the evil. Goodness, goodness." After the decree came out, the Venerable actually placed his palms together and turned around to leave. He instantly disappeared into the horizon. Li Qiye's light disappeared and he resumed his normal appearance. It seemed as if what happened just now was only an illusion. That's it? Many people felt disappointed after seeing the Venerable leave. Some thought that he would commit suicide and were slightly let down by Li Qiye's dharma. A virtuous paragon stared at the faraway Buddhist city and murmured, "No, it's more than that." Ah! Screams rang out from the city. Blood spurted everywhere where the soaring heavenly saintess was staying. After the Venerable returned, he started massacring the people in the camp. Something is happening. The spectators noticed the commotion back at the city and immediately flew there to watch. Many experts opened their heavenly gaze to view it as well. "Dry Peak, are you insane?" Eventually, Dry Peak's slaughter alarmed the other virtuous paragons under the saintness. One of them shouted and went to stop him. Rumble. In a split second, the world spun. Virtuous paragons had a showdown in the sky and broke through the firmament. Treasures slammed into each other, causing flames to spark and light up the sky. Ah! Eventually, a shrill scream resounded. Venerable Dry Peak was assassinated by another paragon, and this bizarre event finally concluded. Back at the lake, many sects masters and paragons all witnessed that scene. They shivered and glanced over at Wuxia. People receded like the tides to maintain their distance. Wuxia using the Dharma to control the Nantian Young Kings group was one thing. This could be attributed to their age, lack of cultivation, and brittle Tao heart. However, a paragon like Dry Peak was instantly crossed over by Wuxia as well. This was too horrifying. If Wuxia wanted to perform a mass conversion, wouldn't he be able to instantly control countless experts? A cold sweat broke out as they thought about Venerable Dry Peak's ultimate fate. In their eyes, Wuxia was even more frightening than a devil. Jikong Wudi's group turned quite serious as well. Evil Buddha's terrifying might once again exceeded their expectations. Even Zhanshe with his firm Tao heart wasn't sure if he could stay strong against Evil Buddha's conversion. Wuxia only chuckled. He had grasped the true meaning of the Buddhist funeral plateau. In this place, he was able to control all Buddhist laws. Unless the existence in the Buddhist sea took action, he could convert just about anyone with his Dharma. Chapter 1046, A brewing storm. People stayed far away from Wuxia and stared at him in horror. This monk that didn't look like a monk gave them the willies. Everyone knew the fearful Dharma in the plateau as well as Spirit Mountain's power of conversion. However, under normal circumstances, sacred monks and bodhisattvas from the 18 temples wouldn't take the initiative to convert others. But now, Wuxia was a wandering bodhisattva away from Spirit Mountain with the ability to convert a paragon with one phrase. Anyone would be fearful of such an existence, so they stayed far away. Supreme geniuses like Jikong Wudi did not avoid him and instead proudly stood their ground. However, their expressions were quite grave. Wuxia's abilities were too dangerous, even to geniuses like them. Hey, are you borrowing the power of the plateau, or is it your own? Bing Wuxia stared at Wuxia and asked with some curiosity. He looked at her and smiled. Does it matter? The land I tread will become a Buddhist holy land. When I speak, my words become the Dharma. Where I walk, arhats and bodhisattvas will follow me. I control the Dharma and the Buddhist laws. Everyone shall join Buddhism under my preaching. Such words were incredibly arrogant. It was as if he considered himself a Buddhist lord. However, no one thought that he was being ludicrous and only felt that this evil Buddha before them was too horrifying. I want to test your Dharma. Bing Wuxia was itching and didn't hide her intent to fight at all. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. Girl, I have no interest in crossing you over. Even if I did, there wouldn't be that great of an effect because your heaven-cutting Tao isn't appropriate for the Buddhist faith. Her expression immediately tensed up the moment he said this. Fascinating glimmers flashed across her eyes as she glared at him. Fewer than few people knew about her Tao of heaven-cutting. It was something she learned from the heaven-cutting tablet. But now, this evil Buddha that she had never seen before suddenly revealed her secret, so how could she not become serious? What would be suitable for the Buddhist faith? She stared at him and slowly asked, intending to find some clues by watching each of his actions. Her. Wuxia casually pointed at Bai Jianjun, who was sitting under a tree. After arriving, Bai Jianjun sat in the shade and closed her eyes, but now when Wuxia suddenly pointed at her, her eyes narrowed to resemble two divine swords. That icy woman. Bing Wuxia didn't expect for evil Buddha to value Bai Jianjun like this. She curiously asked, why do you want to pick her? Because she has discovered the mad sword. Wuxia answered dismissively, Buddhism has furious vajra. This furious nature combined with her mad sword would allow her to reach the apex with a creation that could catch up to the old immortal Emperor Yi Ti. At this point, Bai Jianjun's pretty eyes were staring intensely at Wuxia. She didn't become angry since she had fallen into a deep contemplation. Wuxia chuckled, if you join my banner, I will show you the way. In the future, people like them wouldn't be a match for you. The moment your sword leaves its sheath would be the end of them. Having said that, he casually pointed at Jikong Wudi's group. Such words were a blatant provocation towards them. Jikong Wudi turned cold, the mortal king had a fierce glare, Zhanshi had no reaction, and Heavenly Emperor Lin was as nonchalant as always. The crowd, on the other hand, took a deep breath. Evil Buddha's tone was quite big. This was extremely overbearing since it immediately offended the entire group of geniuses. Bai Jianjun didn't respond to Wuxia. She only sat there embracing her sword. Eventually, she slowly closed her eyes as if she didn't care for external matters. Suddenly, someone shouted, the soaring heavenly saintess is here. A golden vessel jumped into the sky and quickly hovered above the lake. On top of the vessel was a woman, the current descendant of the heavenly god sect, the soaring heavenly saintess. Behind her were 3 old men. They spent no effort to conceal their paragon auras that were surging endlessly like a flood assaulting the sky. Even though these old men were incredibly arrogant, many people still trembled inside. This was due to the fact that the 3 old men were not ordinary paragons, they had entered the path of the Grand Era. Even though they weren't as strong as god monarchs, eternal existences like these 3 would always be dreadful. That's the soaring heavenly saintess, someone murmured while looking at the proud woman atop the golden vessel. Many were quite wary of her. She didn't only have the 3 eternal existences behind her but also a god monarch as well. Everyone knew that although her talents weren't bad, the heavenly god sect was not strong enough to let 3 eternal existences and 1 god monarch become her Tao protectors. But now, her personal value was completely different. The soaring immortal emissary was her uncle, while the sect wanted to descend. If they could groom an immortal emperor this generation and unify the 9 worlds, then everything would be different. Now, the majority's first reaction was to look over at Wuxia. They all understood that she came to cause trouble for evil Buddha. You are the evil Buddha who used a demonic art to kill the Nantian young king and confuse venerable dry stone, right? She coldly looked down at Wuxia in an imperious manner. She couldn't be blamed for having such panache. Prior to this, she was well known in the Grand Middle Territory as the main descendant of the heavenly god sect. However, she was far from being comparable to supreme geniuses like Jikong Wudi and the others. But things were different now. The rise of the heavenly god sect and return of her uncle as well as her being chosen for the sect were all a matter of time. In the future, she would actually succeed her uncle's position and become the new emissary of the sect in the mortal emperor world. Overnight, her worth became 100 times greater, turning her into a big shot that was on the same standing as Jikong Wudi's group. Thus, how could her confidence not shoot up? Right now, she wanted to establish her prestige so that no one would dare to question her authority. For this, she needed to make an example out of someone. Without a doubt, this evil Buddha had become her target. That's right. Wuxia smiled while looking at the haughty saintess. At this point, everyone watched with bated breaths. Jikong Wudi's group was ready to watch the fun as well, especially the mortal king and Jikong Wudi himself. These 2 were naturally happy to see evil Buddha fight against the saintess. Once evil Buddha became enemies with the heavenly god sect, only death would await him no matter how powerful he might be. She shouted with a cold demeanor, I see, you're an evil monk. You dare to spout heresy to confuse people and killed soaring immortal disciples with an evil art. Even 10,000 deaths cannot absolve your sin. Many people glanced at each other after hearing this. They knew that both the young king and the venerable weren't soaring immortal disciples. The saintess simply wanted to frame Wuxia to make him an enemy of the soaring sect. Wuxia couldn't help but smile and shake his head, just a little junior that already knows how to wave the banner around, a fox borrowing the might of a tiger. The soaring immortal sect has yet to recruit you, but you are already showing off. If you become the emissary, won't you begin to order the entire mortal emperor world around? This retort left the saintess with an extremely ugly expression. It was a clear showing of disdain and directly hit her insecurities. This was the thing she didn't want to hear the most. Many were very afraid of evil Buddha, but they secretly applauded his words. In fact, they didn't like watching the saintess acting haughtily due to her backing. Alas, they were afraid of the soaring immortal sect behind her, so they didn't dare to antagonize her. Thus, when evil Buddha spoke what was on everyone's mind, it made the crowd feel very good. Evil monk, you don't know life from death. The saintess was shaking with anger and shouted at him. Wuxia looked at her and shook his head again. The soaring immortal sect is in a steep decline. Those old geezers will not leave their coffins to come out, so their descendants can only groom some trash. If a joke like you can eventually become the emissary, then the soaring immortal sect can only continue on this downward spiral, like a river drying up by the day. The soaring heavenly saintess commanded, "Evil monk, you actually dare to slander the soaring immortal sect, you deserve to be quartered. Elders, go take down this monk and torture him. Let him know the name soaring immortal." The three eternal existences stepped out at this time and immediately went for Wuxia. Their surging blood energies erupted as their fate weapons appeared and poured down universal laws. This was to prevent the Dharma's affinity of conversion. In their eyes, Wuxia's Dharma was a confusion technique of sorts, so they sealed their five senses. This way, his Dharma wouldn't be able to charm them. The crowd truly appreciated this defensive maneuver. They wanted to see if such a method could stop Wuxia's Dharma or not. Evil monk, accept your fate. With their five senses sealed, three gigantic palms blotted out the sky, not giving Wuxia a chance to escape as they lunged at him. A Buddhist light bloomed from his body. This extremely scorching light was dazzling to the point where people couldn't keep their eyes open. At this moment, Wuxia seemed to control the entire plateau. He was the supreme Buddhist Lord. Amitabha. Wuxia chanted his mantra and instantly gathered the endless Buddhist energy of the plateau. All of its power was within his grasp. Amitabha, with the urging from Wuxia's peerless Dharma, the numerous temples and monks of the plateau all chanted in unison. Chapter 1047. One word opposing a god monarch. Such a change left all existences in the plateau quivering. As myriad temples echoed after him, Wuxia raised his palm. The power in this place was being driven by him. A gigantic Buddhist palm appeared in the sky. Its shadow would make even gods tremble. Boom! This palm shattered the sky and came crashing towards the three eternal existences. Initiate! The three eternal existence shouted in response. They didn't hold anything back and unleashed all of their blood energy to power their most powerful attacks. They shot it towards the palm in order to stop its terrifying might. Bang! The entire plateau quaked. On the ground was a gigantic palm print as if a blade had used the land as its canvas. Each of its curves was extremely meticulously and skillfully crafted. As for the three eternal existences, they were rendered into pools of blood. Their corpses no longer existed. Mommy, countless people felt their knees giving in while their legs trembled in fear after seeing this. Three eternal existences were annihilated by a single Buddhist palm. There was nothing left of them. Jikong Wudi's group was astounded. Until now, they assumed that Wuxia could only use his Dharma to convert people. They didn't expect that he could destroy three eternal existences with a casual attack. borrowing the power of the Buddhist funeral plateau. Heavenly Emperor Lin was astonished after seeing this palm. His eyes became quite profound. This attack left the group of geniuses in fear. All of a sudden, the scene became quiet. Li Qiye's might extending beyond mere conversion shattered all expectations. 3 paragons couldn't even block a single move before meeting their demise. Anyone would shiver after seeing this development. The soaring heavenly saintess expression greatly shifted. With a god monarch as her backing, she was previously fearless. However, she didn't expect for the 3 eternal existences to be unable to block even a single palm. Li Qiye flew into the sky and instantly stood before the saintess' golden vessel. He smiled, "Tell me, should I convert you or crush you?" The shocked saintess couldn't help but take several steps back with fear in her heart. However, a figure came out and stood before her. It was an old man adorned in a hemp robe. His appearance caused the sky to fall into darkness. His eyes flashed a green glint, causing people to quiver uncontrollably. An aghast spectator uttered, "God Monarch." Despite not unleashing his full blood energy and God Monarch aura, the strands of power radiating from his body were scary enough. A paragon from the previous generation murmured in astonishment, "Night Scorpion God Monarch." The old man called the Night Scorpion God Monarch blocked everything with darkness. In order to stop Li Qiye's conversion, he stood before the saintess and spoke gravely, "Little friend, please hold on." "A God Monarch." Li Qiye looked at him and chuckled, "Although you barely make the cut, you are still a bit stronger than self-proclaimed monarchs." Night Scorpion did not respond. He coldly stared at Li Qiye like a scorpion watching its prey from the shadows, ready to deliver the fatal blow with its poisonous pincers at any time. At this second, it already belonged to him. No one else could take it. Boom! But right when he got close, several people immediately took action. They were all experts that hid in the shadows, true masters. All of them were at least at the eternal existence level. One of them was even a god monarch. And this was not the most terrifying part. An imperial aura that tore apart all things was among these invincible powers. An imperial weapon came forth and shattered myriad laws, forcing people down to their knees in worship. Imperial weapon, the majority of the cultivators had already withdrawn far away after sensing the imperial aura. They didn't wish to participate in this competition since they couldn't even stand firm at this moment. A god monarch ambushing with an imperial weapon. One could easily imagine how dreadful this attack was. These big shots that had been hiding were all famous. However, they let go of their reputations and all launched a surprise attack on evil Buddha. In their eyes, evil Buddha's ability to banish a god monarch with one word was too frightening. Thus, they wanted to take the initiative and kill him before he could react. Amitabha! Li Qiye chanted. A boundless light blasted across space. The power of the entire plateau was taken by him, no matter how vast it might be. At this time, he was the Buddhist lord that controlled the entire plateau. Amitabha! With a loud shout like a vajra subduing evil, the innumerable monks in this place all shouted. The torrential force of the Dharma rushed out like a reversed waterfall. It guarded all the existences in this world. Boom! The sky sent down a golden word, Buddha. It had supreme power and crushed everything in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After screaming miserably, the several groups ambushing Li Qiye were instantly crushed by this supreme Buddhist word. Blood and flesh spilled all over the place. From start to finish, they never showed themselves. Even at the moment of death, the spectators didn't know who they were. After all, they died without leaving behind a corpse, let alone a grave. Bang! The imperial aura exploded in the sky. Among the ambushers, only the god monarch survived. His imperial weapon managed to block the word Buddha. However, He was crazily vomiting blood while everyone could hear the sound of bones snapping. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.